move it all elsewhere. There's not a great deal to move, actually, to be brutally honest with you. It was an account we set up a long time ago, and they send you a key. It's like a little computer. And we tried it, God knows how many times, to remotely access the account. It kept coming back with invalid number. So then we had to speak to them. Then you've got to try and remember all your passwords on First Direct, of which that amounts to hundreds. You know, can you tell us your favourite address? No. Can you tell us the name of your first pet? Oh, God, I don't know. Would it be Judy? Rusty. I can't remember. And also, the first one, tell us your not your favourite address, your favourite date. Well, I can't remember anything like that. I mean, I can't remember yesterday. And it was so frustrating. You've got what, favourite date? Oh, right, that would be... Yeah, but I don't have an anniversary or anything. I've got nothing... I mean, I said originally, would it be the 5th of November, thinking I like fireworks? And so she went, no. And she said, would you like to have another guess? I thought, well, I don't know, 1066, Battle of Hastings. You know, I've got no idea. No idea at all. So in the end, she went, and all I wanted to do was, you know, I told her yesterday morning we actually put some money in the account. We can't access it properly. It won't let us on this stupid thing. And so I thought, all we want to do is change the standing order over to my main branch at RBS. And she went, right... OK, can you think of the name of your first pet? Oh, I don't know. Jasper, Judy, Candy. No. I thought, well, what? We didn't have an elephant, I don't remember, or a lion called Christian. So I kind of... And then she went... You know what they always do? They always go, hang on, I'll just go and have a... I'll be back with you in a moment. 20 minutes I'm holding on the phone. In the end, I thought, you know, sod you for soldiers. And I hung up. So we're going to close the account full stop. It's a lot easier. And let them sort of, you know... Because you just can't leave somebody sitting on a telephone. I could have been elderly. Wait a minute, I am elderly. I don't want to sit there for 20 minutes with a phone held up to your ear. So we put it on speaker, and it's the same bit of lift music that goes round and round and round. No. All we're going to do is we're going to set up... there's a mortgage payment and I think the gas account. No, we moved the gas account yesterday. So it's only the mortgage payment. All we'll do is just stop it from their end, and then we'll open it up again with RBS, which will be a lot easier. And then they can go whistle. I mean, there isn't any money in the account. It's sort of, we used to have a lot of money in the account, and then we suddenly realised that we weren't getting anything on it. And but it was about 2 or 3 hours to do these things. God, it's time-consuming. I've never known anything like it. A friend of mine, very depressed about Brexit, so much so she's managed to wangle herself. I say wangle, she's sourced it herself, a holiday to Barcelona. So she flies off on Thursday and she's not coming back till Monday. She's decided she can't be bothered to be around for Brexit at all. I said, well, there you go. And she managed to get a really good deal. 4-star hotel in Barcelona, 5-star hotel, 2 nights, including flights, £290. I mean, you can't complain, can you? You cannot complain. The Television Awards, the National Television Awards, took place the other night. The good, the great, the badly dressed, and the totally talentless turned up. If you haven't got any talent, wear a dress that's very revealing. That it takes away from the fact that you're as thick as a brick. And there were a few people like that, thick as bricks. Then we can't work out, and I've now got to admit that I'm not sure either. There was a bit of friction between Pip Schofield and Ruth Langsford. A little bit of the thing. I mean, Eamon, I don't think, knows where he is half the time, bless his heart. He didn't know. And they were talking about it, and then Pip tried to make light of it. You could see from the look on her face, because apparently, so they say, I don't know if it's true, she made an official complaint about him because he stepped on some of her lines and all that kind of thing. And, you know, I'd have thought in show business everybody loved each other. I thought that's what it was. It's people loving each other. It's like here, we give the impression, as everybody does, that we're all tickety-boo and having a great time. We hate each other. Seriously, I've never hated people so much. With pure venom. If I could get out some king cobras and let them loose in the studio next door, seriously, my life would be so much more enhanced. But for the purposes of the programme, hello, how are you? You know, I can always tell if he's in a bad mood with me. I offer him a donut. No. OK, would you like a little biscuit? No. I've decided, he said, yeah, well, we're all watching your weight, mate. You're not the only one watching it. We're watching it. Dear God in heaven, are we watching? I was the first one to alert you to it. You weren't aware. But, so, you know, we try and get along. But, I mean, some days, you know, if you've had a rough day, if you've had the sort of day... I mean, it was like 3 hours yesterday of doing all this paperwork, trying to remember little bits. Eventually, we did do it. And it's all sorted out. And everybody's happy. But I'm not going to hang on the telephone to anybody for 20 minutes. Mind you, I tell a lie, I did do that the other day. I had to hang on the phone to organise my diabetic eye check, which you get every so often. And they tell you, you are 7th in the queue. And then you get the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You are 6th in the queue. Well, it was all going quite swingingly until we got to you're 1 in the queue. Well, they must have been dealing with this old biddy for ages. It was like 5 minutes just on her. So we're going to put the eye test in on Monday. Eventually I got mine through. It's so much quicker to phone the doctor's surgery. Push 1 if you need an appointment. Beep. And that was done. But to hang on the phone for... I wouldn't mind if she'd come back on and said, listen, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just waiting for an advisor to become free. Because I've had that before, where you phone up the bank and then they go, sorry, I just need to put you on to somebody else. And so that rings. And then you have to explain the whole thing all over again. You think, I've already done this. And on First Direct, my financial advisor spoke to him and said, listen, I'm sitting here with him now, blah, 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 blah. This is his date of birth. This is... all the rest of it. And then when they spoke to me, they went, oh, can I have your date of birth and your name? I thought, well, you've just been told what it is. Unfortunately, and I don't want to be rude, but down a bad phone line, this woman was Scottish, and her accent was so strong, I had to ask her to keep repeating things because I didn't understand what she was saying to me. So at one point, so I said... something to do with name. I was kind of fumbling in the dark a little bit, and we both struggled. It was a really broad accent. Very broad accent. Really? Oh. Because, do you remember years ago, you probably don't remember, before your time a little bit, and they had a bloke interviewed on the BBC television, and it was in the days when you could see the cable trailing on the microphone. And I'm standing up here now on the top of, Loch Braemar, and with me now is Croft Fred Robinson, or whatever it is. And the BBC put subtitles up underneath it, so you knew what he was saying. We didn't know what he was saying. I mean, I love a Scottish accent, as you know. I mean, I work with one of the Scottish people, and he's here now, and he's got there's a whole family of them, not just him. Mother, father, sister, they're all there. They're all there. 2 dogs as well. Do they speak Scottish? I often wonder, if you buy a dog abroad, not buy one, if you rescue it from, say, the Philippines, it's not going to be speaking English, is it? It's not going to understand what the hell you're on about. Your dogs go woof. No dog goes woof. So it's either woof or woof. Oh, right. And your dogs are Scottish. They've only ever heard your accents. Does your mother spend a lot of time using the word woof when you're around? No. So I throw that one in. Now I'll throw it out again. So the dogs go woof. What happens if they're Chinese dogs? Don't even go there. Don't even go there. I think not. Do you know, I am now totally obsessed with this YouTube bloke who's American, but he's fluent Cantonese, and his 2 friends are fluent Cantonese. So they start by going to shops in China, Shanghai, Taipei, he went to the other day, and he starts asking about how much of what is this on the food, and so they start explaining, and they're sort of struggling with the English language. Then all of a sudden he goes straight into Cantonese, and they're like, oh yeah, these your Cantonese is bloody good. And they're sort of saying to him, how long have you been learning? He said, I was adopted, which of course is not true. He wasn't adopted at all. He just learnt Cantonese for 10 years, and his friends do. So they talk to each other in Cantonese. And I've often thought, because you could find yourself standing in a restaurant, and the waitress comes over and you go, and what's it? And you can see her saying to her friends, this pair are a right bunch of dodo birds. And then you go, and then you know exactly what they're talking about. He's so clever. It's fascinating to watch. There's another bloke, give you a £5 if you can't speak your language. He speaks 20 languages. Some people have a gift of speaking languages. Jordan struggles with English, as do most of the cast of Towie. Somebody got punched in the face in Towie the other day. There were so many people I wanted it to be, and it turned out it was nobody that I'd even heard of. They got punched, so I think they've been suspended, which is sort of great. National Television Awards, the papers are full of pictures of people wearing the most ghastly outfits. Really, really bad. Also, lots and lots of tributes to the fabulous Nicholas Parsons, 96. He used to work at LBC, as you know. And there is the famous story. He was working on our Nightline programme. And it was actually my studio. I remember it distinctly. Johnny Perry, who, as you know, has got the hotel down in Bournemouth. He was driving the desk. Clive Bull, I think, could have been doing the phones. And I have a sneaking feeling that I was newsreading. I have a sneaking feeling. It was either me or Alan King. I can't remember, actually. But anyway, Nicholas Parsons was doing the Nightline programme, and he wanted to go for a wee. The producer said, well, you can't, because we're in the middle of a programme. You have to wait till we get to past when there's a break. It's the only time you can go for a wee on a programme, in theory. And so, consequently, so Nicholas Parsons was so desperate to go to the toilet, he moved the bin, the wastepaper basket, in front of him, and he weed in the wastepaper basket. which kind of set a trend for years to come. And it was always, and people say to me, oh, that's not true. I go, absolutely, it's true. Ask Clive Bull, Nicholas Parsons and the weeing. And it was like one of those sort of quite, like a Prebenti or whatever they call them. Quite a posh-looking bin, but it was plastic, lined with a bin liner, and had all the newspapers in it and all the bits of rubbish and everything else. If it was wicker, it would have been awful. Wickerwee. Wickerwee Gate. But no, he did actually wee in the thing, because he couldn't hold it any longer. I know the feeling exactly. I know the feeling so well. Right, what are we going to do? We're going to take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Noah says you have been to Wales. Yes, we used to go caravanning. We had a caravan. I always remember Wales because there were lots of valleys and mountains and things like that. And if you've got a caravan on a slope, you've got to jack up your front wheels. We used to have a handle, and you wind down and the legs come down, and then it props it up. To be honest with you, it looked like death on legs. It really did. And the back ones you just didn't bother with at all. So yeah, we went to Wales a lot. They hated us in Wales. Lot of sheep everywhere. Ba, ram you. Yeah, the dogs go, woof. Doesn't quite sound the same, does it? Sounds so much better in Scottish. Woof, woof. Ooh, there's our dog. Woof. It's a lovely thing. Yeah, so we went there. Of course, the reason everybody hated us in Wales is because we had a Hillman Minx pulling a Sprite caravan. And so when we went up hills, we crawled up. I promise you, we crawled up. I mean, God knows, it was slow and very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Anyway, we'll take all your text emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Dev has been credited with 10 quid by the bank. Nothing worse than well, I mean, I'm just closing the account. Not because we didn't like the service. I mean, they didn't help yesterday, sitting for 20 minutes listening to the same stupid bit of music going round and round. But I expect better. Mind you, they don't make any money out of me. I was always credit in my account, which is good. So in exactly the same way, I'm credited on my gas account. We sorted a few things out yesterday, actually. It was quite pleasing. And then a lot of I have an inability to open letters, official or otherwise. And so I just gave them all to my financial advisor, and she took them away with her. She seemed quite happy. Because we like Canada, don't we? Even though they sent us our icy blast, and it is a blooming icy blast as well. They found a couple of graves recently. One is the grave of an Iron Age warrior, which is very significant. The other one is the grave in which they think there were anything up to 40 bodies in it. They think from the Anglo-Saxon times. I think, now I'm not entirely sure, this could be in, not Berkshire, but somewhere like that. And what was unusual about it is all the people buried in this grave had their hands tied behind their backs. Now that would indicate from the Anglo-Saxon period that these people were hanged. And in order to stop them thrashing around, not that it would make any difference, they tied their hands behind their back, because otherwise they'd be sort of hauling themselves up or trying to get it over and done with as quick as possible. In those Anglo-Saxon days, your friends would come and tug on your legs to hasten your end, because otherwise you'd be there, dangling around for, could be minutes before anything happened. And if you were burnt at the stake, which a few people were, you would pay to get little packets of dynamite to put in your pockets of your coat so that the explosion would basically kill you before the flames killed you. Can't think of anything worse. But, they found all these bodies and these guys with their hands tied behind their back. So they think it was executions, and then they just threw them in these pits and just left them there. Steve, and another one here. Jackie says, lovely to have you on to cheer me up after finding out the undemocratic gagging Banning Council is going to build 11 skyscrapers up to 28 stories in the area. What is it about skyscrapers we've got a thing about? Was that the, trying to get the carbon footprint small, but in fact you could stack it as high as you wanted? And then nobody seemed to... I mean, there are all sorts of places, aren't there? Steve, I noticed on a recent visit to France that the dogs don't bark the same as English dogs. They bark with a la woof, and the cats say la meow, which is very, very possible. Jace is, and Posse. I'm on a 13-hour bus journey from Miami to Jacksonville. You're keeping me very entertained. Jackson, I'm going to Jackson. Don't know anything about Jackson, but I'm sure Johnny Cash or somebody like that sang all about it. So, in answer to did we meet Nicholas Parsons? Of course, because he worked at LBC. Not for a huge amount of time. He was one of the numerous presenters. When I went on holiday, they had all sorts of people covering for me. All sorts of celebrities covering in. Some who did very well, some who didn't do very well, because it's all that people think, oh, I can do that. I can do that. I could do a chat. I remember somebody saying, a friend, say to me, oh, anybody can do your job. And I said, well, they probably think they can. They probably think that they can. I said, I don't have a problem with people thinking that they can do my job. I said, it's whether they can do it for any length of time. It's all right to do it for a few days or maybe a week or maybe a couple of weeks. Could you do it for 40 years and get an audience? That's the big thing. No good just doing something if you can't get the audience. You've got to better back it up, haven't you? And that's what we do. Shane says the humidity's been high here in Sydney. The fan has been going all the time. I love a fan going. I love it. I climbed to bed yesterday because I'd had so much bombarding me. And we had a bit of trouble a short while ago. Somebody came into the car park and scratched 4 of the cars, including mine. But weren't deep gouges or anything like that. Anyway, we sort of think, what do we do about that? And then we suddenly realised, because we're CCTV'd up, we've actually got the moment when he went round doing the cars. And so we'll be giving that to the police. Because we think you can certainly identify him from this thing. And if he came into our place, then you can see him. Why are people so stupid? There's big signs up everywhere going, you are under surveillance by CCTV. We've got 16 cameras you cannot move on our property. You cannot move onto a staircase without you being seen. On an outside entrance, we have 4 entrances to the building, and each one is water. Can I have a tin of water? Still. You cannot move on our property without being, grabbed by CCTV. And the other thing is they're all night vision cameras. All night vision cameras. So we get perfect vision at night time, and they're all super, super high definition. So the clear picture of him is that we're going to be taking action, which is fantastic. Why don't people believe you when they say you've got CCTV? Always makes me laugh. You could see them quite clearly. They don't look as they used to years ago, which are huge, great things like the council have on poles. Ours are very discreet, but there are signs up. I think there's about 20 signs saying you are covered by CCTV. Every area is covered. You can't move. So even if you think you can go out of the building another direction, there's another 4 cameras on all the staircases, which cover everything. Fantastic. I got a lovely prize for you. Not a prize for you, but something you can buy if you've got a bit of spare money. It's a dinosaur skull. It's lovely. It's about £340,000 to buy it. The shipping costs are a bit more expensive. It's about £38,000 to have it shifted by post, because you'll never get in the letterbox. You'll have to cut it up, do bits and pieces like that. So it's £38,000 to send it, which means you'll have to wrap it it's a dinosaur skull. It's as big. Merci. You can take back that one. That makes my tummy go mad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I only realised the other day. That's the fizzy water makes your tummy. Oh God, honestly, I tell you, if I had nails, I could do this. Oh, that's better. It's terrible. It sounds so good in air, doesn't it? Oh, I have to rip the nail backwards. Oh, the blood, everything. So we take all your texts and emails. Happy birthday to Tim Healy today. Happy birthday to him. And because it's coming up very shortly, Valentine's Day. What does that mean? That means you have to buy cards and send chocolates and flowers everywhere, which are quite nice. And you can also get some truffles. But I've got some new truffles for you. New truffles. What do you think's in these new truffles? New truffle. Put your hand down. You know the answer to it. Yep, for the first time ever, Heinz ketchup truffles. Now, if you're a fan of Heinz ketchup, which is quite nice, yeah, on chips or curry or just about anything, really, and you like chocolate, I'm not sure if you can put the two together, but they obviously think that you can, so they have. And you've got Heinz ketchup truffles. I don't know how much they are. Please don't send them in to me. But I love the idea. It's just so novel, isn't it? You have to buy them for somebody because you go, it's Heinz ketchup truffles, and they'll go, that is so unusual. And I like that. And I don't, we don't want anything that's too sort of traditional. I mean, and also, if somebody's slightly overweight, don't buy them chocolates. It's unnecessary. It really is. It's, they don't appreciate them because they know that they're overweight. And so by buying them chocolates, you're just exacerbating the situation. And, I don't want to be... I'm not looking at you. I just don't have anywhere else to look. If I looked at the floor like that, it'd be a bit boring, wouldn't it? I have to look at you. But also, I cannot see your gut, from here. Although another week, and we should be able to, I would imagine, if it keeps going. Will Guyatt says, how about mounting the skull to the bonnet of your car? It's a nice idea, isn't it? Like, this thing's enormous. It's the size of a Mini. But it's quite good, actually. I quite like that idea of something like that. The Queen has got on her Bentley. She's got a little, I think it's a stag or something like that. I've noticed that my producer's constantly tweeting about things. Constantly tweeting about all the guests who are coming up on the programme, which is quite nice. Like that. You've become quite proficient, haven't you, at tweeting? And Darren, yeah. No, these are yours. Yeah. What do you mean, are they? Well, you can only have done them last night. When else you do them? Oh, you do both. Oh, I've got a friend who can tweet from mine too. Yeah. And because in fact, Adrian Sherling, who does our computer stuff together with a whole team of people, more people out there than there are in here, and he said, I can always tell when Darren's written something on your tweet, he said. He actually does all the exclamation marks and the commas and all the rest of it. He said, you just plough on through. I said, well, this morning I just tweeted, can't wait for a cup of tea. Or two. And then I tweeted about Nicholas Parsons, because he was nice. We did interview him. We interviewed him years ago for that. That reminds me, a long, long time ago. Not in the archives anymore, I shouldn't think, because it was certainly way past 10 years ago. 84850. Jill's currently in Newcastle, but she's really from Glasgow. And she says, I'm watching the guy on YouTube. He's amazing. He learnt Cantonese in a year. It's so fascinating to watch. It really is fascinating to watch. And poor old Neil. Neil awoke in a hotel near Belfast at 3:55. Can't nod off, so the kettle's on, along with this show on LBC. Get me back on the ferry tomorrow, he said. Get me back on the ferry tomorrow. Sounds like sort of thing. And there's a picture of him lying in a swimming pool. I could do with lying in a swimming pool now, actually. I'm quite chilled out this morning. After all the excitement of yesterday doing bits and pieces, and then the shoes arriving that I'd ordered. They're exactly the same as the last pair of shoes. It's just that after a while your feet wear them in, and they're very comfy. But they do look like boats. But they're very comfy boats. And these are the ones I ordered 2 pairs of, but they've decided to send them separately. That's all right. I can cope with things like that. Today I'm having a little bit of a shopping day, which is very nice. And my friend Christian, who works in our newsroom, Christian Yo, KY, I said to him, I was trying desperately to get a red baseball cap. And he said, I'll find you a red baseball cap. And lo and behold, it arrived the other day. And it's apparently an American team. And they're called Angels. What? Why are you taking the mickey out of me? Am I not getting it right? I'm actually bang on. Something else. Something else what? What were you laughing at? Something separate? I don't want to see in a second. Tell me now. Sorry, it's on my phone. I wonder why the phone just made a little bit of a noise. Mentioned by Thomas. Steve Allen Show reads my tweets. Does that make me famous? You are so stupid. Honestly. If we had a vote this morning of who we wouldn't be having in the studio, I'd be it. I'd be the one. Does that make me famous if Steve Allen reads my tweets? Of course it makes you famous. Heavens above, not everybody gets their tweets read out. We have a lot of regulars, which we like. Deb says, spoke to at least 6 bank teams in a span of 50 minutes and had to repeat my identity. Furiously protested my account was credited by 10 quid. So it's nothing really, is it, to give you 10 quid? Nothing at all. But, I thought, my time is too precious at my age to start hanging around on a telephone. Sounds like a title of a Blondie song, doesn't it? Major discussion going on in the studio about blooming Valentine's Day. Because come Valentine's Day, all the supermarkets will be offering, steak, profiteroles, a side, and either a red rose, small box of chocolates, or a bottle of wine. Well, I mean, sod the red rose. Who wants that on Valentine's Day? It'll be bad enough going out to restaurants. You can go into any restaurant on Valentine's Day, and there they will be. The most miserable couples in the entire world, sitting opposite each other on a small table, and there'll be a red rose, and the waiter will come over, and, okay, what would you like? And so you have to go through, and you might as well stay at home. What is the point of going out? Nobody says anything to each. I've never been in such quiet restaurants as on Valentine's Day. Really very, very quiet. Nobody says a word. They just sit there staring at each other thinking, another blooming year. Another year of misery. But we do it, don't we? I like looking at all the meals that you can get in all the different supermarkets. And they vary from about 15 quid up to about 20, 25 quid, I think. On one of them, you got a bottle of Prosecco, which I was quite pleased about. A couple of steaks, a bit of side salad, or, sort of a fruit salad to finish with, or something like that. It's not bad value. Even for one person, it's good value. Just don't end up with the red rose or the box of chocolates. You'll have a very miserable time. Steve, have you ever been in an Uber, says Noah. I have been in an Uber. When I went to a friend's party, Mr. M's party, a couple of years ago, people I were with, Danny and Jordan, I think Jordan has an account with Uber, and so we got an Uber car. I'd never been in one before. That was the first time. I found it strange experience, seeing as everybody talked to me about Uber, and so I tend to use, either the black cabs, or I tend to use the cab company I've got an account with. It depends how I'm feeling, actually. Simon in South Norwood says, my fantastic husband John and I are going to Harrods today for a cream tea, a treat for his 62nd birthday. Looking forward to seeing you on the 16th of Feb when you take to the stage. Do you know, they phoned me the other day to find out what I need on the stage, and I think I'm just going to have a table and a chair. I think that's it. There's also a couple of bottles of Prosecco in the dressing room. That'll make for an interesting show, won't it? Yes, of course you're allowed to come, yeah. You don't need tickets. You're with the star. You don't need to email anybody. I'm taking you. Of course. What do you mean, am I sure? Of course. What sort of clearance do you want? What, sort of like an aeroplane or something? You'll just sort of run down the middle of the theatre? Really? Well, on Friday, I'll just go and tell them that I'm taking you, okay? If it makes you feel better. Yeah. I'll just say, I'm taking 2 members of my team, and, they're a little bit worried because they don't want to get to the door and be turned away. Yeah. Well, they wouldn't, would they? Because they would look at it. Somebody had accosted me at the door today. I'm being stopped on a daily basis now. This person said, I'm homeless. I thought, well, you can't be. You're walking around Leicester Square. Can't be that homeless. And wanted money, but of course I don't carry money, as you know. And so it's a bit difficult, really, isn't it? When sort of people are there and they've got a cigarette. It's like there was this bloke the other day who was begging on the side of the road. We get lots. You probably get it in your neck of the woods too. But he's got a cigarette on. I thought, you can afford to smoke? Blimey. It all changes a little bit. Steve, very difficult, says tanker driver Phil, listening at the moment, laying here in a world of pain after breaking 3 ribs. I was okay until the morphine wore off, but now every time you make me laugh, I nearly pass out. I can't drive for a month, so I'm trapped in the house thinking jigsaws are a good idea, having seen the rubbish on daytime television. But do not worry, I shall be in the listening position to keep the spike up. And thanks very much indeed for the Nicholas Parsons story. Now I can cut down on the climbing of stairs. Nicholas Parsons. He lived on Hampstead Heath, actually. Well, actually, sort of bordering Hampstead Heath. A very interesting career. Very interesting career. Straight man to a very famous comic. But it was all those years, but I thought something was going wrong when he had to cancel Just a Minute, because he hadn't cancelled it in God knows how many years, 50-something years. And Giles Brandreth, who took over from him, he actually grew to be a very close friend. So I'm hoping later on we might actually get a quick call into... we don't know, it's in the lap of the gods, because, people get very busy. Shane says, I've just had Kentucky Fried Chicken. Oh, he says, I know it's not good for you, but I love it. It's so tasty. I know. Actually, I think you could have it like once a month. I don't think you're going to be having it any more than that. Really? I really... Steve, I think there should be an LBC Come Dine With Me. Oh, I don't know. Who would you actually want? Who would you want? The Queen has Gorge and the Dragon on her Rolls Royce, says Paul. No, it's not. No, this is not George and the Dragon. No, this is... What's on the front of the Queen's car? It's on the Bentley. I think she had the logo taken off, and I think it's a stag. I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain it's a stag. Always remember the two Ronnies. Ronnie B, later in the programme, I'll be interviewing a lady who likes Nicholas Parsons. And Ronnie C says, and I'll be interviewing a parson who loves Nicholas ladies. An old one is the best, isn't it? Oh, dear. Jace on his bus says, I'll be getting off this bus when Sheila's show starts. Hope all the other hosts are as witty as you. I know James O'Brien won't be. Oh, he so is. I think he's subtle, you see. I think he's subtle. People are still voting for me on the LBC thing for the Global Awards. Interesting. Somebody wrote to me the other day and said, I voted for you. Well, that's quite sweet, isn't it? Be nice if I get a nomination. I don't know what for. Just, you probably found they sort of go in there and then they disappear. I was in Florida last week, Steve. Uber saved me from having to wait for the shuttle bus back to the hotel from Disney. All right. But I don't know how we rented a car. Doesn't everybody rent cars? What was that two Ronnies thing where they were talking about? And later on, we'll be interviewing Marvo, the chameleon man, who crawled across a tartan rug and exhausted himself. Do you get that? Oh, good. It's unusual for you. You don't generally get my sort of things like that, do you? More of your texts and emails. In Marbella, says Duncan, for a few days. My sleeping's all over the place. Yeah, do you know it is? It really is. It is. You know, when you go abroad, you think, where am I? Even on Sunday morning, I wake up ridiculously early, but I don't really mind that. Steve, I hope LBC covers the death of Nicholas Parsons like they did that basketball player. He's more famous. Well, no, the difference is the basketball player was killed in a helicopter crash. If he just died naturally, it wouldn't really have made anything over here at all, because nobody knows who he is. But Nicholas Parsons gets loads of coverage, which is lovely. And Matthew says, talking of Valentine's Day, I've got loads of options this year, mainly on 9 through the Steve Allen Facebook page. Good Lord above. Over here, Thomas has decided that he's going out for a meal with his girlfriend, but it's not going to be on Valentine's Day because he doesn't subscribe to all that mawkish rubbish. So he said it should be a date that's significant for them. And it's basically the day she gave him a black eye and said, try that once more and you'll be going home in a wheelchair. And, you know, that to them is a significant event in their life. So they don't want to sit in a restaurant looking across the table at each other, him through his half-closed, bloodshot eyes, and her sitting there with a broken nose, just with the plaster on it. You know, the whole thing, I mean, degenerates, doesn't it? And also, you can have just as much fun at home. You can have a drinky poos, and it doesn't matter. You can't fall anywhere. You can only fall off the settee onto the acrylic rug and then make your way into the bedroom, and that's it. Separate bedroom, because they're not married. And it's like Basil Fawlty, isn't it? And so it's a double, is it? Goes Silty. Goes Sybil to this couple. And Basil goes, no, two singles, not married. In those days, it was odd. You had to go to a hotel and register as Mr. and Mrs. Smith if you wanted to get a double room. We don't know what Corey's going to be doing for Valentine's Day. I suspect it'll probably be the same as last year. Nothing. You might go out, cook dinner. What, you mean? Oh, so you're actually going to cook dinner and she's going out. Fantastic. Well, that works well, doesn't it? Here all week. Seats at all prices. Grab them now while they're cheap. Another one here says, a lot of people don't talk about food at this time of the morning. Please, please, please. Another one here. LBC for me would be you, Nick Abbott, Dave O'Brien and Eddie Mair for balance. I take it you just pick up some Costco ready-prepared meals and copious bottles of Prosecco. Absolutely. Yes. Noah says it should be Nick Abbott, Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty. Oh, right. And me and Nick Abbott, of course. I like the idea, though, that you would go and buy ready-prepared food. When Biggins did the Come Dine With Me, he did it not in his house. He did it in you can have a friend's house to do it in, and he got a friend of his just make a beef stew with dumplings, and then he did his great Aunt Maud's sherry trifle or whatever it was, and of course that's just what people wanted, because if ever you go for dinner with Biggins, it's the company and the stories. You know, the food is almost superfluous. Oh, I like these things on the television. What are they? Are they llamas? I want llamas. I want alpacas too. Which are the ones that spit? I don't want those. They're llamas, are they? I don't want those. Alpaca spit. Llama spit, but that's an alpaca. Oh, they're quite nice, aren't they? What do you keep them for? Did you eat them? Are they edible? I don't know. There's a programme on the television at the moment. I don't know if you've seen it. And it's a family 2 meat eaters, and the 2 girls in the family, quite young, are not meat eaters. So they've given them little calves in their back garden. They're so gorgeous. They're so gorgeous. And at the end of the experiment, they have to decide whether or not they send the calves off to the slaughterhouse or whether the family goes vegan. Big decision as far as I was concerned. But they're so cute. These calves really are utterly, utterly gorgeous. And you think to yourself, and they had a little boy on the television the other day, and I think he was on This Morning with Pip and Holly. And he's a little cook. Couldn't remember the ingredients though, but he is only 8 years old. And they said so, and he said, I'm vegan. I've been vegan because I want to be nice to animals, he said. Look at him at that age. I was shocked beyond belief. But he was so cute, and he did cooking, and he made some, I think they were like Rocky Roads or something like that. And he had vegan marshmallows. I didn't know they did vegan marshmallows, but he did all sorts of things. He was very good little lad. But it said, when he actually said that he was vegan, I thought that was just so cute. So cute. Coming up to 4:45, more of your texts in a moment. So who wasn't talking to whom at the NTA Awards? And is it always going to be Ant and Dec? Yep. Until one of them drops dead. I mean, I can't see it ever. They've just had it, 18 years now? This morning have had 19 years. This morning have had 10 years of winning. Nobody can come close to them. I'm sorry, even Victoria Derbyshire never got a mention. Not even a nomination. Nothing at all. It always goes, to them. Ant and Dec have not been on television for ages, have they? It seems ages since Saturday Night Takeaway. They've just dropped Scarlett Moffat from that, so it's another show she's lost. Because I think mainly they realise that people are one-trick ponies. She's not a great presenter. She was okay. And you don't put somebody on there, well, unless it's on This Morning, where, Martin Frizzell likes to obviously keep a good turnaround. So they'll see somebody on Love It, and I'm sure he deliberately puts them on there to wind me up. I'm totally convinced. Oh, let's put on the bloke who used to sell pens, who just got his ex-girlfriend or ex-friend pregnant, so got a baby now. And you think, it's lovely, isn't it? All these people having babies. Like, who turned up at the NTAs last night? Lydia Dim, looking like an upside-down lampshade. You've never seen such a ghastly outfit in your entire life. Of course, she's pregnant and single. Mainly because nobody wants to go out with her because she's got one of the stupidest voices next to the GC. I mean, the GC's now pushing, 72, 73, I think. Was that round the waist? Anyway, and so she's still single. She's still single. None of these people... And I noticed, actually, the GC wasn't at the National Television Awards. Why would that be? We shall hope. It is Wednesday, the 29th of January. And as I keep reminding you every day, because I'm so worried that some of you are going to get caught out by this, you've got to pay your tax by the 31st. Got to pay it by the 31st. So 29th, 30th, you've only got 2 days to do it. If you haven't got it, what you need to do is speak to HMRC. It's no good brushing it under the carpet. It's no good thinking that they're going to go away and go, oh, well, they didn't bother paying it. They obviously haven't got any money. That's when you get the next bill in the post, and after that it starts turning a bit nasty. So the idea is, and I know it's not an easy thing to say because I've been in this situation before, is you've got to talk to them. You can't just pretend about it. It's like running an overdraft without agreeing with the bank first of all. That's called fraud. That's called fraud. It's like writing cheques out with your chequebook, knowing you don't have the funds to cover them. Again, it's fraud. You can get into an awful lot of trouble for it. And there is a woman in the paper today. Actually, she came up with what she thought was a very clever wheeze. To escape her parking fine, she claimed she had terminal cancer. As it turned out, she didn't. So sent her to prison for 8 weeks or something like that. I mean, these people, do they not think they're going to be found out? Or are they really that stupid and dumb to believe that somebody's going to believe it? At the NTA Awards, Holly Willoughby looked fantastic. Lovely frock. Mind you, she could wear a bin liner and look good. Jessie Nelson, something about trash tattoos going up your arms, dear. Any sort of dress you wear is going to be cheapened by it. They gave her an 8, though, for the dress. It's just the tattoos look ghastly. Holly Willoughby, as I say, she could turn up in a bin liner and look fantastic. Caitlyn Jenner got a 6. It was a bit shapeless. Joanna Page only got a 2 for her outfit. Caprice Barrett got a 6. The trouble is, she's way too... She's 48, dressing like an 18-year-old. Tess Daly got an 8. Simple, Maya Jama, I don't know what she was doing there. Apparently she's on the radio, but nobody ever mentions that. They just mention who she used to go out with Stormzy, didn't she, or somebody like that? And now thinks she's some sort of celebrity. A little bit embarrassing. And she got a 9 for her dress. They've all got slits up there. Kate McGlynn from Corrie got a 5. Not great. Maura Higgins, that's the foul-mouthed one. 30 she is. And you could see right through hers. But as I say, if you want to dress trash, and you achieved it beautifully, which was lovely. Ruth and Rob, Bryden, that was. Emma and Claudia were there. And also Georgia, Denise, Kimberly, Lydia, and Cara. I don't know who they are. I'm assuming they're people from a reality show because Lydia Dim is wearing that hideous frock. Absolutely hideous. I mean, really dreadful. And the winners. Who were the winners? Good Lord, you're in early, aren't you, today? A bit early? Father give you a lift in again? Really? I don't know. I wasn't aware of Henry turning up at this time all the time. It's very nice. Not very smart today. You must get up about 1 a.m. and sort of start getting yourself ready. Just before 3. Wow. Well, it's worth it. I mean, it pays off. I mean, for goodness sake, you're so lucky to be blessed with such good skin and so much of it. You've joined the gym? Really? Can you take Thomas with you? He's a lost... I know. He's finally realised that he's got a little bit of a tummy on him, but the trouble is, because he's sort of slim up top... Yeah, but I mean, whereas you're the same size all the way over, aren't you? I mean, roughly. Whereas Thomas is sort of slim up top, and then there's a little shelf. He has, I know. It's noticeable, isn't it? I noticed it weeks ago, and I pointed it out to him. Oh, he went all huffy. Oh, we had the whole drama, throwing the toys out with the bathwater kind of malarkey. And that now, even Jordan, his girlfriend, has admitted the same thing. He's got a little bit of a paunch going on there. So I tried to tempt him with a chocolate biscuit. He's not interested now. He has his Weetabix after 4 or something, or 5 or whatever it is. He'll come in here with 6 Weetabix in a bowl and proceed to stuff them down his gullet. It's not pleasant to watch. I have to look the other way. I'm trying to do a speech-based programme and he's sitting there with his Weetabix. In the smallest bowl you've ever seen in your life. So it looks even worse. Love you, see you later. So who won what? Okay, best challenge show. Best challenge show went to the Great British Bake Off, which is odd because it was still stuck with Noel Fielding, the most unfunny man in the world, and Sandy Toksvig's leaving. Factual entertainment, Jessie Nelson, odd one out. I didn't see it. Comedy, Mrs. Brown's Boys. Drama, Peaky Blinders. Kate McGlynn, serial drama performance. Impact Award, Gavin and Stacey. TV Judge, they actually have an award for TV Judge, David Walliams. Live magazine show this morning. Well, it could never be anything else but. You couldn't give it to Loose Women, that'd be ridiculous. New drama, Chernobyl. TV presenters, 19 years. Anton Deck, newcomer Peter Ash, special recognition to Michael Palin, drama performance goes to Cillian Murphy, the Bruce Forsyth Entertainment Award, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, serial drama Emmerdale, good for them, and the talent show Strictly Come Dancing. Those were the winners on the night, and some of the other ones were the losers. Andrew, the Met closes in. As I say, the thing that worries me about this, and I've heard of this before, people do deals, and because we haven't found Ghislaine Maxwell, are you telling me that in America they can't find Ghislaine Maxwell? Can't be that difficult. I wonder if she's being held by the FBI and they're questioning her and she's singing to get herself off the hook. What do you reckon? I thought it sounded quite feasible. Little bit bizarre, isn't it? Which means that Andrew, who was apparently not very happy that he was being portrayed as somebody who's not offering to help. Well, it's been 2 months since we've had that interview, and still he's not got off his bum. He's not like he's got a job. He's not working. He doesn't need to work. He's got, obviously, access to loads of bits of money. The Queen will leave him well provided for. He's got the chalet in Verbier, which I think they rent out when they're not there. And then he sort of went to a few engagements. He went to Kate Middleton's party as well, the Duchess of Cambridge. So in between that, I think he managed to squeeze in Pizza Express. But he appears to still be having security with him. Who's paying for that? You are. You are. That's the way it goes now, isn't it? That's the way it goes. Also, Kyle Jenner looks thigh and whitey at a launch party for her makeup range named after her 1-year-old daughter, Stormy. They really are quite ghastly, aren't they? They really are quite ghastly. And here it is. A lucky pensioner who has done a Del Boy and discovered an ancient amulet of a dog worth how much in his garage? Hope they're not fakes. 3 million quid. 3 million quid. But did you see the bloke on the Antiques Roadshow? 3 million quid. I mean, we've seen fakes before. I've been to exhibitions of fakes. The couple who were faking things and providing provenance with it and everything else. I mean, it was really quite a little business they had going on in the garden shed with their son who was making this stuff. It's a bloke in America. He goes to Antiques Roadshow and he's got a Rolex. The difference is this Rolex comes with its provenance in the box, never been worn. He's kept it in the bank account. He paid $345 for it. How much is it worth? $700,000. Because it's perfect condition. He's kept it in the bank vault. He's only ever taken it out every so often just to look at it. And he paid $345. He's got all the paperwork with it. The box, the letter, everything. It's as good as... We're in the wrong business. Makes my Rolex look a bit silly, doesn't it, really? I mean, honestly. La, 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 la. 345 quid. Good Lord. This is my third Rolex. La, 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 la. I shan't be going anywhere near the Antiques Roadshow, that's a fact. Anton Deck were on a Ramsey programme a few days ago, says Dorothy. Were they? I know that didn't they turn up on Jamie Oliver? Didn't they turn up there? I'm pretty certain they did. Because they don't actually do many things, do they? They don't need to. Declan, I think, is it Declan or Ant? Which one? Oh, I can't remember which one is which now. But one of them's worth about 62 million. But mind you, they have been working all their life in the business. So I'd be surprised if they weren't worth a lot of money. Also, this car-sized dinosaur skull. It's as big as a Mini on eBay for $325,000 and the postage $38,000. The head of the three-horned Triceratops measures 9 feet by 6 feet, may well be the largest discovered fossil. It features bite mark injuries on its distinctive frills. It was dug up in Hell Creek. Would-be buyers are invited to see the recently restored and mounted find, but must pay before taking it away. Good Lord. They weighed up to 12 tons, and they were herbivores that lived 65 million years ago and were dinner for T-Rex. It is absolutely enormous. Imagine having... Where would you keep something like that? That is just huge. But I do like the amulet of a dog worth £3 million. I hope to God it's genuine. The OAP, who comes from Taunton, says, my dad acquired all sorts of pieces, but this dog was seen as a trinket. He seems to have been somewhat mistaken. The Asian art expert, Alexander Clement, at Hall's Auctioneers in Shrewsbury, confirmed its approximate age, and it was jade. He valued it between £2 million and £3 million. I tell you, I wish I'd been collecting stuff like that for a long, long time, but you never get round to it, do you? A joker on the shop floor, the host of Just a Minute for 53 years, 20 million viewed his game show from Norwich. It's the Quiz of the Week, and now here's your host, Nicholas Parsons. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and what's the first item we tempt them with today, John Benson? We love Nicholas Parsons. He'd been around, let me tell you. I mean, lots of people who worked with him said, he's an inspiration to everybody. He did so much. He did so much. A gentleman, a TV and radio legend, a water rat, no less. But then the biggest ones aren't they? And everybody was talking about it. Philip Schofield, he says he was, and you'll hear this from everyone, one of the nicest, kindest, sweetest men. I never saw him underdressed. I only ever saw him looking immaculately dapper and smart. The Sale of the Century hostesses, they were wearing bikinis back in those days. And the 80-year-old woman who's been having sex for the first... They've caught this old little tow rag dumping tons and tons of bin liners. And so they were watching. Somebody tipped them off, actually. And he goes, because he's a bit thick. And, into court, £5,000 fine. £5,000. Fantastic. Won't be doing that again. Well, he probably will. He'd just be doing it somewhere else. Also, what was this one here? Heavy metal fan Caleb Hayes goes on stage with his heroes. Caleb, age 5, who comes from Cumbria, joined Slipknot after a clip of him air drumming at one of their gigs went viral. Drummer Jay Weinberg tweeted after the US band's Birmingham gig, "It was such a blast inviting young shredder Caleb. The lad's mum, Kim, says it's been surreal. I bet. I mean, seriously. So I have heard of Slipknot, but I couldn't tell you any of their tunes. Not my sort of thing. Dumped Love Islander Connor Durham. No, nobody knows who he is either. Not even he's sure. Sent a string of racist messages to an ex-girlfriend. He fired off the offensive WhatsApps to Stevie Lee Pitch. Another one of these ones. It's Chav City. Okay, double-barreled. Oh, do you live in a mansion? Nah, mate. No, I live Luton. When they broke up, when she admitted having sex with a black man, Connor called it rank and grim and branded her 2 other rude words. He was coupled with mixed-race Sophie Piper on the dating show. He's vowed to wait for her after being voted out on Monday. Loser. That's why you're a loser. Connor was coupled with her. Pal of Stevie Lee says it's disgusting, given who he's paired up with on the show. I hope Sophie will think twice when she finds out what he's been saying. Vile language. Absolutely. We catch them all out, don't we? They all get caught out eventually. You know, all these people that go, oh, I'm going to be on here. Look at that buffoon who shoots, endangered animals and then poses with them, a sick person. Got rid of him very quickly. Didn't want to hang around there, thank you, too much. And Yobs vandalised a war memorial on Holocaust Memorial Day by daubing They Forgot on the pavement in front of it. War memorials contain the words, lest we forget, in honour of the war dead. I hope they've actually, they've got them on CCTV. They will find them, I promise you. They're generally doing things like this. Somebody somewhere will sort of brag about it, or the CCTV will catch them. And then we can sort of deal with them, I think, and we can deal with them in the only way we know how. Send them to prison and just leave them to rot in there. Much easier. Oh dear, just when you thought we'd seen the last of Ryland Clark O'Neill, or Neil, whatever it is, he's now coming back with Ready, Steady, Cook. I mean, that finished its run years and years ago. And he says, previously fronted by Fern Britton and Ainsley Harriott, the show launched careers for James Martin and Campo de Gino. They've had all sorts of people on it, haven't they, really? New Cook signed up for it. It's being done in Glasgow for some reason. But as I say, we're still suffering with supermarket sweep, so we might as well try and kill another programme at the same time. Roman Kemp was still suffering from his stint in I'm a Celebrity. His uncle Gary Kemp claims, the former Spandau Ballet member and Theatre Trust ambassador who launched the annual Theatres at Risk register last night, said of Roman, I saw him over Christmas. He was still finding maggots in places he shouldn't. That's a joke. I can't do it. Somebody will make me do it, but I'm not going to do it. So lots of tributes in the papers this morning. Also, thousands of Britons warned about travelling to China. The answer is don't. They can't guarantee it. And where are you going to go? You can't go to some places, can you? Lorraine says Nicholas Parsons must be the last one of that era with the likes of Brucey and Ken Dodd. Their clean humour will be sadly missed. Yes. Oh, well, Ken Dodd's was very much tongue-in-cheek, wasn't it? It was very much double entendre. And Christine says Nicholas served his apprenticeship at the shipyards in Clydebank. His Glasgow accent was brilliant. And Lex says one of my favourite scenes in Love, actually, is when Bill Nighy's character, the ageing rock star, is talking to Ant and Dec and refers to one of them as Ant or Dec, pretty much like you just did. Won't comment on other similarities, just keep being magical you. Woo! Magical me, honestly, I ask you. Never thought about being magical, have we? It's always very interesting. Steve, why do GMB, Piers and Susanna, a class act, never get an award? Well, the programme got an award. Matt says, you talk of Ant and Dec. Do you know that Ant lives in Richmond? Well, they're both, one's Chiswick, one's Richmond, isn't it, I think? Chiswick, they used to live next door to each other, which is lovely. Here in Wales, says Bob, we have our version of Valentine's Day. It's St Dwynwen's Day, which dates back to the 5th century and is celebrated on the 25th of January. Oh, right. How does that work? Is it the same sort of thing? Same, I'm assuming it's the same sort of thing. I recently, says Kevin, did a customer service course at work and they showed us a list of the top 10 companies that give the best customer. And First Direct was at the top. Seems that's false information after your day yesterday. Yeah. But the trouble is that there's no accounting for what sort of qualified. You know, I might have been the only one that day who was left sitting there at the end of a telephone for 20 minutes where nobody can be bothered to talk to you. They've already spoken to you and then they say, back in a moment. Well, that was the last we heard of her. But you'd think because they know who you are that they would then phone you back and say, I'm so sorry, we got cut off. That would be the thing, I would have thought, actually. Steve, loving your show and attitude to life. I've had a horrid few days. My nephew, whom I spoilt and cherished as a little boy and throughout his life, threatened to beat me up over a silly argument I had with his mother. So, you're really lifting me, says Uncle Michael. Jackie says, I've just seen a dog on Bondi Vet on TV. No sound, with its front legs removed, walking around on its back legs. It's amazing. I think they've given him a couple of wheels. I've seen that done before. Have you seen where they give a dog a wheel? And sometimes, they, dogs who've got 3 legs can hop along. Bless their hearts. Honestly, I love watching all those programmes. Alan Davis is doing one at the moment about rescuing animals and sort of animals that they're trying to rehome with people. And that's always it, because they're always a bit more grateful, aren't they? Excuse me, a little slurp coming up. It's only because it's so blooming hot, this tea. And the mug is so big. Takes 2 hands to hold the blooming thing. Do I get the car washed today? Big decision. Not really, no. Oh, dear. Here's all the dresses worn. Kate Garraway, channeling a flamenco feel. I don't know what Caprice was doing there. I suppose it's a resurgence for her, whose career washed up ages ago. Susanna Reid in glam mode. And Motsi and Oti Mabuse, the dresses, ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Maura Higgins would say, got loads of coverage, but there again, the makeup is troweled on. If you see it without makeup, unrecognisable. Joanna Page looks lovely. And they said sleek, yet understated. Ruth Langsford, flaunting her enviable curves in a hot pink cold shoulder dress with ruffle detailing. And all the men are just wearing dinner jackets. It's so boring. But the best one was Holly Willoughby. I mean, really. Never fails to impress. I mean, you could stick her in a bin liner or spray her with duct tape and she'd still look sensational. She's just one of those sort of... You can't spray duct tape, can you? But she'd still look sensational. She'd look very good. Another one here. Wait a minute. And I got up this morning at what I thought was my usual time of 5:50. I don't think so. We haven't got there yet. And I've had a shower. I got dressed before walking downstairs to have breakfast, which is my usual routine every morning, only to find out when I looked at the clock it was 4:45. And now I don't know what to do to fill in the time before I have to get the train to work at 7. I had to reset the time on the clock by the bed. And I must have set it to the wrong time. I'm so stupid. I don't want to do that again for another hour. So I did notice something was wrong with the heater, which doesn't come on till 5:30. Why don't you go to work early? Is it possible to go to work early? If ever I wake up early, which I do most of the time, I think I'll drive into work, which is okay. You can do that. That's actually quite a nice thing to do. Kevin says, I'll introduce you to Slipknot's music, but I think you've guessed that if I like them, you won't. He says, check out Wait and Bleed. Thank you, Kevin, the milkman. Yes, I mean, I could always tell if Kevin the milkman likes it, it's not going to be my sort of thing at all. So it's called what? Wait and Bleed. Mind you, I still like that Lordy. Hard rock. Hallelujah. That was so good. That won Eurovision. It was so blooming unusual. I just thought it was a great song. Great song. I loved it. Wait and Bleed, honestly. Listening in Thailand, says Michael. Lucky enough to work at Thames TV as an asset floor manager on many shows, including Benny Hill. He was always trying to corpse Nicholas, but he always got through the sketch okay. Always wore a sweater when he was relaxing, never a T-shirt. Great man of all trades. Yes, I mean, he was always immaculate. Mind you, I've discovered actually that all the members, the Lady Rattlings and the Water Rats, always immaculate. Seriously. Jackie says, I think Meet the Midwife deserves an award. Yes. Call the Midwife, yes. And also, how many more TV shows is Ryland going to present? Oh, don't worry, because it'll fizzle out. As fast as it starts, it'll fizzle out. They're all things with short-term contracts, which is safer, I think. Are you a fan of porridge, says Donny? I've got a voucher for some, thank you. Thought we were going to be talking about the television programme, but we decided not to talk about the television programme. But I do like porridge, actually, but I've no intention of going into one of those sort of cafes. Oh, dear. Somebody else says, Drill Master. Who's Drill Master? Drill Minster. What's that? What's Drill Minster? Is he a rapper? Oh, right. Oh, how interesting. I was thinking the other day, actually, they were talking about something, and we heard from Amy Lame, who's the sort of the night czar for London. What the hell she does, nobody's got the faintest idea. Amy Lame, bad drag. But what does she do? Supposed to be making sort of London life much better at night. No, it's exactly the same as it was. It needs, don't think we need a night czar, thank you very much indeed. I also thought that was a very odd point. How many people know Slipknot, ladies and gentlemen? And also Lordy, Will Guyatt, says, I once looked after Lordy for a day of press. In full makeup from 8 till 5, it was 32 degrees outside, the aroma still lingers. Amazing, amazing. And my friend Ian said, here we go, Kevin, Slipknot's best song is the Heretic Anthem, because he knows about these things. And I introduced Lordy at an awards ceremony, and they got stuck getting onto the stage because the outfits couldn't get through the stage door. I thought it was those wings that came up at the... Have you ever seen Lordy? Do you ever see them on Eurovision? Yeah. Hard rock. Hallelujah. It was the woman who was playing keyboards who did the vocal harmonies. Fantastic. But isn't it funny? Something completely different, but yet a really catchy song. And it scooped the board, as they say. Scooped the board. We were so delighted. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Could not have been more thrilled. Other people telling me about... amazing how many people are fans of Lordy. I didn't know we had that many fans of Lordy. But I've never bought the albums, but I just quite like that sort of hard rock. It goes very well in Europe. Very well in Europe. And that I do. Did you ever watch Four in a Bed? Yes, I was quite disappointed when I first saw it. Thought it was something completely different. And I saw an episode yesterday that had Charlotte Church's parents on it. Wow. That was worth watching, says Eddie. In it, petulant or what? I like that. Did you ever meet Princess Diana? No, but she was a listener. She was a listener to the programme. Diana used to really enjoy the programme. Really enjoy it. The reason I can say that is because she's not with us anymore. You can say anything you like. Hope you're keeping warm, Steve. Sad for the loss of Nicholas Parsons. I used to love, says Sam in Windlesham, Sale of the Century. My mum used to crack the same joke every time. Nicholas Pardon shouldn't climb trees. Took me a while as I was very young. Loving the show. I'm smiling through chemo. Oh, God. That's a bit painful, isn't it, really? That is a bit painful, so I wish you the best with that one. It doesn't sound very nice. Not at all. I'm keeping warm, actually. I'm very much warmer in the studio. Well, everything's going so fast nowadays. I can't believe it. They've got Scotland Yard story in the Mirror today. Scotland Yard must probe Prince Andrew's links to Jeffrey Epstein. Well, absolutely. Absolutely. When did he first meet him? I think Ghislaine I think she's going to add to this. Something's going on somewhere. And I'm never wrong. Generally, once I get the feeling for something, it generally happens around. We still have one national treasure left, Steve, from a bygone era. Here we go. This is where you all write in with who you think your national treasures are. Roy Hudd. Used to love the news headlines. Can still see him recreating Underneath the Arches. He used to do that with Leslie Crowther, didn't he? I've done After Dinner Speaking with Roy Hudd. He's very good. He's very very, very good. In fact, he's absolutely brilliant. I can't say anything more about him apart from he's brilliant. And so there you go. Bish in Northampton says, I can still see him doing Underneath the Arches on the good old days. Yeah, lovely man. Really lovely man. And somebody else saying, don't worry, Steve, I can introduce you to Slipknot's music. It's very kind of you, but I'll live without it. Unless it all sounds like Lordy. Because I want to see what they all look like without their makeup and their grotesque masks and everything else. Probably end up looking a bit like Corey, because Corey's a goth, and he likes goth music. He's got all the goth album and wears the goth clothes. Has he got too much eyeliner? I know, that's the trouble. You see, the trouble is years ago we'd have taken the Michael out of him, but you can't do it now. Equal rights for goths, apparently, so we don't have to be rude about his eyeliner. Equal right for Corey's, yes, absolutely. But have you noticed, though, his hair's definitely growing? I noticed it the other day, and it's almost back to where you were, isn't it? It's not far off it, just a little bit. You're going to get it cut again? No, leave it as it is. Yeah, leave it as it is. I think it's much, much better, actually, the way it is. I wish I could grow my hair that long, but I can't. What else we got here? This is people who are claiming they're all rowing across the Atlantic. And you always go, well, I mean, did you really? Or have you just said you rowed across the Atlantic? I'd like to see proof. I'm very cynical, very cynical. Here it is, drivers hit by the cold snap. This is truckers on the M6, one of the coldest nights. The blizzard hit Shap in Cumbria, while further north, drivers were stuck for hours. on the M74 in Scotland after a stretch was closed between junctions 14 and 15. I do think it looks pretty, though. I know. I'm seriously, I'm speaking from a base of me. Nobody else agrees with me. They all go, no, it's horrible to drive in. And I go, yeah, I appreciate that. But it's just that it does look so pretty. There's some lovely pictures of bits of the countryside, little villages where they've got, completely cut off, and it all looks. And I remember it when I was little. In our village, we used to get cut off as well. So here they are, the Heinz and Fortnum and Mason tomato ketchup truffles. Heinz have teamed up with Fortnum and Mason to create the milk, white and dark shell truffles with a blonde chocolate ganache and a Heinz tomato ketchup centre. They come in a heart-shaped box and will be on sale from tomorrow at about 20 quid, give or take 5p, and plenty of time for Feb the 14th. Heinz have described the soft stand as having a tangy tomato taste. I don't know if you can do, actually, tomato ketchup and chocolate. But they obviously think so because they're selling them at Fortnum's. Sophie Young says they've developed something truly and unexpectedly delicious. There you go, ketchup and chocolate, two of the nation's most loved foods. I don't want any, boys, if you're thinking of trekking to Fortnum & Mason's to buy me a box of heart-shaped chocolates with tomato ketchup centres. Perhaps we should... So when's that? Feb the 14th, isn't it? That's just a couple of days before we do the Leicester Square Theatre. Perhaps we should go and get some boxes of them or something. Throw them at people. We can give everybody a little sample, couldn't we? They gave me sweets last time I was there. I had a dressing room full of sweets. There was a basket on the table, but I'm liking Vicky's idea of the 2 bottles of Prosecco. Do I have a rider? Oh, I generally get a car or something like that in. Do I demand that? Oh, I see. No, I don't. No, I don't know. I don't know why. Nobody's ever asked. What would I ask for? Well, I said yesterday cheese and pickle sandwiches. Be quite nice. Warburton's Pockets. I had 2 of those the other day, actually. I sort of opened it up and I put some cheese in there and everything else and popped it in the toaster. It was quite delicious. Quite delicious. But I bought the cheese from the Co-op and it wasn't very nice cheese. It was sliced cheddar, but I don't know from which generation. So I might go and get some posh thing. Or I might just go and get some grated cheese. That's quite nice. And then stick a little bit of pickle in there as well at the same time. A little bit of Branston pickle. Not ketchup. You can't put ketchup in things like that. But I like them. I think they're a brilliant idea. I've used wraps before now. You get the big round ones. I like those. You put in some grated cheese, a little bit of cut ham, a little bit of mayonnaise. That's quite delicious, actually. Oh, stop it, Stephen. Stop talking about food. It's ridiculous. We had cancellations on trains yesterday at Waterloo Station. I was a bit disappointed. But we'd had a lovely interview. Lovely interview yesterday we had. Everybody was agreeing that it was really, really nice with Robert Bathurst as well, who then went on to do Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. I thought, I got him first, but you heard their one before I did. He was lovely, absolutely charming. We had a really nice chat, and the show that he's in, we'll give you details of. I think it's this coming weekend. We're going to be running it on In Conversation. So if you think of any other national treasures, somebody's mentioned Roy Hudd. Who else is there out there? Who else? Do tell me. National treasures, Jackie thinks Anne Widdecombe and Ken Clarke. No, I'm not really into Ken Clarke at all, actually. But I can see Anne Widdecombe being a national treasure. I could see that one going. And Steve, it's my last 6 a.m. start at Waitrose today. Then I'm off to start a 9 to 5. So it's my last day of being one of your regular listeners. Oh, I'm so depressed. Concerned about the spread of coronavirus. Lots on LBC about that. And if Kevin the Milkman likes Slipknot, you should listen to limitlessband.co.uk. They're under 15 years old. Young rockers from the West Midlands. Or from the Midlands. Right. Oh, that's an interesting one, isn't it? So they're called limitlessband.co.uk. Can we put those up? Limitless Band. I think it's, limitlessband.co.uk. They're under... How can you be under 15? That seems incredibly young to be in a sort of a rock band like that. Let's have a look at them. They come from the West Midlands. They've always got their own website. So we can all have a quick look and see what we're saying. Are you having trouble spelling limitless? It's everybody has the thing. So it's limitless. Oh, there they are. Oh, right. Good Lord above. There's a girl in the band. A girl, ladies and gentlemen. They're very young, aren't they? Well, they said they were very young. They're all under 15. Look at that. Cool. Oh, blimey. I wonder what their music's like. A girl is obviously fronting it. And then you've got four boys or is it four boys? Oh, wow. Well done to them. There you go. You've had your mention on national radio. Limitless.co.uk. Limitless. Can we hear just a fraction? Just a little... Here we go. Brace yourself. They come up with rude words. We're going to be in dreadful trouble, aren't we? Oh, this is definitely Kevin the Milkman sort of music. Even Corey's getting a bit into this one, isn't he? Yeah, there is no string section on this one. Oh, it's all right. Oh, there's an older person at the front. He's just helping. Oh, that's nice, thank you. Yeah, I thought you would. Yeah, it's right up your street. It's goth through and through, isn't it? We always say goth because it always winds him up. We don't mean it. We only mean it in fun, ladies and gentlemen. So, poor old Katie pick up a penguin price. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, dear me. What does that mean? Oh, God, don't even go there. She can't sell that pink car. They've had to reduce the price by 10,000 quid. But, I mean, ask yourself the honest-to-God question. Who, in God's name, is going to be buying that car? Thank you very much indeed. The provenance is Katie Price. I think it comes with a hindrance. A hindrance. You don't want anything like that. So they've had to reduce the price. They're saying, we can do easy terms. Oh, dear. Can't think of anything worse. So, no money coming in for her. No money coming in for her. I'm assuming, anyway, she doesn't get the money anyway. It goes to the official... person who declared her bankrupt in the first place. So it's still sitting there on the forecourt. I mean, that's been months now, hasn't it? Normally cars have a fairly good turnover. I think the only thing that this has actually got is the novelty value, that it was owned by Katie Price. And that's it. Hardly a recommendation. Who on earth would want to buy a pink Range Rover? Unless you're really out to lunch. Definitely. There was the final whistle sounds for Nicholas Parsons. 52 years hosting radio's Just a Minute. Panellist Paul Merton was on there. He was very good sport, actually. I remember talking to him about doing the Rocky Horror Show, where he played the narrator. And he was very good at it. He was very good at everything he did, actually. But he was a good straight man, very good. He said, and as you know, as a good straight man, you know how to throw out lines so the comic will have the good springboard to come back. You also know how to make a joke at your own expense. Radio does not, of course, make a performer recognisable, but it was thanks to his hosting of Sale of the Century on ITV that his face would become better known. I mean, good-looking boy, Nicholas Parsons, good-looking boy. Fantastic innings, 96. 96. I mean, that is just unbelievable. Hugh Grant says, being a dad tamed me. And still to come, the tomb of a 2,000-year-old soldier. All of that on Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. First of all, though, let's have a check, shall we? It's interesting, actually. Audrey says, don't forget Jimmy Tarbuck. And also Biggins, who was best man at Nicholas Parsons' wedding, shared some hilarious stories about the broadcasting legend. Bernard Cribbins from the Railway Children is still with us. And Steve says, my friend's wife has a pink Bentley. Oh, ghastly. Actually, Lady Penelope had a pink Bentley, didn't she? Lady Penelope, a pink... I've seen it, actually. Tory, is this you? It says here, my national treasure would be David Attenborough, Judi Dench, Lenny Henry, Ian McKellen and producer Thomas. Well, who wrote that? Is that you, writing as another name? All right. Well, it says Tory here, and I'm assuming you've done it to sort of put us off the scent. It's you, isn't it? You've sent it as yourself. I wonder why you've been voting for producer Thomas as a living legend. Kind of gave yourself away there. I mean, all the best spelling in the world, and then you come up with Tory at the very end of it. Not fooling me, I think. Bernard Cribbins, yes, very good. Steve, Twickenham Station main entrance is now open. Is it? Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. Well, you're going to get a Marks and Spencer's up there. You're going to get a Greggs. There's a couple of other bits and pieces, which is quite good. National Treasures, Steve. Barbara Windsor, of course. David Jason. Helen Mirren. I mean, there are actually loads, aren't there? I didn't realise how many there would be. And Jacob says... busy day today. Many meetings followed by a delicious supper of bangers and mash. Finally feeling better after 3 days of having some pretty severe diabetic complications. Jake, thank you very much indeed. That's my favourite Methodist minister. Bangers and mash. I hope you're having it with onion gravy. Do you have onion gravy over there in Minnesota? I'm only assuming... It's funny, isn't it, when you sort of say, hey, do you have onion gravy? Because sometimes people might not have. But if you're going to have mashed potato, and it's got to be mashed potato with lashings of butter in it... Do you call butter butter? I have to keep checking all these things because I can't remember. It all changes. And then onion gravy drizzled over the top of the sausages with mashed potato. Oh, that's... I mean, bit of Marmite in the gravy. Eh? Oh. I'm looking... Steve Allen Marmite. He's opened the jar. I gave him a jar of Steve Allen Marmite and the pig's already opened it. What's going on? I said you're not supposed to open it. It's a souvenir. It's almost finished. Don't be so ridiculous. It can't be almost finished. It's not physically possible. That should last you 5 years, that jar. Really? It's not tiny. That's the biggest jar they make. My friend Kevin... I didn't give you a small jar. I didn't. No, I didn't. I gave you a normal-sized jar. You're such a fibber, honestly. It's a posh jar. Kevin Hughes, who's coming in for work. National Treasures, Michael Palin, I think got an award at the NTAs, didn't he? Mary Berry, there you go. How many people forgot that? David Attenborough, Dame Vera Lynn, he says, and Anton Deck, and not just because I'm right in the middle of them in their annual press room selfie from the awards last night, and Steve Allen, obvious, and I can recall the smell of Lordy. Those costume and masks were never washed. Kevin, I mean, I don't know where he gets his stamina from. I really don't. He works for one of our sister stations, just at the end of this room. I did not give you a small jar of Marmite. It was the big jar, because I only bought the big jar. They don't make it in a small jar. Well, it's not got Steve Allen on it. No, it's not. They only make the big jars. You are such a liar. Why are you lying? And making me look as though I bought different sized jars. They're all exactly the same. You've got one, haven't you, Corey? But they're all big ones. They don't make them in any other size. They're not. They aren't. They're just normal. It's bigger than a normal sized jar. It so is. You are really in trouble. You wait till your girlfriend arrives then. I tell you, I got a few surprises up my sleeve for her, let me tell you. So, she'll be going back with a flea in her ear, back to wherever she comes from in America. Oh, I'm so in love with you and all the rest. And he's going to take 2 days off. It'll be longer than that. Steve, I would imagine Katie Price's car smells of stale cigarettes and other things. Well, she doesn't smoke. She doesn't smoke, so I shouldn't imagine it. She's been trying to woo back the old boyfriend. I don't know why anybody would want to go back out with her again. She's quite revolting. Quite revolting. Also, I'm still going with bangers and mash, but I'm not sure about Marmite. In what? In the gravy? Or... Really? Oh. A little spoonful from your little tiny, itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny yellow polka dot bikini vase jar. You know, which is not. They're all big sizes. Lorraine came up with Vera Lynn being our national treasure. Oh, she is absolutely. Mind you, do you think the Queen could be a national treasure? Could we have... Don't smile. Don't smile. Who did that once? Oh, it was in Fawlty Towers again. He'd had this builder in, O'Reilly. And O'Reilly had put in a wall where the kitchen door was. And Sybil came in to go into the... And Basil looks at it and goes... And he knocks on the wall to try and find out how he's going to get in. And Mr. O'Reilly says, don't worry, bit of a, little lick of paint here, lick of paint there. And then he smiles and Basil goes, oh, for God's sake, don't smile. Don't smile. And Manuel, look at it. The door had vanished. They were so good, though. They only made 13, didn't they? But each one was an absolute gem. Things like that just make you smile. Even if you're there... I saw a lady friend of mine the other day in Twickenham. She'd done her back in. When she turned round, the whole body turns round and said, oh, join the club. We get to that age now, and all of a sudden... our bodies start giving up on us, which is not so good. Lenny Henry, would he be Steve says, I always put Marmite in my beef gravy and have been known to glaze the beef with it. Steve says, Pauline Billericay. Cliff, of course. Of course. Norman Wisdom, an absolute treasure, not around today. And I think anybody in the carry-ons. How about Joanna Lumley? Dawn French, says Michael. Yeah. They're all national treasures, aren't they? I tell you one thing, I love Joanna Lumley. Every time she comes in, she's got that voice. Oh, Steve. She'll say to me, oh, Steve. It's lovely. I mean, really, really sweet. And she always puts on the voice for us because that's it. People just go, oh, please do it. I know it sounds awful. Please put on the voice. It's fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, Judi Dench would be a national treasure. I think so. Definitely. Elvis used to drive a pink Cadillac. Yeah, Murray Walker? Not really. Not really Murray Walker. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think he'd be a national treasure. Another one here. So a lot of people voting for Barbara Windsor. How about Mick Fleetwood? He's doing a show, apparently, Mick Fleetwood, at the London Palladium next month. Could be the perfect time to catch him, says Michelle. Could be. I shall put it to the producer, he who should be obeyed, who's taking 2 days off to go and sort of scrape round the inside of his little teeny tiny Marmite jar, which is not, of course, as teeny tiny as he likes to make out. I can always tell when he's lying. His lips are moving. It's as simple as that. And somebody else puts Marmite in there. I've never even thought about it. I just thought that, why would you? Another one here. Do you miss Jeremy Kyle? Not really. I mean, I used to wonder why nobody had laid him out. I don't know what he's doing now. He's a bit like Prince Andrew, not doing anything at all. But sort of, perhaps he's abroad. David Jason, yes, he'd be a national treasure. Definitely. Steve, how about Brian Blessed? Oh, he would be a national treasure. Somebody says, how about June Whitfield? Well, she's dead. So I don't think you can qualify, really. And Desert Island Discs is 78. Yes, I don't know who it used to be Roy Plumley's Desert Island Discs, didn't it? And then there were various other people who took it on. I don't know who's actually doing it at the moment. I really don't know. Is it the girl who used to read the news on Channel 5? Can't remember her name now, but I'm sure she was presenting it. Another one here. Monica says, I don't care if the jar was small, big or even enormous. Stop mentioning Marmite, this vile substance. Come on, Monica. You need to go on that thing on the television, don't you? Where they hypnotise you and all of a sudden you're going, give me more Marmite. Give me the Marmite. I really want the Marmite. I love Marmite. Because most people are a bit funny about it, aren't they? They always say, so-and-so's Marmite. I mean, some people love it and some people don't love it. But I quite like it. Not thickly on, but just sort of nice. Another one here, which says somebody else nominating Norman Wisdom, but still not around. And I'll have to check on Elvis with a pink car. I don't think he'd be seen driving a pink car. Do you? Making sandwiches as we speak, Steve. Chorizo and cheese. Oh. Kevin from Wallingham. Prince Andrew is a national treasure. Well, he should be put in the ground, I suppose, that way. And here lies a national treasure. What's this one here? Elvis Presley's pink Cadillac. Yeah, but the trouble is when he has it, it looks butch. Looks bush. A full-size luxury car, 4-door sedan. How lovely. It's in the Graceland Museum. The Graceland Museum in Memphis, Tennessee. I've never been, but I know people who are big fans. Big fans. And Stuart Manning, in between the gym, he says, Tony Blackburn and you are my national treasures. Woo! Tony Blackburn, even mentioned in the same sentence as Tony Blackburn, elevates me to a new position in the radio hierarchy. if indeed there is such a thing as radio hierarchy. Somebody said to me the other day, there's everything saying, are you a better broadcaster than Chris Moyles? I said, I don't think it works like that, does it? Every broadcaster, unless you're copying somebody else's act, should be totally individual. So you can't say that somebody's better than somebody else. We're all just sort of radio presenters. I'm not knocking it in any way, shape or form, but I don't think there's any sort of hierarchy in the business. People who've been in it a long while and people who've not been in it very long at all, and some people who won't be in it for much longer if they can't work out what size jar of Marmite they got. But I don't want to mention it again because it's really beginning to now annoy me beyond belief. I'm so angry about the fact that I spent so much money buying him that present, and what do I get for it? No thanks. Go on, bring it in tomorrow then. You bring it in. It's bigger than a normal sized jar. It's got to be because it's got the label. You know how big it is. You've got one. Yes, they only made that size. Look, it's not, is it? You know he's lying. Do you swear on your mother's life? Do you swear? Don't just nod your head like that with your fingers crossed. Swear on what? I now know you're lying. I know. I can tell when you're lying. It's not a small jar. It's not. They didn't make small jars. They wouldn't get my name on the label, would they? Very bitter. Very bitter. I shan't buy you anything else now. I've decided. Corey can have all your presents. All the things I was going to buy for him, Corey, you can have it. Faye Barker says, how about, here we go, Sir Trevor McDonald as a national treasure? He's got a big jar of Marmite, hasn't he? In the cupboard. I can't get mine out. It's cemented itself in there. But I've got 2 left. 2 super jars of Steve Allen Marmite. And then the piddly little thing that you've got. I can't believe you've actually opened it and you're using it. It's not supposed to be opened. You'll be telling me next you've used the tea towel. No, you've not used the tea towel. I thought not. You have to have that framed and just put up in the kitchen with the jar of Marmite. Extraordinarily huge size. Strangely enough, we were talking yesterday about the Wombles of Wimbledon Common, and Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, unfortunately it arrived in too late, says the Wombles lived in the Cannizzaro Park bit of Wimbledon Common. My great-uncle Ernie worked for Merton Council and built their borough. So there you go. I don't know who's madder, you or me. He says hello to Pat and Christine. Thank you, Michael, very much indeed. And then poor Angie Greaves. She sent me a thing yesterday. She says, oh, my God, I've just woken up to the Steve Allen show talking about Nene Leakes on Real Housewives of Atlanta. Love it. The show is a riot. And Russell Grant said, so right about pronunciation. Another Monday morning triumph, Steve. I like that. And Lisa says, based upon your many tales of baby sprouts, today's veg will consist of crispy roast potatoes and Little Beauties baby sprouts. Oh, I can eat a whole portion of baby sprouts. Crispy roast potatoes as well, though. I mean, that just sounds brill. I might have something exotic today. Dame Maggie Smith would definitely be a national treasure. No 2 ways about it, Dan. No 2 ways about it. Miriam Margulies says, Kathy, yes, I think you could include there. And Steve, how about none of them are national treasures, just overrated people? Oh, Dave, you mustn't be so bitter. We know life has bypassed you, you know. Not all of them are earning the money you think they're earning. Well, they're certainly earning more than you, but that's the way it goes. And, Steve, no show host in the whole of Global can operate the desk as well as Moyles can, says Anthony. Do you have a picture of Moyles on your tweet? That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Is that like stalking? Has Nick Abbott got a picture? Oh, Nick Abbott. Yeah, I've never operated a desk actually. I can't. I don't think I can actually. No, I'm pretty certain. Lorraine says, have you started thinking about what Christmas songs are going on your CD? No, not yet. I'm going to get the show out of the way. And Judy in Great Bentley says, I'm pretty certain it's Tony Blackburn's birthday today. We'll check. I don't think it is, actually. It didn't crop up in my list. Marmite and Dairy Lee on toast. Oh, Dairy Lee, we used to love that. The individual those little, oh, they were nice, weren't they? That's Judy in Great Bentley. Is it Tony Blackburn's birthday today? How old is he? 77? Is he? Sensational. Very good impression, thank you. Very good impression. I'm here all week. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Oh, another one. Thank you very much. I've had to be to trouble three in less than a minute. Has he got? No, nobody's got personalised Marmite jars except me, and they're all the same size, large. The box was huge. It was as big as you would store an elephant in. You're not going to open up a box that would store an elephant to find a little piddly jar of Marmite sitting in the bottom of it. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, do a deal with Marmite. Get your personalised Marmite made up for your charity this year, says Monzi. The trouble is it's too heavy to post out. A jar of Marmite, the big jars, weigh quite a bit. But I ordered 4, so I've got Steve Allen Marmite. It's got my name on the label, and very nice it is too. I like it. But we could make thousands, actually. Also, so the Marmite and Dairy Lee on toast. It's quite a good one, isn't it, really? Marmite and Dairy Lee. Dairy Lee is so nice. I'm not sure if it's any good for you, but I like all those. What's going on here? Oh, Nick Ferrari, is he a national treasure? He could be. He's not old enough. He's not old enough to be a national treasure. Well, I'm pretty certain he isn't. Gloria Honeyford, says Rudy, a national treasure. Michael Parkinson, yeah. God, there's loads. Loads. Dan is the one who says Dame Maggie Smith, so we went along with that one, definitely. Roger Lloyd Pack, an absolute favourite of every household, says Alan. Won't be a popular choice. Really? Why? We like Roger Lloyd Pack, don't we? I do. I seem to like everybody, actually, at the moment. I'm beginning to worry. But Judy, you're quite right. It was Tony Blackburn's birthday today. 77. I mean, blimey. I'm catching up fast. John Peel, says George in Tennessee. John Peel's still around? I don't know if John Peel is still with us. Is he still with us? I don't know. I can't remember half the time. Michael Caine, says Donna in Bedford. There you go. There's another. I only told you to blow the bloody doors off. John Peel's gone. Yeah, I thought he had. 2004. That is a while away. Good Lord. A while away, a while away, a while away, a while away, while away, a while away, a while away. National Treasures, Barry Cryer and Roy Hudd says Nicole, Papa. Yeah, Barry Cryer, definitely. Just don't ever follow him for an after-dinner speech. He's so good. So good. Joanna Lumley. A lot of people like Joanna Lumley, which is very good. Very pleased. One here. Producer Henry is one of our national treasures. I mean, seriously, just he's going to get the back of his legs slapped, isn't he, later on? Or perhaps we could just hit him over the head with the giant jar of Marmite. He didn't have a small one, did he? Oh. My nomination for National Treasure is Paul O'Grady. Please include him, as I love his humour, not unlike your good self. I think I probably pinched it from him. The Queen is a national treasure. Yes, I think Stuart Manning said the same thing. He's a big fan of the Queen, and why not, for goodness sake? Also, Marmite comes in a squeezable pot. Yeah, this is named Marmite. This is Steve Allen Marmite. Made by Marmite, but the label is Steve Allen. It's very nice. I bought 4 of them. I gave one to my brother, I think. I gave one to the producer. I'm getting that back. And he's not having it anymore. Corey got one as well. But I think I've got 2 left. Or did I buy 8? I remember thinking, they don't do it anymore. Perhaps they only do it for, No bauble then for Christmas, says Carol in Rushford, for Make Some Noise. I'm just worried about sending things out. Do you see, a tea towel was easy to send out. But if you're sending out some of these other things. Somebody's put up Prince Philip as a national treasure, and I wouldn't disagree. He's 98. Bless his heart. Steve, I didn't know what I'd started when I mentioned Roy Hudd. I think it's only when you lose somebody like Nicholas Parsons that you suddenly realise that, he was a lovely man. He really was a lovely man. But when he fell over, I think he was up in Scotland, he fell over, and I thought then, that's not good. The older you are when you fall over, the worse it actually gets. All the Beatles, Steve, and all the Rolling Stones, and Queen, says John in Newcastle, who's a fan of big supergroups. Although, actually, we never called the Beatles a supergroup, did we? It was always sort of REO Speedwagon and Journey and sort of things like that. Henry Paget, in any other day, would be called the biggest Queen going. He wore very outrageous costumes. He also went bankrupt some years ago. He got himself into massive debt. There was an auction of his effects. It lasted 40 days with 17,000 lots going under the hammer. His jewel-bedecked outfit for Henry V was said to have cost £40,000, the equivalent of 4.8 million today. And his costume for Aladdin may have cost as much as 100,000, some 12 million in today's money. There's a picture of him because his jewelled tiara comes up for sale. What it's going to cost, I've got no idea, but he did run up debts equivalent to £60 million. He had a converted chapel. It was turned into the Gaiety Theatre. He was left with £3,000 a year to live on. The tiara was saved from the debt collectors. What it's going to be worth, I've got no idea. But it sounds fantastic. The story you can read inside the Express. Diamonds were this man's best friend. I mean, he was over the top. It was a family mining business. It brought in 110,000 a year, which is about 11 million in today's money. And he spent, boy, did he spend it. And he did buy a jewellery shop for his wife, Lillian. And he had a penchant for dressing up. He used to stroll through the streets of London's Mayfair with a snow-white poodle under his arm, its collar a pink ribbon. The exhaust of his 5 cars was said to have been adapted to spray out perfume. I mean, he really was over the top. He really was. But hundreds of pairs of shoes in leather, crocodile skin and suede, alongside skating boots, silk tap. Where does this stuff go to? He had no children, so the title and family estate passed to his cousin, Charles Henry Alexander Paget, who became the 6th Marquess of Anglesey. So I wonder where it all is. But the tiara stayed in the family. It's a fascinating story about somebody you've never, ever heard of. Amazing, isn't it, really? Still to come, it's a lovely picture of Carol Vorderman making her debut as a weather girl in Wales, of all places. They like their weather girls over there. And the mum, helped by TV star Jason Manford, dies. She had a 15-year battle with lung cancer. So that's very sad. Terminally ill she was. She's died. Only 31. Only 31. He helped raise a lot of money. So he gets a thumbs up at long last. Freezing Britain, minus 10 degrees last night. Not good. Soap star Barbara Knox. Rita. Oh, I really don't know Rita. There's another one. It's uncanny, isn't it? It's almost like Mavis walked in the room. Oh, I don't really know. It's uncanny. I could recreate the whole of a soap opera in this studio with no more talent than what I've got in my throat. Anyway, she's worried her character will get the chop. What now? Alan's Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday, the 29th of January. 2 days to pay your tax or file or do something. Or contact them and say, I'm terribly sorry, I haven't got the money. And they'll go, were you at the NTAs the other day? Were you one of those talentless people from Love Island who turned up, or somebody from Towie? Because to be honest with you, I mean, it's run its course, hasn't it now? The tributes pouring in for Nicholas Parsons, all over the papers. Everybody loved Nicholas Parsons. Everybody loved him. And you could watch Sale of the Century. When you look at the prizes, and they go, today a set of books and 1 penny. Who's going to be buying? And they go, I'll pay for it for a penny, and things like that. Katie Price can't sell the pink car. Well, it's not a case she can't sell it. She's had to give it to a dealer, and she wouldn't get the money anyway. It would go back to the people who declared her bankrupt. Plus, gay footballers could make millions, says a gay footballer, provided you come out now before there's a rush of everybody coming out. Because if somebody comes out as a gay footballer in the First Division, of which there must be a few, let me tell you, and in some of the other clubs, after you've had about the 3rd or 4th one coming out, people would just be a bit blasé about it and just go, oh, no, not another gay footballer. It's like, I was sick to death of people who were turning up on Celebrity Big Brother and things like that, and not even Celebrity Big Brother, going, I've got a secret. I thought, here we go again. And the secret was always sort of patently obvious. Duffy bows out of Casualty, which will make sense if you're a Casualty fan, because you will know exactly who she is. The government get nearer to licensing electric scooters, but they're going to make sure they don't go more than 15 miles an hour. Well, having seen people riding electric scooters all over the place, they're a blooming danger. Wait for the first death. Because at the moment they actually... And you can buy them all over the place. They're actually selling them. We have a Halfords bike shop in Twickenham, and they sell electric scooters. They were selling them in Costco, and you see them all over the place now. I'm just waiting for the first person to hit the motorway and start bombing down the motorway at 30 miles an hour. Because I tell you, they're death traps. They're death traps. You can't, because everybody will have them. Everybody will have them. At the moment, Katie Price's children have got quad bikes. Well, anything more dangerous should be hard pushed to find. Let's hope they're sort of on limiters, so they can't go that fast. Freezing Britain plunged last night. Minus 10 degrees, not in London. London was sort of relatively okay. Still a bit chilly out there. Still a bit chilly. Happy birthday to Tim Healy, the actor. The Fire Risk washing machine, still for sale on eBay. The fly tipper caught in the act at a beauty spot. And the grave of an Iron Age warrior. We love it when they find... We love it when they find things like that. Oh, chair broken again, is it, or something? Or did you not manage to work that bit out? Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. Well, I don't remember that happening at all. Yeah, fancy that happening on my watch. Sorry, we decided to lower all the chairs in the studio. I get the same. Don't throw things. It's not very pleasant. Also, what was the other one? The story of Auschwitz is a Costa winner, which is good. The good, the great and the talentless at the NTAs. That's why, they're never going to give it to Love Island and things like that because it's bimbo time, isn't it? And we've had quite enough of that, thank you very much indeed. The dinosaur skull, which is nice. The garage bungalows I've still got. The Love Island race row, which was interesting. And the driver who claimed she was dying of cancer to dodge a speeding fine and then was caught out, has just been jailed for 8 months. That'll teach you. That'll teach you. Plus, what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, the son of the nanny killed by Lord Lucan claims he's found him in Australia. I don't think it's very likely, really. Waiting for an operation. I don't think so. Coronation Street, as they come up to a big anniversary, they want Emily Bishop back. Which is a nice idea. We liked Emily Bishop. The trouble is, she's 88 now, which actually is not far away, not hugely far away from Barbara Knox. She's worried she's going to start forgetting her lines and they're going to drop the character. But because she says she wouldn't know what to do. And so I think they leave her. I think you leave her. I think anybody in soaps who's been there after 30 or 40 years, you leave them. It's so much easier because otherwise they go into a decline. You don't want somebody's death on your conscience, do you? And a brave shop worker tackling a man holding a hand grenade. It was in a phone shop. He was angry because the bloke who owns the phone shop didn't want to buy his phones. Presumably they were either nicked or something like that. So he goes in there with a hand grenade. And luckily somebody wrestles him to the ground. They had it in one of those police programmes last night. Not a hand grenade, but somebody who was in somewhere. And when he was in custody, he then starts spitting at the police officers. So they get a spit hood out. And then he starts kicking off with every bit of language under the sun. I've discovered that the police spend most of their time with domestic disputes going on. People phoning up. I've heard all these 999, what's your emergency? Normally it would be house on fire, somebody's nicked the car. No, my wife's just come back, she's drunk and she's locked me out of the house. And you think, I'd just go, yeah, whatever, and put the phone down. I'd be very unsympathetic, I'm afraid. The police aren't there to sort out stupid domestics. We had it the other day. The woman who'd phoned up to complain about her husband started attacking the police officers when they turn up. How does that one work out? Also, the gran who saved all her money in Bisto tins. And then somebody came in and cleared them all away. How much money did she have in Bisto tins? £20,000. £20,000. And it got thrown away. Luckily, they found it again. It was retrieved. Because you kind of worry about that. We've all done it, haven't we? I keep money in a plastic jug. I keep all my coins, and then every so often I take them up to Coinstar, wherever it happens to be, and I change it up into what I call pound notes, even though we don't have pound notes. And that's my little sort of savings scheme. Because, I've got through more pockets on jeans through putting coins in there, and they wear through the material. I thought they're supposed to be sort of rugged and butch, not the ones I'm buying. Kerry Coat Toner, the bone idle one, the one who sort of thinks she's some sort of celebrity as opposed to a failure, wants her daughters to go on Love Island so they can buy her a house. Because, she doesn't own anything. She doesn't own anything at all. She only rents. That's all she does. So every so often she has to do something to pay the next bit of rent. Unfortunately for poor old Katie Price, she couldn't even manage the rent. Nobody's interested. Nobody was interested in her at all. Justin Fashanu was the first openly gay footballer. Was it Justin Fashanu? There were two, weren't there? Two Fashanus. And, but that was in the early days. That was in the early days. I think things change now. George in Tennessee says Marquis Smith of the Fall is a national treasure. See, unfortunately, you're talking to somebody who knows nothing at all about that. Steve, so sad about Nick Parsons, says Carol. Do you think anybody's still got the boat or caravan they won on Sale of the Century? I don't know. They used to do that on Bullseye, didn't they? And Super Smashing, you've won a speedboat, and there's two of them live on a council estate in Wolverhampton. What are they supposed to be doing with that? It was the car people wanted, wasn't it? It was the cars. Those were the great things. Another one here. We've already had a few deaths. The whole of Twickenham and Teddington are horribly dangerous now due to the 20-mile-an-hour limit. People crossing the roads don't even bother to look now and assume cars are going slow. We have a bloke riding a one-wheel unicycle. That would be called a unicycle in Teddington. Says Ben in Hampton. Yeah, all round our way, 20 miles an hour. They've written it on all the roads. 20 miles an hour. Of course, not everybody does that, including the buses, who in the early hours of the morning whiz up and down the road. They must be doing 60 or 70. Seriously, I stand there. I'm going to film one and just prove it. I'm going to put it up on YouTube. You watch Word'll go round at Fulwell. Don't, in the early hours of the morning, speed up and down the road. Steve Allen's going to film it and put it on YouTube. Definitely. I'm pleased that a lot of people are going, the Queen's a national treasure. Nobody else in the royal family. We're just like the Queen. And why? Well, because she seems to be doing everything right. Seems to be. You like Kate? We like Kate, yes. I mean, in certain sort of aspects, we like Meghan. It's not that we never liked Meghan. It's just that, people saw the dilution of the royal family with people marrying out of royal families. I thought they automatically married in there. Kate, was the first sort of one who sort of set it off, and she's done very well, hasn't she? I mean, she just seems to have it right. She seems to have it right. I mean, that's the only way I can describe it. Whereas I'm still totally convinced, I'm sticking to it, that I reckon Harry will come back from Canada. I think in about a year's time, once he's had his little gallivanting around and he's had his little tantrums and everything else, I think then he'll go, let's go back, shall we now? I think that's what it's going to be. I can't see them not being, a part of the royal family and pulling their weight. As long as we don't get Prince Andrew's ghastly children doing anything, thank you very much indeed. I don't think the British public would take to them very well. They're constantly reminding us that they do have jobs, just that they never seem to be actually doing the job. Ed Sheeran has won a fight with neighbours to turn his restaurant into a pub. Bertie Blossoms in Notting Hill. He said it's a very nice venue. It's quite popular. So that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Bertie Blossom. I don't know where Bertie Blossoms comes from. The car dealership with Katie Price's infamous pink Range Rover. It's ghastly. It's in Chelmsford. They've been trying to sell the motor for 60 grand, so they've now slashed the price to 50 grand. Wouldn't give you 10. Wouldn't give you 10 grand for it. A pink car? I think not. Thank you very much indeed. I think not. Barbara Knox loses sleep if she fluffs a line. I mean, she does get the opportunity of doing it again, which is quite nice. And here we go, dressed to thrill. Laura Whitmore turned up at the NTAs. I've got no idea why. One job in about 5 years. And here's a very pretty picture of a place called Lead Hills in South Lanark, blanketed by snow. It is so pretty. They must have taken this with a drone. It's amazing. And also in County Durham and Bridge of Cally, Perth and Kinross. You can tell that's Scotland, can't you? He probably knows where it is. But it's lovely. It really is. Everything looks so pretty when it's actually got a blanket of snow over it. Not much fun if you're in it. I appreciate that. Somebody else telling me about Marmite. Do not tell me about Marmite. Thank you very much indeed. I don't want to know about that. Steve, I get overtaken by Lycro bikers in 20 zones. Yes. And Phil in Streatham says, I agree those scooters are bad because the riders can't do hand signals. The handlebars are too short for one hand to steer. Oh, I've seen people going down the road. When we're waiting for the bus, Thomas and myself, and you see people going down there at speeds which are well in excess of what they should be. Some of them don't have any lights on them. It's an accident waiting to happen. I mean, how many people need to die before they go, I don't think we'll have those anymore? We're so stupid, aren't we? I mean, you stand out on the road and watch. Very bad indeed. 2/3 of Brits, before we just take a short break, think social class can be an issue in finding a career. A survey by a company found 50% of job seekers felt discriminated against because of where they were from, their class and the way that they speak. Well, it's not affected my two boys next door. Nobody's ever said, you can't have a job with so-and-so because you talk funny or you've got an accent we can't understand. That doesn't happen at all here. We seem to come one, come all. It's different if you're on the radio. You've got to have a voice that people can identify with and people can understand. If I was trying nobody would understand. Is the time. I see that Paul Burrell has resurfaced again. Oh, God, save us from Paul Burrell. And he shares a note which he claims shows she'd support Meghan and Harry. It's only taken him God knows how long to come up with this one, about 2.5 years, actually. He said the Princess of Wales' words are as appropriate today as they were when she wrote them. The handwritten note was sent from Diana to Burrell, who worked with her until her death. He shared it on Instagram, along with a black and white picture of William and Harry, with the caption, as Harry, Meghan and Archie embark on a new life, I'm reminded of the poignant words, a mother's words of unconditional love, which are as appropriate today as when she wrote them over 24 years ago. And she says, I love my boys to death and I hope that the seeds I planted will grow and bring the strength, knowledge and stability that's needed. Yeah? What does that mean? Speaking after the Harry and Meghan's tell-all interview, Burrell told Reuters, there's no guidance, there's no support, there's no rule book. They're on different paths, Harry and William. I know what they mean by that. William and Kate have a map in front of them. They're headed for monarchy. Harry was headed for the nearest bar. That's the bit I just added, actually. And he says that, he said, hope we don't lose Harry and Meghan because they're a tremendous asset. Well, they're not. That's the trouble. They basically ditched it. You know, they've ditched it. He also spoke about the couple's relationship. Oh, dear, honestly. You do wish that Paul Burrell would just be quiet every so often, but he can't resist it, can he? An attempt to ditch the term artist and replace it with the title creative practitioner has been mocked. Arts Council England chiefs reckon people feel uncomfortable with the term and associated with high art like opera. Yes, I think so. The move is part of a 10-year plan to boost people's exposure to culture, such as work produced by modern artists like Jackson Pollock, who often made his paintings by flinging blobs of paint at a blank canvas. See, I never got Tracy Emin. I never understood that at all. It was just like a load of rubbish. But there again, obviously, I'm not an art person. I obviously don't understand things like that, which is a shame, really. It's a shame. You know, I don't... Who's the other one? Grayson Perry. I don't quite understand Grayson Perry either. I mean, most of the people who sort of do this arty stuff, it gets way over my head. Way over my head. But the unmade bed thing I thought was most peculiar. So, author Luke Turner says, I still feel really awkward saying I'm a writer and don't quite believe it myself, but creative practitioner is just total cringe. I agree. You see, I'm a sort of a radio... I'm a communicator. You know, an audio practitioner. But in fact, I'm a radio presenter and happy to be called such. I think it actually says that in the contract. Somebody says Amy Hart's a national treasure. Sadly not. Sadly not. If only. And, Steve, the one-wheel unicycle. Oh, that's that electric thing. Oh, I know what it is. It's like one wheel. You put your feet either side. It's like, what's the name for it? No, not hoverboard, dear. It's a wheel, and it's, PED something. They've had them in America, but this is just one wheel. We've seen them up and down here, outside on the road, and it's got a pedal either side of it, and you stand on it, and it's self-balancing. No, it's like a Segway, but it doesn't have... Yeah, it's like a Segway, but it's an electric unicycle. You put your feet on it, and it's off to 24 miles an hour. I mean, to be honest with you, driven on the streets of London, you must be an absolute idiot. How about Miriam Margolyes? Steve, I agree with you. Canada is so woke, Harry will struggle to impress. Well, they've been over there for a few weeks now, and so far we haven't heard anything, which is actually brilliant news. Let's leave them alone. If that makes them happy, fantastic, but I suspect they're going to be begging for publicity very shortly, you know, as opposed to just the paparazzi, which they get. Oh, here's a picture of Jessie Wallace. She looks okay. She popped out from McDonald's. Really not a wise idea. And she plays Kat Slater. She was alone after splitting with boyfriend. Also, villagers. You get a lot of this nowadays. The local pub's about to close, and what they actually do is they go, would you all like to contribute to buying the local pub? So what they've done in a place called Woodstock, Oxon, where Winston Churchill drank, is they've got days left to raise £100,000 to save it. You know, and then you turn it into like a little cooperative. So you've got your own pub. As long as everybody supports it, it's fine. It's like the little village shop. They have that in a lot of places now. Here he is, Nicholas Parsons. Always game for a laugh, always good. He was here on Just a Minute with Clement Freud, Ian Messiter, Derek Nimmo and Kenneth Williams. I met Derek Nimmo once. He came on to Five's Company on Channel 5, and he was showing us, he brought out a book of his window boxes and things like that. And because they said to me, oh, you do window boxes, don't you, Steve? And I said, yes, I did. So when he came in, we're sitting doing this live interview, and I've got my book here and all the rest of it. I said, would you like to see my pictures of my window boxes and hanging baskets? And he looked at me and went, no. Completely destroyed. I went, oh, okay. Looking at the camera and doing one of my faces. Not a lot you can do about it, is there really? Here's a picture of, who's this? Laura Whitmore again. They're really trying to drag a lot of not very much talent out of one person. Get the hair sorted, dear. Bleach, not a good idea. Black line down the middle, very popular. A cobbler who lost his thumb in a work accident is he's back fixing shoes after replacing his thumb with his big toe. They've taken off his big toe and they put it onto his thumb. Oh, that's so creepy. The 40-year-old said, it is weird, isn't it? He said, I saw my thumb drop to the floor. He was trimming the heel of a shoe and it went straight through his thumb. It's totally weird, yeah. Oh, right. Totally weird. I keep repeating totally. What do you keep repeating it for me for? I know what totally weird is. Oh, as in toe. Oh, there's a guy, isn't it? There's a shop, Tony's Shoe Repairs in Twickenham. Tony, and they've spelt it T-O-E, I think. Mind you, we also have a funeral director called Wake and Pain. Kind of sums it up, doesn't it, really, I suppose? And it's because it's quite interesting, because their funeral, not parlour, their storage shed where they keep people is at the back of my friend Michael's hairdressing shop. So there's a door between the Chinese takeaway and Michael's shop, and that's where they have to bring people down to put them into the back of the hearse. And you always get, for some peculiar reason, don't ask me why, obviously nobody's explained to them, you get the traffic wardens trying to put tickets on hearses. It's a hearse, for goodness sake. They're waiting to put somebody in it. Here's the brave shop worker. This is Asa Kedder. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name incorrectly. But he tackled a man holding a hand grenade and shouting Allahu Akbar. Asa used to be in the Kurdish security services, recognised the Russian bomb and stopped Abdul Ibrahim from pulling out the pin at the mobile connection shop in Newcastle. Mr. Kedder said it was between life and death. Even though I was extremely frightened, I thought of the consequences of what would happen because of the people around me, and I was concerned about the children's school nearby. Now, fantastic. He said, I was pleased at having stopped an evil act but frightened. The judge awarded him £300 for extraordinary bravery. It later turned out the grenade was deactivated. Ibrahim from Gateshead said the shoppers refused to buy some phones from him. He pleaded guilty to making a threat to kill and hoax bomb threat, so we decided to cheer him up and send him to prison for 5 years. Fantastic. 61. God, dear, honestly, people like you. So, Duffy bows out. Duffy bows out. You know who's been in it, though? Loads of people. We've had Sinitra, Patrick, Robson, Georgia, Derek, Clive, Tristan, Brenda. They've all been in it. And I've never seen it. I've never watched a whole episode of anything like that. I'm not very good with hospital dramas, because at some point they're going to be doing blood and injections and stuff like that, and I'm not very good with blood and injections and stuff like that, so I don't bother. So I never watched it. I could watch... You know, I can't even watch The All Creatures Great and Small because they've only got to stick their hand up a cow's bottom and that's it. I'm out the room. I'm not interested. I just want to see fluffy lambs bouncing around in a field, clutching sprigs of mint in their teeth, you know, getting themselves ready for the afterlife. But I don't want to watch all the gory stuff that goes on. I can't even watch lambing. You'd think I'd want to watch lambing, but I don't really, even though I think lambs are absolutely amazing. What do we got here in the hot TV? This is Ed Gleave. He could do this by himself, actually. And so if someone dresses as Shrek on Series 2 of The Masked Singer, then we've got a spoiler alert. Dancing on Ice star Radzi, the ex-Blue Peter presenter, is up for a new challenge. Now he's been voted off. No, I think we've actually seen the extent of your talents, Radzi. I don't think it extends to anything else. So perhaps go and find something else to do. I love the way that people think once they've been in television that they then have a God-given right to be in television for the rest of their life and inflict their boring selves on us. And the answer is no, we don't want anything like that. Steve, why in hell would anybody want to look at a picture of window boxes? God, you are sad, aren't you? You haven't got anything going on in your life. No window boxes, no friends. You know, I mean, it's really a bit you need to get out there and smell the coffee. Oh, you can't afford the coffee, can you? I don't know what we do with you. What do we do with somebody? Have you tried listening to Dave O'Brien? No, you won't understand that. I don't know what to recommend for you. You must be very troubled. Very troubled. Ricky Gervais for a national treasure. Not old enough. Not old enough. You've got to be a certain age to be a national... I think you've got to be over 70 to be a national treasure. It's like, they go, Steve Allen, the legend. And I go, no, you can't be... You've got to be really old to be a legend. And then I thought, I'm really old, actually. And another one here. And Kerry Coke Toner, one of the funniest nicknames I've ever heard. Awful, awful woman. Dreadfully untalented. I mean, the sort of people who sort of, you know, drone on about their dull existence in the world. Can't wait till she gets really old and suddenly discovers nobody's interested. Bobby Charlton. No, I don't really class sportsmen as national treasures. I'm sure they are, But I suppose the nearest thing you'd have would be sort of Gary Lineker, and I don't think he's a national. He's not. It's Nick Ferrari. After Boris Johnson decided to let Huawei be a part of the developing 5G networks here in Britain, has he been resolute in the face of pressure from Donald Trump, or just irresponsible with the country's safety? Nick will get more analysis on the US president's big plan to solve the Middle East peace process. Plus, on the 40th anniversary of the Rubik's Cube arriving in the UK, Nick will be joined in the studio by the current national champion in solving the puzzle. That'll be good for radio. I can't wait to see how that one's going to work. The colours have got... Because I thought, when I first got a Rubik's Cube, and you know the way you can solve it, you prise out the middle bit and then it falls apart and you put it back together again. Nobody will ever know. Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 right here on LBC. And, of course, the information is that Dr. Rubik's never made a penny piece out of the Rubik's Cube, so he had to come up with the Rubik's Snake. And if you go to YouTube... Simon Cowell on Britain's Got Talent, they've got a magician who does Rubik's Cube magic. He does magic with Rubik's Cubes. Literally amazing things, absolutely amazing things. I mean, I do a lot of it as well, but, you know, try not to. Don't want to overshadow somebody's career. So much for the honour he loved to boast about. This is Andrew in all the papers today, and Jan Moyer is talking about it. She says here, you know, listen, everyone. She says, listen, she's talking about Prince Andrew. Listen to his excuses. Andrew wasn't stupid or doltish or foolish. Oh, dear me, no, she says. He wasn't a walking patsy who blundered into the dark lives of bad men, unseeing and uninterested in anything except his own gratification. He wasn't a useful idiot whose very presence gave a sheen of royal respectability to sordid events. He was merely being honourable to a friend. Don't you get that? One wonders if the Queen gets it too, or if her iron resolve is finally weakening when it comes to protecting her bumbling son. For since the FBI have started their investigations, Prince Andrew has apparently been missing in action. And that is most definitely not what one would expect from a man of honour. Perhaps he's busy on a course of sweat gland therapy to encourage those recalcitrant, war-torn ducks back into full working order. Yet even Prince Andrew cannot hide from his destiny forever, and surely a man of honour like him would not want to. After all, an honourable person would resist injustice. If Prince Andrew doesn't want the laughter from the stalls to engulf the whole family, he should embrace that honour soon, before it's too late for all of them. All he's got to do... He says they've not contacted him. Well, they wouldn't. They're contacting his lawyers. They've already stated that. They've said the lawyers are just doing... They've just put up a wall. So, I mean, perhaps Andrew should be checking a little bit more on a regular basis, but as Jan Moyer points out, he's always thought that he was a bit too good for the rest of us. We're just peasants. He thinks he's so clever, but in fact, theirs is the family that's collapsing around their ears. Seriously, it just gets worse and worse and worse. I mean, I've lost track of how many more people. God knows what we don't know about. There must be other things as well. So it would be in his best interest to come forward and tell him everything before Giselle Maxwell spills and sings like a canary. In which case, we might be hearing stuff we really don't want to hear about. Because if anybody knew what was going on, it's her. And if he spent as much time with Epstein as we think he did, he must know loads of things as well. So... You know, what are we doing? Are we hanging around to get the stories right? Or are we prepared to come right out and say, I will talk to the FBI? Well, don't just talk about it, do it. This is the first time, well, not the first time, actually, that a member of the royal family is basically being pushed by the press. You know, stop spinning us a line. Tell us everything. Women were abused by this man and his cohorts. What do you know about it? OK? Not, I was having a pizza. Thank you very much indeed. We're not interested in that side of it. Did you ever meet this woman? How can you not remember? I just suppose you wouldn't if you're his age. Why would you remember these things? But, you know, you should have come forward long before. It shouldn't have had to have got to this. You should have come right out and said, I accept the fact he was... But, I mean, this is Prince Andrew's life. He hangs around with all the wrong people because he's so impressed by people brown-nosing him that he sort of thinks that's the way forward. He thinks he doesn't have to explain to people. Well, you do. You do. That's why they want questions. These girls are going into court. These girls want to know that what happened to them was not a figment of their imagination, however fertile it might have been. They need you to go there. And so far, you've not basically apologised to any of them for what they went through. It's almost like it never existed. Nothing ever happened. Well, perhaps the FBI are going to get Ghislaine to sing like a canary. And perhaps she might sell you down the river. You don't know. They might actually say, listen, if you sell him down the river, then we can do that. She must know loads of stuff. At one point, she wanted to marry Jeffrey Epstein. So there must be things that she knows, and perhaps they involve you. But whatever you do, don't keep denying things, saying they've not contacted me. They're doing it through your lawyers. Buckingham Palace have already said that. Surely you must check with Buckingham Palace. You've been there often enough. But this is too serious to just go, oh, it was just a little fling. It's way too serious for that. It's now taken on all sorts of things. You know, anybody else in the royal family aware of what's been going on? He turned up to Kate, married to William's, birthday party the other day. So somebody's talking to him. Just that we don't want him anywhere near the royal family. Caught in the act, the fly tipper, in the papers today. Here he is. He was caught dumping waste. Nathan Kosey was unloading his fifth heap of rubbish, waste, that including asbestos and fridge freezers, when he was spotted by the police. The 32-year-old, taken to court, an 8-month prison sentence, suspended for 18 months and made to pay the cost of removal. He was unloading black bags and building rubble for his van. He's one of these people. I'll move that for you. Anyway, they fined him £5,000. Father of 2. He claimed to have had a waste licence for a different vehicle, basically a compulsive liar. So a £5,000 bill towards the removal costs and 200 hours of community work after admitting illegally depositing waste. He'd been offering waste removal services whilst working for a scrap metal collector. Bags of rubble were found dumped at an address near Colwyn Park, and the prosecutor, Julia King, told the court there was an intentional disregard for the law. Well, £5,000, matey, cough it up. People like you are a blight. Down in the countryside, round near Windsor and places like that, all the farmers who've got fields there, they've had to put big blocks of concrete in there to stop people on the land. And down quite near me, actually, at Sunbury Cross, people have just dumped something. Once somebody starts dumping something in a lay-by, other people come and dump it as well, which is not so good. Not so good. So find them every time. You know, put little cameras on there. Easy to find. Very easy. And then you get them into court and you find them. I think £5,000 to £10,000 each time. He's obviously been doing it for ages. Obviously been doing it. My 11-hour agony with the master, Giles Brandreth, talking about his old friend, Nicholas Parsons, says, it wasn't just my friend. He was my hero and role model. And he is. I mean, he was absolutely the epitome of somebody in the business. He worked hard. Even when he got old, he still carried on working. He said, when I stood in for him on Just a Minute in 2018, he called and said with a chuckle, you were too good. Which is just him. I wasn't, of course, says Giles. He was the master. He was just the best. And he says, thank you, old friend. Got to 96. Goodness. Bezos' ex-wife sells £281 million of Amazon shares. Good God, how rich is he? Answer, very, very rich. And now she's very rich. They set up the 2018, the Bezos Day One Fund, which supports charities working with homeless people. And Aviva has apologised after sending emails that mistakenly addressed thousands of customers as Michael. Obviously a very popular name, I should imagine. The insurer blamed a technical error and said the rest of the email was correct. One customer, whose name is Andrew, told the BBC, getting a first name wrong is one thing, but what if it was my data, my address or policy information being sent to somebody else instead? There is that worry, isn't there now? Seeing as we do everything online. Everything's done online. I mean, I've just gone paperless for a few of my regular bills, which is quite good, because to be honest with you, who the heck wants paper? You know, I have, unfortunately, must be the only one in this company, well, certainly I think in LBC, who actually does an invoice on hard copy, on paper. And everybody else sends it. I don't know what to do. I've got no idea how to send this through at all. I really don't know. So it's easy for me to give it to lovely Hillary. She says, you can send this one. And I look at her blankly and she goes, I'll do it. She is the saviour of all things to do with paper. Somebody says the FBI already know the truth. I don't think they do. I don't think they've got the faintest idea. They know. I mean, in Andrew's case, I think they were friends, in inverted commas, for a long time. He'd been on his private jet. He'd been out to his private... I mean, you know, what for? What on earth did he have in common with Prince Andrew? Answer, nothing. Nothing at all. He was a billionaire. Andrew's the person who hangs around with all the wrong people. And it's been like that for God knows how long. Here's a lady, though, who I'd love to have known. Her name was Mrs. Howard. Mrs. Howard, Judith Howard, died last year, aged 73. She was a former curator at the V&A Museum, and she collected different bits of china. She would go out and buy all sorts of stuff that she just liked. Once a year, she'd have a dusting session. Everybody left the house and she dusted. She knew it had to be done. And among her little treasures that she picked up, which are coming up for auction next Tuesday, are some very important pieces of china. One of them she bought for £13 at an antique shop. It's now tipped to sell for $25,000 because what it is, it was once part of a 1,735-piece dinner service made for Louis XV and housed in the Palace of Versailles. So, I mean, she obviously knew what she was buying, I think, some of the times. A 2-inch tall ice cream cup, also from the Madame du Barry service, is valued at $3,500, whilst a Sèvres plate given by Louis XVI to Archbishop Ferdinand of Austria in 1785 expected to fetch £3,000. A 1770 plate decorated with flowers and ivy and made for Madame du Barry, the last mistress of Louis XV, expected to sell for £8,000. So she had all these things, and you'd look at it and go, oh, that's really nice, actually. That's really, really wonderful. And Biggins has just sent me a text. And he's just said, on my way to talk about Nicholas Parsons on GMB, he said, listening to you and realising I miss you. I love you. That's sweet. That's sweet. Where he got my phone number from, I've got no idea. Do you know, we've known each other for more years than I care to mention. It's embarrassing, isn't it? But he knows, because I think he was best man at Nicholas's wedding. He would be the ideal guest. Biggins would be the ideal guest for anybody's wedding. I mean, you know, if you wanted him as best man or something like that, he would be the one who could regale you with stories. He did the same thing that I did. He went out and did a show because of all the people he knows. And he does have, he'll be the first to tell you, the best little black book in the business. He's got everybody in it. I mean, everybody, from Liza Minnelli through to Joan Collins. He introduced me to Joan Collins once. I forget where we were. It might have been at the Laurence Olivier Awards or something like that, and he introduced me with Joan Collins, and I felt like I was meeting royalty. It was amazing. But he does know everybody. He's immensely good company. I've always been a huge fan of Biggins, as you know. So he's going to be on GMB this morning, talking about Nicholas. Because, I mean, if anybody had a varied career, Nicholas Parsons would be it, when he played straight man. Was it Arthur Hayes? Arthur Hayes? Yes. And then he also could have been in a circus. He could have done so many things. I mean, he did loads of things. He popped up in films. He also popped up in... Was he in a Carry On film? Biggins is now shouting into the radio. I think he was. I think he was in Carry On Regardless. Don't know why, but I'm pretty certain. In the back of my mind, for some reason, I see him in quite a few films. Sailor of the Century, of course. It was Just a Minute that made him the person that he was. And when he fell down, he had the accident. He then missed the recording of a show. But I'm delighted to say that he gets loads of coverage in the papers today, which he should do. He was 96, for goodness sake. You won't find anybody had a bad word about him. He was always, you know, a very, very nice person. A bit like Mr. Biggins. Daily Star. Corrie's Rita, I fear the axe, even after 56 years. Mind you, we all do that. I don't think there's a person in the business, a presenter, who does not go through the, oh my God, do I get another contract? Seriously, everybody does. It doesn't matter how good you think you are or how good you want to be. You always worry about it. You know, is this my, you know, if you're an actor, you go, oh, I've just got this good job. Could that be my last job? Do I take a job in a soap? I mean, Biggins does his pantomimes every year, and he puts his heart and soul into it. It's very, very exhausting. Very exhausting. Victim's son, I've tracked down Lord Lucan, front of the Daily Mirror, the bombshell claim. I don't know how they can say this. This is Neil Berryman, says Lucan, who vanished after the murder of Sandra Rivet in 1974, lives as a Buddhist in a shared house. Don't think it sounds very likely, does it really? But quite interesting. Also, The Sun, the NTA Awards, the Stars tributes to Nicholas Parsons, actually. Brendan O'Carroll, David Walliams, Rob Brydon were there to honour the Sale of the Century host. Do you know, I can still watch Sale of the Century now and laugh at some of the prizes, and the voice of John Benson, who was the... Normally you don't get to hear who the voiceover man is, but John Benson was... And what do we tempt him with now, John Benson? And he said, well... and they'd open up the curtains and there would be a set of saucepans or something. Always hilarious. Always hilarious. He will be hugely missed. If only by the Water Rats and all his fans out there. The Water Rats loved him as well. Steve, the Daily Telegraph. This is Barry Cryer. on his friend of 50 years. Amazing, actually. I mean, he had lots and lots of friends. Lots and lots of friends. But only one person at the wedding, I suspect. Do not travel to China, the Foreign Office advises. So don't get... Mind you, there's more than 1,500 people have flown into Britain from Wuhan in the past fortnight and could be infected. What they're doing is saying get checked. Get checked, because they're trying to find out who all the different people are, and it's not that easy at all, is it, really? Biggins is back. He's doing Jack and the Beanstalk at Dartford. Is that next year or this year? Doing Jack and the Beanstalk at Dartford. He never stops. He seriously never stops. Honestly, he's absolutely. When we talk about national treasures earlier on, Biggins would be a national treasure. He could sit down and he can just start laughing about something. I mean, we have stories that are just totally unrepeatable. Totally. Do you remember Biggins? We've had some totally unrepeatable evenings, which you just can't mention at all. They'll never get away with it. This year, he's doing Jack and the Beanstalk at Dartford. Is that 2020? I'm now. Where have you just been? Where have you just done Panto? So you're booked in for Dartford for this year. Good God. Is there no end? There's no end to this man. He doesn't stop, does he? He really doesn't stop. But he's quite charming. Seriously, if you met him, he's one of those people you'd never forget. They always used to, Dale used to be very similar, except that Dale couldn't really do drag. He couldn't do, any of those sort of panto things. But this year, he's in Bromley. You know why that is important, Biggins? Because that's where I was born. I was born in Bromley. How uncanny is that? I wish you a pleasant time. We'll catch up over the next few months, I'm sure. The Times. Hysterical stories. He said, yes. Yes. We can't go into them at this time of the morning because I have to go. Thousands of Britons, according to the Times, talking about don't travel to China. And Emily Maitlis cautioned about the risks of scripted interviews after Lord Hall of Birkenhead took issue with aggressive political interrogations. Blimey, honestly. I have to be honest, a scripted interview is not the best thing. It's not the best thing. But some people, they will only go on scripted questions. Talk to the royal family. They want to see the questions in advance. You're not going to surprise them with anything. Today, on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, all the A to Z listers turned up at last night's NTAs. I was surprised at just how many relevants got the invite. So many at the NTAs turning up in tacky outfits. So many so ghastly, I ran out of time to mention them all. Andrew hides away as he comes under more pressure to talk. Class really doesn't run in the Royals, and does all of that. And Jason Donovan saying, don't be a druggie like I was. We love Jason Donovan. Plus the finder of the Antarctic in from the cold, Matthew Wright, only a short while ago, had a job. Then he thought he'd lost a job. And then he went on air and went, no, I've just got a new contract. Well, now he's lost the job again because it finishes in March. And I think Eamon Holmes finishes as well. So there you go. After his disgraceful appearance at the NTAs, this arguing backwards and forwards is getting really ridiculous, isn't it? I didn't think that there was infighting. You won't find that in radio. People are far too sophisticated in radio to start arguing about things. I'm a better presenter than you are. You're a better presenter. I'm bigger than this. We have our own little things, but nobody ever argues in radio. Nobody gives a toss. They really don't. It doesn't make any difference at all where sort of people are in radio. You do a radio programme, you get an audience. Or in the case of Victoria Derbyshire, you don't get an audience. And so that's why the BBC are axing another 450 people, which actually out of a workforce of God knows how many, is but a drop in the ocean. But a drop in the ocean. It's nothing at all. As I've said before, you could go to the BBC now, look in the window, and you'll probably see about 30 or 40 people. We've got one out there on the desk, Serena. Seriously, that's how it works. This is commercial. The BBC have wasted money for years and years and years. And then Victoria Derbyshire lays into the woman who had the job of telling her. And now you can understand why we're axing the programme. Because it doesn't get an audience. The pitiful amount of people that tune into it and the money it costs, the BBC have decided is that you can't justify it. If they actually farmed programmes out and the producer could take it on, but they'd have to pay all the staff and everything. And I've heard of that happening in radio, where they do sort of radio programmes and it'll go to a company and they then fully staff it. A friend of mine worked like that. There are BBC radio programmes that are put out to contract. Well, perhaps you could put out some of the programmes. Perhaps Victoria Derbyshire could put her money where her mouth is. And, of course, because they don't get any money in from these things, because there's no advertising. Well, of course, there is on the BBC. There's loads of advertising. It's just that it's subliminal. You don't necessarily see it. I told you, I remember years and years ago, they used to have EastEnders on, for example, the Friday, and then on the Saturday there'd be an omnibus edition. And I watched one bit where, I think it was in Pauline's house, somebody, the camera did a close-up on this particular product. I won't tell you what the product was, but the camera did a close-up, and it was so obvious to me that I suddenly realised, this is product placement. Somebody's on a backhander on this one. Lo and behold, but it came to the repeat, somebody had cut it out. Very quickly, very, very day. It's like Can't Cook, Won't Cook, Cook'll Cook, on the telly, which is coming back with Rylan. In other words, you're going to take another reasonably decent programme and he's going to completely destroy it. I don't know anybody who's watching the Supermarket Sweep programme. I really don't. So he's going to do it. That was always a bit of promotion halfway through it. They go, and here is Mr. and Mrs. Salmon, and they own a farm, and they make their own ice cream, and he would hold it up to the camera. It was blatant publicity from old Pepper Pot bloke. What's his face? Who's the bloke who used to do it? Who used to do the Can't Cook, Won't Cook? Who's the black guy? The black chef? I've forgotten his name all of a sudden. Black Cook? Am I facing the right way? You must know it's Ainsley Harriott. Oh, we love Ainsley Harriott, just we can't remember his name. He used to go on about his giant pepper pot. Well, I'm sorry if that's a reference to the downstairs department, pal. I think a little bit of over-exaggeration. Other stories. The bloke who was driving in the Yorkshire Dales. Ground to a halt. There was a leopard on the ground. So he decided to get out and help it. Like, let's go and help this lion, which has got its teeth clamped around my throat. And so he gets out and he discovers it was somebody's fur coat. I mean, I can't believe somebody would be that stupid to think that a leopard would be in the Yorkshire Dales, but there you go. Football world condemning the morons who aimed an attack at the Manchester United boss. What a bunch of girls they were, weren't they? Pathetic, really. Plus, if you can talk to the animals, tell the squirrel to lay off the gin. Lloyd's going to shut more branches. 50 cents. They've only just done the one in Richmond up. They can't be closing that one then. But I suppose they could, in theory, be closing the Twickenham one. It's a huge branch. And have you noticed that gone are the days in what are you doing with the stapler? What's the matter? It's just, well, throw it away. We've got hundreds of them. Don't waste your time with something like that. Are you the most of it? Well, how can you jam them? You open it up, you pull the thing back, you put the staples in, and how can you break them? I can't believe you're the sort of person at home, the television's broken. Let's take it apart and see if we can repair it. No, you throw it out, you go and buy another one. It's as simple as that. Don't waste your time you don't recycle, you just throw it out. Who wants a recycled television that doesn't work? What's the point of having that? You can't recycle the parts. No, they don't. Don't be so silly, of course they don't. Put it this way, you give it to the depot man takes it, throws it in the bin. They don't recycle it, and you can't give them to charity shops. Oh, right, OK, so the three younger people in the studio are the ones sort of agreeing that we do. Look at him, he spent 10 minutes, the best part of 10 minutes, trying to repair a stapler that cost £6. Throw it to... You're now trying to bugger up the other stapler as well, are you, really? Oh, my God, Father, have you ever seen anything like it? I seriously didn't realise that you could... You're the sort of person, oh, wait a minute, there's a light out on the car, let's dismantle the car, as opposed to going out and buying a bulb. We had a major discussion earlier on about whether or not he has to go and get a haircut, because it's now going... It's almost looking a little bit like you're sleeping rough. Really? I mean, you might be, I don't know. He's never put the staples in upside down. Please tell me he hasn't. The staples are in upside down. Oh, my God. I mean... Oh, Connor, really? Look at that. Oh, that is just appalling. How can you put staples in upside down? They obviously go in because when you push the lid down, it's crunch and then it oh, dear Lord above. That's why, don't let him do the other one. He'll ruin that one as well. In fact, actually, the staples worked fine before. It's just that you've screwed it up. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, we do our best, don't we? Thursday morning, you try and help the youngsters out. The elite team, yeah. The elite stapler screw-upper. Have you fixed it? Thank God for that, you see. It's always the older people that can do it. You know why? Because we're more sensible. We're more sensible. Yeah. Of course I'd throw away the TV. If the TV broke, we'd throw it away. Yeah, but that's how it works. What do? Oh, let's recycle the parts in the television. I've told you before I don't do recycling. And especially with Brexit around the corner, I'm definitely not doing recycling. So the BBC are going to axe 450 jobs, some from 5 Live, some from news programmes and stuff like that, because they are way overstaffed. Not just Victoria, dreary Derbyshire, which I think is quite funny. Anything else you want to break in the studio? Shall I break the microphone? You come in and repair the microphone for me. Would you fancy doing? No. They are a bit more trouble than the stapler. Yes. Somebody keeps moving my microphones around. We don't know who it is. We'll come in here. We do know who it is, do we? Who is it? Oh, is it? Oh, right. But somebody keeps moving the microphone because I've got a muff. And why not at my age? It's very nice indeed. But they actually put it on and then they turn it sideways. So consequently, if I'm sitting directly in front of it, the microphone bit is round to the left. So I have to pull my muff off and then turn it round. It's something that people queue up to watch me doing in here. If you've never pulled a muff off before, you want to come and watch me do it. I tell you, I'm the expert on these things. Never used to... Yes, there'll be a reenactment coming up on the programme on Saturday morning, but the trouble is you won't hear it because Matt Stadland's going to be here. The live show, that there could be a reenactment. I'm trying... Listen, Nick Ferrari yesterday had a young man on who I think was 17 who did the Rubik's Cube, and it was very good radio because you could hear what he was doing, and I think they put it up on camera, and he did it I think in about 6 point something seconds. Now I'm aiming to do it in 2 seconds. You see, now he laughed as well, and then producers said, yeah, right. He said, because, you've been doing it in 5 seconds up until now. And I had to say to him, no, I'm quite serious. I'm going to be studying hard to do the Rubik's Cube by next week, by next Friday. I'm aiming to solve it in about 2 seconds. I'm pretty certain I can. I started yesterday, so I've got it out the box. And, the next thing, I had to dismantle the blooming thing and put it all back together. No, I think I could do it. I think I could do it. The world record is. Okay. Well, this bloke yesterday said he actually did it less. I think he said he did it in 3 point something seconds. Because if you watch them on YouTube, it's a case of... Because I think there's something like 3 trillion combinations. Have you ever played with a Rubik's Cube, Connor? They're sort of... Yeah, I think you're right, actually. You'd have to take it apart. You just prise it with a screwdriver and then it all comes apart and you put it back together again, which is much easier. Yeah, broken, yes. Or failing that, you peel all the stickers off and just put new stickers on, and then it looks like you've done it, which is cool, isn't it? So I'm going to try by tomorrow next week. A week tomorrow. Okay, week tomorrow. And we'll see if we can do it. Probably not, but I mean, I'm going to give it a go. Why not? Goodness sake, I'm a clever person. Steve, standing in a bus queue is more interesting than watching Victoria Derbyshire, says Len in Manchester. And, yes, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm with you on that one. I did watch it, and there was a picture of her. She just looks miserable. She's got that miserable kind of face. She doesn't look happy. Whereas, I mean, even if you don't like Eamon Holmes, at least, he does look fairly awake on the programme some of the time. He doesn't look awake all of the time. Sometimes the camera pans across. You can see he's just fiddling about on his telephone. It's very embarrassing. I don't know what he's worried about there. Probably sort of checking on the fan club to make sure it's still there. Anastasia says, why don't you use paper clips? Save time. Do you know we don't have paper clips here? I don't think. Oh, we do have paper clips. Oh, there's a secret location. Ah, right. Oh, okay. Never mind, no jam in the biscuits, Steve. I opened up 2 packets of Aldi crisps and there are no crisps. It was a quarter of a packet of some sort of crumbs. Not a single crisp in either one. Interesting. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Because when you watch them making biscuits, if you watch them making Jaffa cakes, on the machine, they all come down, the machine flips them over. So there is somebody employed to sit there and pick off the Jaffa cakes. They have a spike thing, like not like my spike, and it picks off the Jaffa cakes with the jam not in the middle. Okay, the orangey bit. And then it flips it over into the chocolate bath and then flips it back over the other side. And if it's all a bit off, they take it off and they throw them away. So to actually get jammy Dodgers without the jam in there would be really difficult because they would come through in rows of about 20 or 30. And they would then, the machine would go with the top, like that, and that would be the jam, and then the other bit is connected to it, so it goes on. How it works on crisps, I've got no idea. I'm assuming it's the same sort of thing. The crisp packet goes underneath, it goes, and drops the crisps in, and then it seals it automatically. I'm thinking that's how it works. I buy crisps occasionally. Only very occasionally. Occasionally I get a little bit of a craving for a packet of crisps. And they do them in Iceland. You can get sort of like 8 packets for £1 or something. I bought some little... do you know what I bought yesterday in for the boys? I know you can't have them, but Connor could probably have them. Revels. Sorry? Oh, sorry, is Connor gone? Oh, right, I bought them for Connor. Never mind. And, doesn't matter now, forget how I started the story. Yeah, so, I know, but they're Revels. Do you remember what Revels were? They were sort of, the first time they brought out chocolates, but in a round thing that looked like a treat. So you've got orange cream and coffee. There are all sorts of different ones. And so I thought you might like them. Some of them are hard. You know, and some of them are quite nice. So I thought maybe Corey would like those. Or I've got some crunchies. Or I've got some, other... Sorry, we're keeping up? Try not to yawn during the programme. I don't mind you yawning after the programme, but don't yawn during it. God, we've only just started. I haven't even got into my stride yet. I haven't told you all my funny stories from yesterday and how I made too much food for myself. I got carried away. And yeah, and you yawned. Quite shocked by that. And you're wearing a jacket. We're not believing on the jacket thing. I'm not believing. I don't know why I'm not either. It's just because I'm so cynical. It's like we didn't believe you yesterday on the jar of Marmite. It's a little jar, he says. Yeah. Did he bring it in today? No, but he remembered to put his jacket on. You've set an alarm for it. I got some... Oh, I've got the Marmite and peanut butter. That arrived in yesterday. That's good. And remember my hat, which I got from Christian Yo. Do you know where he is at the moment? Cyprus. Is it? Oh, you know he's in Cyprus. How do you know he's in Cyprus? Do you know why he's in Cyprus? He's got a house there. He's got a house in Cyprus. And he works out there as well. So he said, pray for me. So I prayed for him. Because I said I was going to give him the money for the baseball hat that he found me. He said, no, don't worry. He said, that's for all the conversation. Are you well? Yes, you're well. Thank you very much indeed, Steve, for asking. Will Guyot says, he says, do you mean Percy Pepper? Did you realise that Ainsley is actually an online cult figure worldwide? Is this something to do with a fork? Is it... he's an online... Oh, right. I don't even know what a meme is. What's a meme? Oh, right. Yeah. He was sort of dropped ages ago, wasn't he? Because I think kind of people... You know, he was a little bit too vulgar. Would that be the... I don't know. Steve, I read Alan Carr's Easy Way to Stop Smoking 20 years ago and I've never smoked since. Yes, I mean, a lot of people stopped with Alan Carr. A lot of people stopped with Alan Carr. Very clever. Somebody says, Steve, the same thing has now happened to Alice S. Stewart. Has happened to Danny Baker 6 months ago. My wife is of Asian origin. We've met Danny many times during many years. There isn't a racist bone in his body. No, I didn't think so. This is a similar sort of thing, though, isn't it? This is a similar sort of thing. But, you know, people say something. Now, Alice S. Stewart made the news some years ago. He had another, let's just call it an incident, shall we? Not the same as this. It was with something else. And so people see sometimes fault where there is no fault. Sometimes people see, you know, humour where there is humour, but they don't see it as humour. And it's rather a shame, really. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, says, got the bulletin sermon done for Sunday services. Feels good to have things early. Oh, you and me together. I mean, the other day, I had to do my invoices for work. I have to invoice, because otherwise you don't get paid. And that's the whole purpose of doing it. And then I also had to do an appointment with the podiatrist, an appointment with the eye hospital, and the diabetic doctor. And I managed to get it all done in one day. And it was almost like a weight is off your shoulders that you've actually managed to achieve something. So yesterday, I go up to this magic shop that is literally just up the road from me, within about 15 minutes. And it's called Prop Dog. And they do all sorts of lovely magical things. And I like going up there. So I managed to get that done. I've not sorted out the car thing yet. I'll probably end up doing that next week, I should imagine. Because I want a lazy... I had a lazy day yesterday. I didn't really do anything at all. Went out, did a little bit of shopping. And all the bulbs are popping up all over the place. So literally, I've got little daffodil bulbs popping up, which I'm really pleased about. Very pleased. I'm going to sneeze. Thank you. You don't think there's anything serious, do you? It's all over the muff. Nothing worse, is there? You don't think it's anything serious than sneezing? You think I'm all right with this coronavirus? Because apparently sneezing, you can spread it. I didn't sanitise, no. Did you sanitise? Oh, did you? Oh, right. But I'm assuming that nobody here has been anywhere near China. Have you got sanitised lotion in there? Oh, really? Have you got what? What? Yeah, I'll try it. Is that ours or yours? That's not... Have you got your own? You brought your own sanitising in? Oh, I'm sure about that. I think it's slightly odd. Somebody wants to bring in their own sanitised lotion. Should we try a little bit? I don't want to touch it, just in case. Is that yours?
Yes.
Well, you brought your own in?
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
That's enough. That's enough. This is exciting, isn't it? Play along at home. Oh, yours is not very big, is it? Oh, you told me that. He thinks he's not... You've got a smaller one. I must go and get... Oh, it's nice, isn't it? It smells nice. Oh, you have got a small... You're obsessed with size, aren't you? Because after the Marmite jar debacle, well, you've got a small one, which she hasn't. Yeah. All right. Make a big deal about it. Oh, I like that. That makes your hands feel all clean, doesn't it? I bought some dry shampoo. Yes, I think, yes, you don't want to do that on your skin. But, I mean, yes. I bought some dry shampoo the other day. Not the other day, the other month. No, it was the other year. And it was Baptiste the other decade. And it's like talcum powder. You put it in your hair, rub it through, and it absorbs grease. Well, I mean, I don't have any hair, so we don't get any grease. And then you shake it out of your hair again. Well, it didn't work like that at all. I still looked like I got the hair covered in talcum powder. It was a very bizarre look. So anyway, so going back to Jake, he says, I'll have a chance to have a bit of a rest today, like my doctor told me to, but lost health insurance and insulin is horribly expensive. 650 quid per prescription. You don't have to pay that. Do you have to pay for that? Do you do it? I'd forgotten about that. Do you do insulin then? Blimey, I get 4 boxes of insulin every month. Something like that, month and a bit. I'm due to pick up a prescription. I'll probably go and pick it up tomorrow, I think, and I'll pick up the insulin with it. $650 a month per prescription. That is an awful lot. Depends how big a prescription is. See, I pick up all my tablets and everything else. They're all put into little pill boxes. I think it's fantastic. It's basically keeping me alive. And the funny thing was, I had to do a survey at the chemist on how often you're seen at the doctor's surgery. Blow me down. The day after this, all of a sudden the doctor's surgery comes back. You know, we need to see for this. I had to do the blood test, you know, where they sort of take a syringe full of blood from your arm, which I hate doing. I try and be brave about it, but even talking about it makes me go, woo, 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 like that. And there's nothing worse than going, woo, 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 like that. You know, we go, woo, woo. You do that for children, don't you? The little baby's in the pram, and it's looking at you, and you go, woo, 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 and the baby goes... And you're kind of back where you started again. It's very time-consuming. On my last visit to London, says Dennis... from Banbridge, County Down. 2 weeks ago, I found that the King's Cross branch of Barclays Bank on the corner of Belgrove Street and Euston Road had closed. Workers are busy inside, so I'll have to see what the reincarnation will be. Probably be a coffee shop, I should imagine. Nearest branch of Barclays on Tottenham Court Road. Well, I went, a short while ago, I went to go and use NatWest, because I'm with RBS, and we own NatWest, and they only had one person in there, so that was useless. And in the end, I ended up going to Childs in Fleet Street. First bank in Fleet Street was Childs. Because all the big families had their own banks, and that's owned by Royal Bank of Scotland. And like all banks now you go into, there's no person sitting behind a counter. There's nobody sitting behind the counter. They have just 2 people standing up behind a desk. So there's nowhere really for them to sit down. They do it all on the desk, and then the money, they push a little button, and the money appears in front of them. It comes up, obviously, from the depths of the bank, which is clever, isn't it? Don't you think so? It's actually come through the banking... I'd like to see how it works. Somebody will explain it to you. But you're probably right. Tottenham Court Road, Dennis. Tottenham Court Road. I don't mind trying different banks out because you get different service in different banks. And that's what I quite like. It's when it started arriving in front of them that I thought, that is so clever. And then you go, oh, could you print out a mini statement? Done. It's so fast. It's so fast. So, had a very nice time yesterday. Having a nice time. I'm going to be lazy today. I just need to get a haircut. That's all I need to do. I just need to get a haircut. And then you feel a lot better about it. Much better. Steve, which Marmite peanut butter? Because they've recently released the smooth version. I've got the smooth version. Marmite and smooth peanut butter. And the producer was going to try it. He was going to try... And I said, no, don't open it. He's obsessed with opening things. And so he has the same size jar that I have, because we got sent in 2. And now we knew about this combination years ago. People would you were telling me years and years ago. And then, so it's now Marmite and peanut butter, but he has confessed to me that he's not the biggest fan of peanut butter. And I said, well, it's actually... Oh, here he goes. You're going to hear him speak, which is the sad bit, but there you go. So, you're just going to tell me you're going to get a spoon. Can't you just put your finger in it? Wouldn't that be easier? You don't want to get a spoon. Do you want a spoon? Although they do say you can eat it from the jar, don't they? I'm not sure whether or not it's like people eating cold baked beans. Corey's going to be sick. Do you not like peanut butter? Or do you not like Marmite? He's licking the lid. Oh, how disgusting. Horrible, horrible. You might have to go and sit in another room to do this programme this morning. All right. Did you put your finger right in? He's going to be sick. Oh, dear. We're obviously not going to get Corey to try it. The reaction is dreadful. He just doesn't like. He's not happy with the way you're eating it. But so, what does it taste like? You like it? It's not well. He's going to have to go outside the studio. He's going outside the studio. Oh dear. He's going to get some water, I think. Is he really not happy with that at all? Oh God. Oh well, that's the first time we've had that. So he likes it. Producer, he say yes to peanut butter and Marmite. So we haven't tried the crunchy. We know that they do a crunchy now because Dawn told me the other day. It really doesn't... Is that funny? Just as well it wasn't Heinz vegetable salad or something like that. That would look even worse. Is it nice, though? Was it good? Was it good? Oh, right. So could you see yourself putting it on toast or... Oh, right. What colour is it? Show me the colour of it. Does it look like the colour of peanut butter or does it look like the colour of Marmite? Oh, I told you to go and get some water. Bless him, honestly. Poor old Corey, honestly. Don't worry. He's put the evil jar away. Nasty jar. Don't do that to him. What colour is it? Show me. Show me the colour of it. No, I want to see the colour of the peanut butter. Open the lid. Foolish boy. Oh, yeah, you tip it to me. Tip it to me. I can't see it. It won't tip out. Was it? Oh, it's runny. Oh, right. Oh, no, don't. We'll have it stuck in the studio. I didn't know it was runny. I thought it would be hard. But it's runny. Yeah, all right. We don't need to do a similes to what it's like. Honestly, poor old Corey. 6 minutes to 5. You know, life could not be better today. Life could not be better. Paid the tax, done all the right things, done it all good. We love it. Did anybody hear the Victoria Derbyshire show? No, sadly, nobody did. That's the trouble. That's why they're axing it. You know, I love it. They always say, oh, you should listen to the Victoria Derbyshire show. No, the Derbyshire show, there's nothing to hear. Nothing to hear. If I wanted to be depressed, I'd read sort of a heavy newspaper. Listening to you from my hospital bed after falling, walking my dogs on Sunday. Have to have an op to put plates in my ankle. Couldn't believe I could do so much damage, says Caroline. Makes you feel better to love peanut butter. Well, apparently the peanut butter and the Marmite is a winner. An absolute winner. Producer liked it. Corey, not so keen. But Thomas liked it. It's runny as well. It's not... So it was... Corey had to go and get some water, which he then proudly told me was gin, which I feel a lot better about, actually. It's so fantastic. I love it. Another one here. And what do you think of Brexit? Now, you should know by now. We never discuss Brexit. That's for different programmes. I'm light-ent. That's why I'm the one with the audience. We're light-ent. That's why, you know. And also, my favourite priest, vicar, says, yeah, I do take insulin. I get 4 pens in a pack. Without the insurance, around $6.50 or so a month. I have to get 2 of those prescriptions a month. With insurance, I pay $7.50. Good God in heaven. So expensive, isn't it? We're not sure if, you know, things like that are going to be difficult to get hold of once we go past Friday and we go on to Brexit. Shane says, you know I'm an Aussie. I love Vegemite. Mum hates it. See, Vegemite it's similar to Marmite, isn't it? Very similar. I've never had it either, but somebody said it's very, very similar. Duncan in Bilbao says, I use a stapleless stapler. Sad to hear of Phil and Fern split. Me too. But they're going to stay best friends, and it's great. It's great. But it's their business, isn't it? It's their business. Steve, I'm still in hospital following my above-knee left leg amputation. I was at St. Peter's Hospital. Now I'm at Ashford Hospital. Everything's going well. And I'm feeling much better. So you've had knee, left leg amputation. Is that up to the knee, Darren? Is it that one? Up to the knee? There you go. You can cope with things like that, can't you? It happens a lot to people. Steve, I had a parcel come yesterday from China. I gave it a good spray with disinfectant while opening. It wasn't taking any chances. Yes. And still fighting bushfires in Canberra. Somebody said, I think you should wipe the equivalent of the equipment in the studio when you leave with antibacterial wipes, just in case you picked up a bug. I don't pick up bugs. I'm quite good, actually. Which Marmite peanut butter? They've recently released the smooth version. I've got the smooth version. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Do you know what I went out yesterday to get and I couldn't find it? I wanted a fisherman's pie. I had a craving, so I thought, I know. I shall go to Waitrose. No. I found a couple of sort of, fisherman bake things. They weren't fisherman's pies. I wanted Morrison's. We don't have a Morrison's. But I wanted a fisherman's pie. I wanted chunks of cod and salmon and stuff like Marks and Spencer's used to do a great one. But I don't think they do that anymore. Which is a shame, actually. All the things I like, they stopped doing. And so I had to go to Waitrose, and I came back with nothing at all. So I don't know what I'm going to have today. I might try and find it again. I need to look around just to make sure. Also, another one here. Good luck with the Marmite peanut butter. Very much acquired taste, says Jeremy. Not here. He took to it immediately, and he's not even a fan. Did you know, says Matthew, that Monica, your favourite cabbie, and I both live in Hampton? Yeah, different houses, though, aren't they? I mean, different places. Good Lord, you don't want to start that rumour. Not at this time of the morning. 23 minutes to 5. I tell you the time, not for any other reason apart from if I give you the time, then it gives me an opportunity to think about what else I'm going to talk about on the programme this morning, which was going to be, I know, it's a clever trick. You have to do it. So I'll go, oh, look, it's 22 minutes to 5. And while I'm saying that, the other half of my brain that's basically inactive for most of the year, all of a sudden clicks in and you go, have you mentioned the NTA Awards and this sort of supposed row? So in the back of my mind, I then sort of fast forward it and it goes on the conveyor belt and it goes to the back of my brain, and then I start talking about the NTAs and how there was a row there with Eamon Holmes snatching the gong from Philip Schofield, and so that gives me enough time to do it. You need sort of an out. Other presenters don't quite manage it like that, but that's how I do it. I'll say something, or failing that, I'll explain why I haven't. Because somebody said to me, "Have you ever had the situation where you've got nothing to talk about?" I said, "I've always got something to talk about, always something. It's just that sometimes it doesn't come into your mind immediately." So yesterday I did talk about the watch bought for £250. It's worth £500,000 because it's perfect. It's a Rolex. Rolex is a nice watches. I like Rolexes, and they're quite. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't personally see the need to spend. What? I mean, I couldn't spend £500,000 on a watch. It tells the time. You could buy a little thing in the pound shop, probably for £1, surprisingly, and that would tell you the time in exactly the same way as all these other things tell the time. I have a watch as well. I have a number of watches, all sorts of things. Cartier and all these. Mainly because they just look quite pretty. But it tells the time like anything else, but I could never spend the amount of money. I mean, I looked at a watch the other week, and it was £36,000. How could you ever justify that unless it's tax deductible? But I don't think so, because I bought a really bling watch, which I'm going to wear for the one-man show, and it was under £30, and it's very, very blingy. You will notice it, I promise you. There'll be the one thing you'll be going, can you show us the watch? Well, you'll see it, because I'll be wearing it on stage, and it's very bling. It's red, covered in diamonds. Well, obviously fake diamonds, but it looks like diamonds. It looks really expensive, and I like bling. I'm very into bling watches. So the thing we need is a stapleless stapler. And what it does, it pushes the two bits of paper together. It's quite clever, actually, quite clever. Peanut butter and cherry jam. Darren and Gina. Not sure about cherry. I didn't know that the cherry jam existed. Peanut butter with honey on toast is what I have for breakfast. Great with tea, coffee or juice, says Reed from Streatham. And so I'm not sure about that one. That's a very odd one. Steve, just looking at the court cases in my local paper, people breaking a suspended sentence, they just get another suspended sentence. What's the point? Just put them all in prison for the original sentence. The police must be well fed up with it, I can imagine. Somebody says you can buy a fish pie in Iceland. What I'm looking for is luxury fish pie. I don't want a bog standard thing which looks a bit cheap and horrible. I want a real nice fish pie. I'm all ready to cook it for lunch today. But I don't have lunch. I have sort of late lunch. So I generally put something on to cook at about 1 o'clock. and nice glass of Prosecco. And today I've got the Downton Abbey film to watch, which I've not seen. Woo! Have you seen the Downton Abbey film? Have you never seen Downton Abbey? You don't get out much, do you? And here you are wearing your posh jacket today. You're staying in and watching it. Well, I'm staying in and watching it. It's on DVD. Oh, right. What are you doing when you go out? Or you just go walking, do you? Go to Hipster Cafe? Well, you just sit there by yourself at the Hipster Cafe. Sit with friends. Where are you finding these people from? Where are they happening? In his jacket. Were you wearing your jacket the other day? Yep. You've got a what? A man bun to your head. Yeah. But you're Scottish. It just looks a bit silly, doesn't it, really? I mean, let's be honest. It's like sort of... There was a man the other day... I was sitting at the bus stop, and because I was sitting on the seat at the bus stop in Kingston, I wasn't actually catching the bus. I just wanted to sit down. And there's very few places to sit down nowadays, as most of us older people will testify to. And all of a sudden, I half raised my eyes. There's a man standing in front of me in a kilt. He's got a kilt on, and he's got his sporran, he's got all the bits. But the trouble is, the thing he had slung over his shoulder had a hole in it. He was obviously a ne'er-do-well Scottish man. And I thought, oh, God, he's going to talk to me. I dread it when people talk to me. Are you Steve Allen? I go, Thomas, you know it's me. Don't be silly. Steve, I was very surprised, says Mark. Victoria Derbyshire didn't get an environmental award at the NTA Awards for her ability to make people turn off their televisions. Yes, she didn't get any. There was no nominations for it. What's the point of nominating something that's going to be axed? No, it's very silly. Waitrose seem to have stopped doing the old British favourites. I used to buy a Yorkshire pudding with sausage, mash and peas in it. Oh, that sounds nice. Wow, that sounds very, very nice. Oh, yes, I'm all in favour of that one. Marmite on buttered crumpets. Yeah, buttered crumpet. Actually, if you're... Oh, yeah, I was trying to think, actually. Yeah, you put the butter on, that soaks in. Then you put this Marmite and peanut butter. I mean, if he says it's good, we have to go by him because because Corey won't eat it. Even though we tried holding him down and force-feeding him, he just sort of gagged. Yeah, you go, we're going to be sick. I had to go rushing out the studio to go and get a glass of water or gin. Marks and Spencer's used to sell a fabulous extra-large fisherman's pie thing. I know that's the one I used to get. I mean, you know the ones that say feeds a family? Well, obviously it's a family of borrowers because there's never enough food there. Steve, my granddad has a Rolex from 1958, never been worn either, still in the box, still has the papers, everything. He said he's going to leave it. He says he's going to leave it to be Monday in his will. What's that mean? Do you think it's going to be worth 700,000? No. Only certain ones are worth a lot of money. There were lots of Rolexes made, as you can well imagine. They're looking for certain ones. This one was kept in a bank vault. So he only used to go in occasionally and have a look at it, but it had all the provenance, it had the extra link, it had everything with it. So he paid £250, 250 quid, the equivalent, and it was worth $700,000. $700,000. The trouble is, would you want to sell it? Yeah, too right. What's the point of having a watch that's sitting in a bank vault when you can get $700,000 for it? And it might go more. If there's 2 or 3 people bidding for it at auction, it could go higher. You could get over $1 million. I'd have it. No, you have the money now. It's like parents saying, I'm going to save money for my will. What for? Everybody else has to work for things. I have to work. Well, I don't have to work. Well, I do have to work. But I love work. I can't imagine people who don't love to work. It's like every time, as I say, I watched Eamon Holmes for years. I knew him when he had dark hair and was quite slim and was fun and jovial. There doesn't seem to be much fun and joviality going on in his life, really. And so now he's got no radio programme either. Dan Wooten will be enjoying that one, I should imagine. They'll have to find something else for him to do. What they find for him to do, I've got no idea. We'll take a break, shall we? 14th, the reason that Corey didn't feel too well when we were opening the jar of Marmite and peanut butter is because Thomas licked the lid. He licked the lid. And so basically Tom was going, oh, you snob, and all this kind of thing. Obviously, where Thomas comes from, because I then said to Corey, do you not lick the lid of the of the fruit yoghurt? And he says, no, he scrapes it off with a spoon. Did you never lick the lid? Oh, you're probably horrified by our family, actually. No, we used to do that. Did you ever dip your bread in an egg, a fried egg? Oh, that's all right. You could do that. Oh, okay. See, I can't do that. You wouldn't lick an ice cream? Oh, right. Oh. Yes, that's very weird. You wouldn't lick an ice cream. Of course, I'm old enough to remember, before we had soft ice cream where you pulled the handle down and turned the thing, it was hard. And so you bought a little brick and the cone was oblong, and then you put the thing in the top and ate it that way. Or there was a round ice cream which came with cardboard. Older people listening will remember this one. And you took the cardboard off and then you put it into the thing. Or failing that, if your mum went out and bought a block of ice cream, you'd get wafers and you put one either side, cut it, and then put the wafer the other side. And then you'd lick all the way round it. That was quite nice. Or failing that, just lollies. You didn't know the licking thing. No, the licking thing, not good for you. Do your best, don't you, ladies and gentlemen? Honestly, perhaps different people got different It's like when I watch people on the television, chefs and things, breaking the legs of lobsters and stuff like that, I feel physically ill. It just doesn't do it for me at all. And people go, oh, look, you break this here. I think I was doing it the other day. Might have been Jamie Oliver. And I remember thinking, no, don't do that. I don't like it. It's not nice. Are you fine with that? Yeah, as long as you don't lick it, you're all right. It's like crab, isn't it? I feel sorry for crabs because they don't really have much choice. Once they've been caught, you know where they're going. Although they've never shown us. When you see them being caught in the Deadliest Catch programme, they bring up these cages from the deep where they've been sitting on the ocean floor and all the crabs crawl in there to eat the things. Sometimes they're full up, sometimes they're not. And then they put them into the hold in water. And I'm thinking, but what happens to them under there? I mean, do they then get them out and freeze them? You've never seen them doing anything like that. I want to know what happens. We've only seen on sort of television. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The very best fish pie shop's called Cook. 50 minutes in the oven, says Neil. We used to have a cook shop in Richmond. It's now a coffee shop. Didn't last very long because it's Twickenham. And everybody cooks in Twickenham, so we didn't really need a cook shop. I do know where there is one down at Chiswick. I know exactly where that is. Another one here. It says, do you wear a chain around your neck? A chain? What do you mean a chain around your neck? And rings on your fingers? No. Are you slightly touched or cracked? I can't work out. I was listening to some bloke who was talking earlier on to poor Darren. I think he could have been called Billy or something like that. What a boring person. He thought he knew everything, but in fact, it actually turned out he didn't know anything at all. I love it when you get people like that. It's fantastic. And Debbie and Simon says, why don't they just sack Eamon? Well, he's lost his job on a radio station. That's gone. Mainly because they brought somebody else in who can probably get them publicity. Whether he's any good, I don't know. But we had Waitrose fish pie for dinner last night. It was fabulous, says Della. Well, I don't know where you found it, because I went all the way through the freezers in R1. I couldn't find it at all, even down to the specialist stuff. Aldi do a luxury fisherman's pie in the fresh section. Quite large, says Gary. I have to go and find an Aldi now. Darren says Marks and Spencer's do cherry conserve. Oh, I don't know. Steve, crumpets, salted butter, thin layer of Marmite or Vegemite, topped with a healthy wedge of peanut butter. Can't go wrong. Well, you don't need to do that now. It's mixed in the same jar. It's in the same jar. And you can either get crunchy peanut butter and Marmite or Marmite and smooth peanut butter, which is the one that we've got, which he tried this morning, which he was very pleased with. Steve Reed says, if you and Corey try peanut butter and honey on toast, I'll donate money to your charity. No, we don't do things like that, I'm afraid. There's no way you can bribe him, for goodness sake. Yes, just a £50 note in a plain sealed envelope, OK? Another one here. Steve, really? Second day Marmite. Can I start an anti-Marmite branch, says Monica. I'm going to have to give you a Marmite warning. You have to put your fingers in your ears. We're about to mention... put your finger in your ears. Marmite. I've had 2 hot cross buns buttered and an ice-cold Diet Coke for breakfast. Oh, dear, not Diet Coke for breakfast. Ice-cold good and 2 hot cross buns buttered. I eat them raw, but did you know that they're really bad for diabetics? They're just full of sugar. I can watch my sugar levels go through the blooming roof. And not so good. Sainsbury's Taste the Difference. They do a great fish pie right by Twickenham Green. OK, I shall go and check that one out. And Waitrose seem to have stopped doing all the old favourite... Oh, somebody else saying that. Exactly the same. Interesting, isn't it? Did you see Bradley Walsh's face when Ant and Dec got an award? Made me laugh, says Pam. I know, he put it on. It was put on. Listen, nobody minds. Although apparently a couple of the Loose Women wandered out, obviously go to the toilet and have a fag, when they didn't win again. But the award was for magazine programme. Loose Women's not a magazine programme. It's a bunch of old biddies sitting behind a desk. Janet Street Porter, who's in the twilight of her years. There's a few other people on there. It's of no interest to anybody. That's why nobody votes for it. You know, even though, God knows, they get you to try and vote. I've seen them practically begging on the programme. And here's a clip of all our funny bits. Unfortunately, that's it. The rest of it is as dull as ditch water. It's very dull. Very dull. Needs a kick up the rear end, that programme. You could axe it quite easy. You don't need that many presenters. It's funny, actually, the amount of money that they pay for presenters on that programme varies hugely. Dale used to tell me what he got if he did an appearance on Loose Women. Quite staggering. Quite staggering. Martin in Toaster, or as we call it down here, Towcester. Can Corey dip bread in tinned tomato juice? No, he doesn't buy tinned tomatoes. And actually, the ones you should always buy are the actual tomatoes as opposed to the chopped tomatoes. Once you chop them, they lose all their flavour. So, little handy hint there. Dipping bread's okay. And would you do that if you had tomatoes on toast or something? Would you dip toast in the tomato? Yeah, you're right with that. Okay. Just there isn't any licking. He doesn't do licking, he says. Martin in Towcester says the Downton Abbey film is brilliant. I know, I can't wait. Monica says I used to lick the lids of yogurts till one day I managed to get a cut on my tongue on the edge of this thin metal. Since then I'm using my spoon. You're quite right, actually. Another one here. Oh, the best fish pie, somebody else is telling me, is Cook. Cook is the shop for that one. And, Steve, I went to the crab factory once. The smell was dreadful. And I couldn't have worked there. The crabs have got eyes. I know, you know that they're looking at you. You know that they're going, what are you doing? What are you doing? And the lobsters, they just put a knife in while it's alive, and that sort of apparently kills it straight away in their head. And then they split it open. That's horrid. Although we did see a thing on the television early on, which luckily Corey missed, and it was a factory with all the little chicks. All the little chicks. They were on conveyor belts, hundreds and thousands of little chicks. And you know where they're all going? They're going to be gassed, because then they mash them up and feed them as food. Horrid. Horrid. Didn't like that at all. Steve, the crabs go live in the tanks to the processors where they're boiled alive. I know. Gosh, memories, says Paul. Ice cream blocking cardboard cut with a wafer each side. Yes. Still buy it, can't you? Although a lot of it is now you get bigger things. Did I hear right about the lovely Fern and lovely Phil? Yes, you did. And also, where can you find a jar of damson plum jam? Damson plum jam. I've got no idea. Crumpet, butter, strawberry jam and a dollop of ice cream, says Tony. But make sure you've got napkins. Well, that's a thing worth wondering about, isn't it, really? So we'll have a look at... what are we going to look? TV Alistair out in Race Storm. And he left ITV News after using the term angry ape in a Twitter spat. And then somebody texted back and said, the ITV newsreader referred to me as an ape with the cover of Shakespeare, Measure for Measure. And the ITN bosses said he breached editorial guidelines. There was something else that he had, and I'm quite sure. Can you look it up on Google? Because I'm never totally... But in the back of the recesses of my mind, I remember Alistair Stewart, and it was... yes, I'm pretty certain, Thomas, it was this, like... Yeah, and the other bit. Do you see the other bit? That bit. I just want to check it because I'm not too sure whether or not I was right. I'm not too sure whether I was right, but I'm just sort of checking. Wait a minute, blah, blah, blah. There you go. In 2003, he was banned from driving and fined £3,000 after being arrested, charged and convicted of drink driving. He was 3 times over the drink drive limit. And that was not really good publicity. And so this latest thing, he said it was an error of judgment. But it's funny, actually, isn't it? Because it was only the other day that Ofcom were sort of happy with Jo Brand talking about throwing acid over people because that's what she would say. I mean, so it seems to me there's different sort of rules running all over the place here. But anyway, he's an active supporter of a number of charities, including, patron for Brook. That's the Action for Working Horses and Donkeys. He's been on The Chase twice. First of all, I like him, but if you do make that mistake, and surely there should be, isn't it 3 strikes and you're out? If you sort of say something, you go, actually, I didn't mean that. It was just the way it came out. It came out, not the right way. Rod Liddle today, and talks about The Guardian, a newspaper for rich, stupid people living in North London. He said in yesterday's issue they were terrified about what to put in their morning cup of tea other than tea. Milk is out because of greenhouse gases caused by the dairy industry. Coconut milk leads to chopping down rainforests. Almond milk is unkind to bees. What can they do? Can I suggest dandruff? He said, scrape it off your head, shove it in your cup. There was a truly hilarious piece about wild swimming by an idiot called Rhiannon Lucy Goslet. She says it's an elitist activity and for rich people to pretend they're not part of the capitalist system which drives climatic change. No, he says, I'm not kidding. The Guardian, a world beyond parody. And also, he says, speak to the FBI, Andy. This is Prince Andy. If you have nothing to hide, no need to worry. As I say, my advice to Andy, if you're listening, mate, get to the FBI before Ghislaine, before you're thrown under the bus, OK? But if you've got nothing to worry about, why would you not contact them through your lawyers? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? A gay Uber passenger is furious because his driver told him to stop snogging his boyfriend in the back seat. The bloke claims the driver said he was a Christian and offended by the behaviour. I suppose, says Rod Liddle, he may have been a Christian, but most of us would be offended by a couple, gay or straight, with their tongues halfway down each other's necks. Try and have a bit of dignity and restraint, you whining muppet. Oh, and don't use Ubers. That's antisocial as well. It's the trouble nowadays. We don't like... What was it that I saw? It might have been from Queer as Folk, where they saw a couple snogging on a ferry, and they went up to him, disgusting. I see that every time on Love Island. Every time you see somebody snogging on Love Island, and there's some ghastly person, I think we'll probably end up putting them on my little bit extra today, who had a row with a photographer and started lashing out. Obviously drunk, I suppose, or something like that. Damson plum jam in my fridge. Neighbour makes it, says Darren. And there you go. And somebody says there's a cooks in Squire's Garden. Cloud and drivel. What's drivel? Love it. Love it, love it. Nice to have your company this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's 4 minutes past 5. It is Thursday. We like a Thursday, although the producer doesn't like a Thursday because he said it's our last day together as a team and then we get somebody else tomorrow. So he goes into a deep, deep depression about the whole thing. I mean, really, it's far too mamby-pamby for us. We don't do things like that at all. I've just broken a mug. That's 7 years bad luck, isn't it? I can tell. Opening the studio door, holding 3 mugs. Don't ask. It's best not to know. Steve, Sandy's Selfish Pies. I should have remembered that, actually. Was it the New Seekers who sang Mornington Crescent? No. They sang Train Whistle Blowing Makes a Cheery Noise All along all the girls and boys Rockin', rollin', riding out, and then all bound for Morningtown, many miles away. Remember that one? My favourite was Hey There, Georgie Girl, taken from the film Georgie Girl. But my favourite was had a song about a clown, and I can't remember what it was called. Or I Am Australian. That was the one that used to annoy everybody. I'd start singing this I Am Australian. Steve, surely it's more civilised to leave the kissing and canoodling till you get home. Very embarrassing to do it in a public place. Yeah, but some people, the urge overtakes them, doesn't it? I mean, we sometimes do a group hug before the programme, but, that's about as far as it goes. We don't sort of, we're way too adult for stuff like that. We don't really, and the older you get, I think the more you don't show your affection. You really don't do it. I mean, would you hold hands with your girlfriend and boyfriend if your parents were around? Oh, you would? Yeah, but you're Scottish. I mean, that's completely different, isn't it? That's what you do. Because you're keeping their hands warm, aren't you? Because it's so cold up there in Scotland. That's why you hold hands like that. I mean, my hand would have dropped off years ago if it hadn't been for that. Steve, another one here. And I'm determined to get a celebrity girlfriend, says Matthew. Mylene Klass or Kerry Katona would do me. I thought you said you wanted a celebrity. We don't want Mylene Klass, do you? What do you want her for? Don't want Mylene Klass. She's happily settled down. And Kerry Katona, I mean, you wouldn't touch her with a barge pole. Goodness sake. Steve, Marmite, especially on toast, but try Marmite with marmalade. Ugh. No. Stop it. We've only just got used to putting it into peanut butter. Dean says, I can go to any fish market. Thank you. Nobody should be talking about food at this time of the morning. What do you think I should be talking about? Well, go listen to something else then. I love when people say, you shouldn't be talking about this at this time of the morning. You say, well, I mean, quite clearly, go and find something else to listen to. I've added 150,000. Do you dip biscuits in tea? I think the word is dunk, and the word is absolutely not. I know lots of people do that. Lots. That's like Eamon Holmes speaks with his mouth full when he's eating the food on the television on This Morning. He actually speaks with his mouth full, which I think is absolutely... My mother would have gone up the wall. Up the wall. All these people do it. You don't speak with your mouth full. It's just bad manners, isn't it? The songs were by the Seekers, not the New Seekers. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, the New Seekers were... I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. Yes, the Seekers were the Australian group with Judith Durham. God, fancy me making a mistake. Woo, at this time of the morning. Not possible, is it? If you're getting up, come on. Up. So the BBC are cutting 450 jobs. I mean, you could possibly cut a few thousand. It wouldn't make the slightest difference. It really wouldn't. And they've got to axe the programmes that don't perform. But that's always what it's been about. I don't quite understand why anybody with half a brain cell would not understand that you're not doing programmes for the sake of doing a programme. You're doing a programme because you want to get an audience. That's the whole idea. If Ant and Dec didn't get audiences, they wouldn't bother doing it. If This Morning didn't get audiences, or Good Morning Britain, if they didn't get audiences, they'd axe it and find something else. There's a limit to how far you can go down the road. They'd already dropped the warning hint to Victoria Derbyshire by cutting the programme. 2 hours of sheer misery down to an hour of sheer misery. Very worthy, but stick it on something that nobody's watching. Oh, it is on something that nobody's watching. That's the trouble. Finders of the Antarctic, or the Finder, he gets a blue plaque. I'll tell you about him a little bit later on, which is quite nice. And Fleetwood Mac are calling time on their tour. They've decided after so many years they don't want to tour anymore. Greta Thunberg has applied to trademark her own name, and Lloyds are going to shut 56 branches. 56 branches. That's what, because you can do it online now. You can do everything online. You don't physically need to visit a branch. If you want to take money out, if you're a person who likes cash, well, then you can do that in a machine, but only to your daily limit. If you go into the bank, then you can take more out. So if for example, I have a daily limit on my card, and if I want a bit more money than that, then I have to go into the branch, and then I can get it. Madonna was holding court. Lock up your phone. She doesn't want to find herself on YouTube, and I can well understand it. You know, but people do it, don't they? And so she was making sure that nobody was going to be taking... But I bet somebody did. Somebody will take something. Gene Hackman. Remember Gene Hackman? How old? 90. 90 for Gene Hackman. It doesn't seem possible, does it? It's amazing. Also, Livermead Sands near Torquay is falling into the sea. I mean, boy, is it falling into the sea. About 100 yards, less than 100 yards. The car park for the hotel there... It's just dropping in. I love the way the council go, we'll monitor the situation. You don't need to monitor it. It's all on blooming beach. Just imagine coming back. We parked the car here. It's gone. Disappeared. And it's dangerously near people's back garden. People who thought, oh, what a lovely view of the sea. I'd always worry about that. I see lots of these properties for sale in Country Life. And they look lovely. And they go, oh, you've got... One of them had its own cliff railway. Its own... But I think it was a stone cliff. And they channeled... down into the cliff, so it's like one of those vernacular kind of things, and I thought that'd be quite nice. The house was lovely, the views were sensational, and then they took us on a tour out to, who was doing it? One of the Dimblebys, something about Britain at sea, and he went to one of the forts, which I think is off Southampton, and it was built during the war for protection. You know what it is now? It's a booty queue hotel. A booty queue hotel. And it really looks lovely. And he showed you inside, and it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. You can stay there. Oh, look. What's that? Her present to me. Why? Why have I got a present to me? Is there a reason why she'd bought me a present? My Christmas present? It's the end of January. The end... Oh, it's a New Year, New You present. Wow! That is fantastic. Give her a revel. She can have a revel. What does she want? The whole packet? Oh, some have got nuts in. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, Corey, lick the chocolate off the Revels and then find out which one's got the nuts in and don't give them to her. Let her have the other one. Orange cream's a personal favourite. Or the toffee. I've forgotten about the nut thing. Honestly, we've all got problems, haven't we? Are you in tomorrow? Looking forward to hearing the story tomorrow. This one's been running since January of last year. It's never going to see the light of day, is it? She did say drivel. I thought she did. When she said, I thought drivel, perhaps it's some new word for drizzle. Perhaps it's, okay, we've got drivel today. But apparently she was thinking about this programme, which is nice, isn't it? We look forward to responding to that tomorrow on the programme. So many times. See you later. Off she goes. So I've got a present. New year, new me. Woo! How posh is that? How posh. I like a present in the morning. I don't often get presents in the morning, although we did get the peanut butter with the Marmite, which is quite nice. And I got some socks. I got socks. People are so kind. Why are people so nice? You know why? Because I've got to that age where they think, oh, send him something nice. And so I did, and I got something here. Wait a minute, I'll tell you exactly who it was from, actually. It was from Rajesh. Rajesh, he sent me 2 pairs of socks and 2 pens, which was quite nice. They're not just any old socks. He says, they're just for you. They're socks given to upper-class passengers on Virgin Atlantic. He said, try them. They're the best socks I've never had. Rajesh, I hope you're not going to get into trouble for pinching socks. Are you? I hope not. But thank you very much indeed. It's always very nice, nicely appreciated. Somebody's sending me some diabetic socks, which I should be willing to try, because my feet circulation is not great at the moment. Steve, who doesn't like talking about food? Oh, generally miserable people. Giant Christmas puddings with onion gravy, says Bex. Oh, that sounds nice. And Tony in Bristol says, shows of public emotion. I'd snog the face off Carol Vorderman. Oh, I don't think she really wants to have the face snogged off. Steve, tell me and my husband are together 29 years and we have a son, says Connie. And we love each other deeply. Do you think that people can be evil and split families apart who love each other so much? I cry a lot every day because I can't bear this Brexit thought. I've got a friend who's leaving. She's going off today. She's going on a flight today to Barcelona because she's managed to get a good deal with BA, the flights and the hotel, 4-star, 5-star hotel for 2 nights under £300, including the flights and all the rest of it. So she can't bear to be here. Seriously, I mean, there's loads of people. You're not alone on that one, Connie. You really are not. What are you doing eating chocolate when you've got diabetes? That's rather naughty. I'm not eating chocolate. I've given it to Corey because he didn't like the Marmite and peanut butter scenario that we had. Can't wait to see what the present is. It's not. Do you think it's money? Oh, it's a nice box, isn't it? Is it wrapped? Look at that! Wow. It's got that little card that says "Happy Christmas, Steve. Lots of love from Serena." I would think. You won't no, okay. Guess what? Prunella Scales and Timothy West have been replaced on the Great Canal Journeys due to her ill health. Well, that's a shame because we liked them. In fact, we still like them. We love them. So the Queen and Prince Charles holding an emergency meeting to discuss Andrew. What is there to discuss? Why has he not gone to see that? This is destroying the family. Forget who you are now. You're no different to the rest of us. It needs to be sorted as quick as possible. And Roxanne Pallett has got married to some bloke. I wonder if he's realised just how awful she is. She's got history. You remember she lied on Big Brother? We had all of that kind of thing, and then she did the fake crying and everything. Oh, no, not pleasant. Lots of people then came forward to say, this is what she... I've just opened the present, and do you know what it is? It's bubbles for Prosecco. You add it to Prosecco, strawberry and peach, pop a ball. And for something extra special, they also do other bits and pieces, and it's got, what's in it. Water, fructose, peach juice, and you just drop them in. And the shell is made from seaweed extract, suitable for vegans and celiacs, plus only 18 calories per serving. How cool is that? And the other one is a pillow spray, a deep pillow spray, which is... I don't know what that is, actually. Brilliant. So good. Honestly, the acting on this programme gets worse and worse, doesn't it? I do my best. More of your texts and emails. Varun is getting a flight to Mumbai this morning. Looking forward to trying the food, but hope to avoid Delhi belly. Good luck. Good luck. I've never known anybody who's managed to go... The things you have to avoid, salad, water unless it's bottled, or ice. Okay, you have to avoid ice. So just get chilled drinks, but not with ice. I've just rescued a rooted Christmas tree from the streets of London. It's been thrown away. It'll be planted out later. Yes, I like a little planted Christmas, don't you? Just remember, though, I've seen one outside a house down in Teddington. They obviously put it in years ago. It's like 50 foot tall at the moment. It's obliterated the complete house. The roots must be undermining everything. Martin says, I eat Rebels on long drives. I think the nuts are now not in the bag. See, I don't know anything about that because I didn't buy it for me anyway. Stephen says, we could tell the Americans, we'll send you Andrew if you send us that diplomat's wife. Yes, I mean how she's living with herself, I've got no idea. We don't like that, do we, at all? Mind you, we don't seem to like either of them. There's loads of people we don't like at the moment, and Prince Andrew would be one of them. His daughters, his wife, his ex-wife. There's all sorts of people we don't like, do we? I don't know why we don't like anybody. Because we're British. You wait till tomorrow. Daily Mirror, front page, Scotland Yard to probe Lucan claims. Stewart quits ITV News over racism storm. That was a bit fast, wasn't it? I mean, that really was fast. Plus, nursery... Have you noticed every day the Duchess of Cambridge is in here? They're taking away the heat from Harry and from Meghan. BBC axing 450 jobs. Newsnight will make fewer films, while 5 Live and other news services will also be affected. They've got to save 80 million. They vowed to reduce duplication and review presenter numbers. The duplication is absolutely appalling. For example, you'll have somebody who turns up on the television, like Mark Commode, doing film reviews. And then you'll see there's about another 20 or 30 people who also do film reviews. Why can't they just give you somebody's film review and then syndicate it? So you all get the same film review. What's the matter with that? You don't need all these different people. It's ridiculous. Union Bectu said the BBC faces unprecedented pressures, like having to pay for free TV licences. Labour's Tracy Brabin says the cuts will send shockwaves around journalism in this country. Only because it's overstaffed, Tracy. Perhaps you should go down there and do yourself a favour. The BBC has got to face up to the changing way that audiences are using them. Fewer stories will be covered, whilst there'll be further investment in digital news. Yeah, well, they've got they've got too many people. They're top-heavy with sort of, journalism stories. And the last thing we need is Victoria Derbyshire, who's doing, very worthy stuff, but no audience. Here it is. The NTA is taking their toll on some celebrities. Holly and Phil had sore heads the other day. They've got to stop drinking and then going on air. I wouldn't do it. But the night didn't end well. Love Island's Chris Hughes had a bust-up with a photographer. What a horrible piece of work. You have to get used to this sort of thing. If you can't handle yourself, then get out the business. Actually, it'd be a good idea if you just got out the business. He's dating Jezzy Nelson. He says, I want to make everyone aware this was in self-defence. It's whatever it is, it doesn't look very nice. Doesn't look very nice. And we've got a bit of history, have we not? Here's all the team, led, of course, by Pip Schofield, and that's his wife, and there's somebody who's not his wife, and there's Rochelle, and Marvin, and hiya, and everybody. Wait a minute, who am I not looking for? Who am I not seeing? I don't think I'm seeing... Anyway, Kate McGlynn has her sights set on going to America to become a global star after leaving Coronation Street. Unfortunately, I don't want to ruin or burst your bubble in any way, shape or form, but they've got loads of actresses. They don't need anybody else. Apparently, you can get a deep pillow spray with lavender oil. Great to send you off to sleep, which is lovely. Steve, did you buy the Vicar of Diddley complete box set? 20 quid Argos. Off to see Madonna Sunday. Glad the phones are bad and you are a national treasure. I wish you were on 24 hours a day. I don't think everybody else shares your enthusiasm for that one. Definitely not. You imagine 24 hours a day. I think after a while you'd just be... I'm tempted to walk right into this one. You'd be spouting gibberish. You'd just be... I thought my driver this morning was going to fall asleep behind the wheel. It was getting a little bit to the point of, drop me off here, I'll walk the rest of the way. Thank you very much indeed. The veteran, bowled over by the £500,000 Rolex valuation. This Rolex here is a Paul Newman model, because Paul Newman wore a similar model in the film Winning, and he says, I don't think there's a better one in the world, valued at up to $700,000. As he heard the news, the veteran fell to the ground. He comes from West Fargo in North Dakota. He says, you gotta be, rude word, me. Unbelievable. Good for him. I'm glad he's got it. The finder of the Antarctic, I need to tell you about because he's a Royal Navy officer. You won't have heard of him. He died in obscurity, despite making the first confirmed sighting of the Antarctic mainland. He's going to be celebrated with a blue plaque. He's an Irishman. His name's Edward Bransfield. His voyage in 1820 provided the existence of Antarctica and began the era of exploration that later featured Ernest Shackleton and Captain Robert Scott. But he died unknown in Brighton in 1852 after 3 marriages. Today, the 200th anniversary of his discovery, a blue plaque will be unveiled at his former home in East Sussex. Polar exploration author Michael Smith says Bransfield, the forgotten man of exploration, is now coming in from the cold. Isn't that nice? I like that. What a shame he didn't live to see things like that. Also, Sylvester Stallone is now a silver fox. They've all done it, actually. Pip Schofield went from sort of badly dyed hair in 2003. 2004, he stopped dyeing it. Looks so much better. Pierce Brosnan, so much better. And Tom Jones, so much better. Everybody does that, don't they? They look better when they don't dye their hair. Also, Dame Judi Dench, legendary football manager Alex Ferguson and Jonathan Davis have all entered horses in this year's Grand National. And rowing record holder Lee Spencer's spare prosthetic leg lies on his car dashboard to prove his disability to traffic wardens. He left a note saying he'd forgotten his blue badge and posted a photo on social media. He says, "I forgot my blue badge. Please accept my spare leg in lieu." Do you seriously believe that a traffic warden's going to understand that one? Probably not. Probably not. We've had all sorts of people, saying how disabled you have to be to get one of those badges. The answer is you have to, not be able to walk a certain distance. That's how it's worked out. But there's a lot of fiddling going on, as you can well imagine. Excuse me. Quick slurp of the tea this morning, if we're having one of those good days. Ooh. The virus. This is the coronavirus outbreak. Britain's airlifted from China could be quarantined at a UK military base, of which we have many. Ozzy Osbourne warns he won't be here that much longer as he battles Parkinson's. He thinks he'd be dead already if he hadn't got motivated to make music with daughter Kelly's encouragement. What do they do, that family? I don't really know, actually, but always an interesting thing. Eating green vegetables and drinking tea could halve your risk of developing Alzheimer's. So eat more green vegetables. Things like broccoli are very, very good for you. Broccoli is very good. And also drinking more tea, eating more fruit is very good. Products rich in nutrients called flavonols, known for their antioxidant and anti-inflammatory abilities. Maasai warriors in Kenya have supported the Mirrors campaign to ban trophy hunting, with one elder labelling it sickening. Boniface Mpario grew up amongst the tribe who live on the plains of southern Kenya and northern Tanzania, but moved to the UK in 2017. He's said here, "I hope Britain brings in a total ban on the import of trophies and the world follows. Makes me sick that trophy hunters, including some from Britain, go to Africa to shoot bat-eared foxes for fun." Yes, I also find it equally distasteful. That was that ghastly old so-and-so, wasn't it, from the Love Island. He lasted a matter of days before they went, "No, get him out. Get him out." Also, what have we got here? A sign of things to come. A pet shop that sold puppies has shut down. That's good news. Lucy's Law will ban the sale of puppies and kittens by anyone apart from the breeders themselves. Linton Pet Store in a garden centre sold puppies and has now gone into liquidation, owing £120,000. They still sell them in France. You can go to parts of Paris and find dogs sitting in the window. That's how people saw them. You're supposed to see them with the mother, but it doesn't clearly work that way, I'm afraid. Great shame. Here, good to see Gregory Rudd, says Mr. Penman, investigating. It's his birthday, actually, tomorrow. So happy birthday to Mr. Penman. But this victim of sharp practice, he said, if you've been the victim of sharp practice, email him. You can do it at the Mirror and he'll sort of check things out. Like Gregory Rudd, banned from being a company director, his company, Cureborn Communications, was fined £400,000 by the Information Commissioner for making almost 100 million automated spam calls about PPI claims and road accident compensation, but shut down without paying a penny. It'll be 2026 before the 53-year-old from Cambridge is allowed back in a boardroom. Horrible person. Yuck. Dreadful. But good news about the puppies, isn't it? But the people who buy the puppies are as guilty as the people who are selling them. Should never buy a puppy from somebody. I see people walking around markets with little tiny dogs that shouldn't even be out in this weather. Seriously, that's why they all, most people, they don't last too long. Young carers spend an average of 25 hours a week looking after young ones. They get a really rough deal, carers nowadays, and especially the young ones. Plus, I've got a sweet tribute, a salute to a factory worker, which is going on Uncle Joe's Mint. Sorry to speak out of turn, but my friend Ian has said the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch have just announced Aladdin for this year's pantomime. Christmas is a-coming. But actually, Ian, we did one better the other day. If you remember, Biggins was on his way to talk about Nicholas Parsons, and he's already booked for Panto for this year as well. He's doing Bromley. He's doing Bromley. He says, on my way to Nicholas Parsons to talk about him. And actually, Tony Slattery was there as well. But no, Biggins is already booked for Panto this year. It's amazing, isn't it? Because all these celebrities, you have to book them well in advance, because otherwise somebody jumps in there very quickly. And Biggins is a Panto favourite, definitely. So here is a lovely story, OK? This is a sweet factory worker who gave the Nazis plenty to chew over, has been immortalised on a tin of mints. The late Tommy Bennett's name and photo are on the container of treats being sold by his old firm for the 75th anniversary of VE Day. He was a sugar boiler at Uncle Joe's Mint Ball factory for around 50 years, his only gap from 42 to 45 to fight Hitler. The former RAF flight engineer told colleagues, one week I was boiling toffee, the next I was bombing the enemy. And now you can see him on the special Tommy tin. The name also honours British troops who were nicknamed Tommies. He started at the factory when he was 14. And when he was called up at 18, he was the only sugar boiler left at the firm. The company founder, William Santos, told the government, although Bennett is so young, he is at present time the most vital person I have. The mints were so popular that Tommy was granted a 6-month leave of absence from the RAF to train a replacement. And he died, aged 78 in 2002. John Winnard from the firm in Wigan, Greater Manchester, said Tommy was Uncle Joe's through and through. Even after he retired, he would visit every Friday just to make sure they were doing it just right. Some of the sales of the VE Day mint balls will go to armed forces charities. We've got to get some Uncle Joe's mint balls. Where do you get these things from? And it's got a picture of him in uniform. Hand-cooked on open fires. Uncle Joe's VE Day mint balls. We've definitely got to get some. And then they do a bit about him on the back of the tin. Isn't that great? His family must be thrilled. I like it when we do things like that. It restores your faith, doesn't it? In sort of, the country people go, oh no, it's all going to be disastrous tomorrow. Oh God, I hope not. It'll be all fight on the night. This is a photography being laid into by Chris Hughes. Obviously not a very pleasant person. And he got involved in a violent brawl at the National Television Awards. He'd earlier been seen celebrating with Jesse Nelson. He says, a snapper outside the hotel decided to repeatedly call me a name I wouldn't call my worst enemy and physically try and start an altercation. Chris said, this night was about Jesse's win and I'm sorry if I distract anybody from it. Yes, the pictures don't do you any favours, mate. They don't do you any favours. Unfortunately, you've got to have a very thick skin. You've obviously got a very thin skin. Steve says, Steve, Corona is a makeup typewriter. They won't be happy. Is it a Corona? Yes, it's an electric typewriter, isn't it? Another one here. Have you not discovered the identity of the UK radio presenter who broadcasts a 3-hour show standing up whilst driving the desk and taking calls? And it's been some months since you were set that challenge and called me a liar. Well, you're a bit stupid then, aren't you? Well, we don't remember that at all. Producers looking at you like you are stupid. A UK radio presenter who broadcasts 3 hours standing up, driving the desk and taking calls. Would it be BBC local radio or something like that? Honestly, how stupid. You're obviously trying to make yourself out to be somebody interesting. But I've noticed, actually, you're not really, are you? Yeah. We give up. Who is it? Do you know who it is, Popsy? Probably not. See, Bishop Stortford Waitrose sell Charlie Bingham fish pies, soft top socks. I've had a look at the Charlie Bingham fish pies. I don't like them. I'm sorry. Soft top socks available in our M&S, says Stuart. I don't like the quality of socks in M&S. I've had to avoid them. Do you like celery? Yes. Yes, I'm quite big. Why did God make all the foods that are good for you taste either boring or horrible? Like broccoli has been one of those boring foods around. Oh no, I love thin stem broccoli. You can put that into all sorts of things. I put that into rice, and it really works very, very. I'm not a cordon bleu cook, as you well know, but interesting. And with Stuart, we did that joke about Victoria Derbyshire yesterday. You're a little bit late on it. It's no good repeating jokes on the programme that we've already done. And then somebody says, I'm disappointed in you giving the two guys in the Uber car a hard time. They may have just got married. They hadn't. Maybe one of their birthdays. It wasn't. It shouldn't make any difference if the driver was Christian. Oh, Alana, don't be so stupid. Of course it does. Somebody turns around and says they're offended by something. They're offended by something. It's as simple as that. And also, kissing in the back of a car. Do me a favour. Might have just got married. I don't think so, dear. It's sweet of you to make a contribution. Somebody says, I love the way you cover the news. Saves us reading the papers. I think we've saved you a fortune. An absolute fortune. There's one here. Holly was the belle of the ball, as indeed you would expect her to be. Anton Deck looking really great. Well, they should be. They've just won for 19 years on the trot at the NTAs, which was great. The loose women weren't so happy. The Coronation Street lot seemed to arrive on a bus, which is quite good. And Alan Carr has vowed to save Saturday Night Telly. You don't need to save Saturday Night Telly. He's apparently going to revive this string of classics, Bullseye, Play Your Cards Right, and all the rest of it. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want Anton Deck back with Saturday Night Takeaway. We don't want to see any old baggages from Love Island or Himbos, on there. We don't want to see any of that at all. Find us some proper celebrities, please. Push the boat out. Spend a little bit of money. We know you spent a fortune on the opening credits for it, but let's have something a bit better, OK? Up the ante. BBC, to retaliate, could bring back Noel's House Party. That was a very good piece of Saturday night television for the family. For the family. People like for the family. We don't want all this rubbish that we get on the television at the moment. We want something that is good. And Biggins says he was at Bromley last Christmas. It's Dartford this year. Wait a minute. We have a quick look. Doing Jack and the Beanstalk at Dartford this year. So that's where he is, Dartford. Bromley last year. But so he sent us a message, which was very sweet. We like getting messages from Biggins. He was in Aladdin in Bromley. I wonder who he was with, actually. I'm sure he was with somebody I know. I'm pretty certain he was with somebody I know. Find me Aladdin in Bromley. He was with Ricky. Who was he with? I'm seeing the poster in my mind, and there's a picture of Biggins, and he was with who was in the panto with him? Ricky Jay. I thought it was Ricky Jay. That man's eternally youthful. Seriously, I don't know how old Ricky Jay is now, but I mean, he looks amazing. Amazing. It's like my friend Kevin Hughes. He looks amazing too. There you go, Ricky Jay. How old is it? Oh, it's gone. There you go. What's it playing around at? He's 48. Well, I'm telling you, he don't look 48. We used to use him on Five's Company on Channel 5. So he's born in January 72. Known for the big stage and the big talent show. He's 48. Good God in heaven, Auntie. What is he on? That's what you need. You need to be what he's on. I mean, he's what they call a cheeky chappie. What? Cheeky chappie. He's one of these people. He's a bit like Bradley Walsh. People don't seem to look their age on television anymore. Jane Seymour was complaining bitterly that she now looks too young. They won't cast her for her age. And then we discovered Gene Hackman this morning celebrates a birthday, and he's 90. I mean, every day you wake up must be a bonus, mustn't it? Must be. Whose birthday we're celebrating here next? Whose is the next birthday? Probably mine, actually, isn't it? Mine's the next birthday. Be exciting, won't it? Probably a cake with candles and jelly and ice cream and stuff like that. Yeah, I like jelly. I don't have it very often. I might have it about once a year. And I get a bit carried away with it because it's, dreadful. Steve Morrison's dumped 3,000 managers. The BBC could do similar. Oh, of course they could. Yeah, somebody says, I think BBC Radio Shropshire should have more money, not less. That is BBC Radio Shropshire writing to us, because they don't have anybody else who actually makes contact with them. We're the only people who actually engage. Fan of Graham Norton, very clever boy. My today's dinner, says Monica, codfish fingers, miniature potatoes and celeriac salad. Can't wait. Oh, I like codfish fingers. You can just... I tell you what I do like. I like the Young's Fish Shop fish fingers, because they've got that nice batter around them. And you can cook those really easily, and then you just eat them. And they're really nice. You just don't even bother with a knife and fork, you just pick them up. Much nicer, much nicer. Best fish pies, blah, blah, blah. Also, somebody, I love the idea of we should give more money to local radio. I think not, actually. I think not. And another one here, Bishop Store. Oh, selling the... Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Charlie Bingham stuff. I don't know why. It's ever so expensive for what it is. You know, I'm looking for something, you know, I think £7 for something that doesn't look that big when it's in the box. And then you cook it and you think, no, you can do much better. You can go and cook yourself, you know, stuff much easier, actually. Much, much easier. And probably for half the price, like that lady did on This Morning with Eamon Holmes, who literally can't wait for the people to cook there. He can't shove that food down his gullet quick enough. I mean, I'm assuming he must have breakfast delivered to his dressing room. Can't see him actually starting the programme. Alistair Stewart quitting ITV. I think that's a big story. I think that's a big, big story. Stepping down following this error of judgment. The veteran broadcaster said he'd made a misjudgment, but we have found it. Danny Baker tweeted... Alistair Stewart's been forced to quit ITV and Twitter. It's the latter where I shall miss him most. Nobody on here was a bigger old hippie and fan of the Stones. True. I hope the part of him that is forever Keith is muttering a defiant you somewhere tonight. It's a 40-year career, Alistair Stewart. He had the drink driving thing 2004 or whatever it was. But, you know, that'll hit him quite bad, I think. Plus, the majority... How old do you think kids are when they get their first mobile? I was quite surprised. I thought, you know the answer. He's hopeless. He puts his hand up, but we did the story earlier on. 7 is the answer. 7 years old. Youngsters average 3 hours, 20 minutes a day messaging, playing games and being online. More than half says they always sleep with the phone by the bed, and 42% are constantly worried about the charge running out. They don't last as long, do they? I always charge mine overnight, and I've lost a little bit this morning because I've been on the phone quite a lot. Well, I'd say been on the phone quite a lot. I go onto it and I check things, and that takes ages. I should have had a pair of shoes delivered today, but I don't know whether or not they've arrived. I should have checked before I left home, but I didn't get a chance to do it. Fish finger sandwiches with ketchup. Best way to have fish fingers. Oh, lovely. It's a knockout, says Darren. Yeah, I could see the return of that on the television. I'm not interested in Alan Carr doing all this list of shows. I thought they'd done it before. I'm pretty certain in the back of my mind I've had that before. Also, oh, is somebody else asking, are you a fan of Graham Norton? I've always said I was. Always. Because there's so many of these chat shows around there, but he gets the biggest names. You know, if Tom Hanks is in town, he'll do... Because they want to put people on a show because it gets the biggest audience. That's why I get so many great guests offered to me, because I've got a track record. You know, we love seeing all the celebrities coming in. We've got all sorts. We've got 2 this weekend, but there is no In Conversation running Saturday morning this week because of Brexit. So in fact, you'll only get to hear it once. You'll have to download it as well, and it's a good one. It'll run Sunday evening between 9 and 10. So there's no Best of Steve Allen this week. You are listening to Best of Steve Allen at the moment. If you sort of download a new podcast, well, this will be the programme, because you can podcast all of these things. And what we do is we actually take out the news, the travel, and all the bits that you don't need to hear, the adverts, and you just get the programme. So if you're listening to this on podcast, hello, he says. Let's have a check on the road and rail, shall we? How can you choke on food? There's a sad story in the paper today of a mother called Karen Hopkins. She goes out to a pub and she orders mixed grill. Now, I don't know if you've ever had a mixed grill before. In this particular case, it appears to be, it's either beef burgers or a steak, 2 eggs, 2 sausages, the regulation tomato and chips. Oh, and an onion ring as well. So she choked to death on this mixed grill. She began coughing, hitting her chest. 10 minutes after the meal arrived at a Brewers Fayre pub, her daughter said, I asked her if she was okay, and she shook her head. She was unable to speak because she was choking. So I slapped her back. She said, I'm going. And then she collapsed to the floor. I screamed, somebody call an ambulance. Paramedics who arrived battled to revive Karen for 26 minutes before she was pronounced dead. A post-mortem examination found the death was due to acute respiratory obstruction caused by food bones. Food bones? What are they? Well, obviously, I know they're bones found in food. But she died in August last year. Last night, a spokesman for Whitbread said, "Our thoughts are with Karen's family at this terribly sad time." Unless there was a piece of chicken in there and she choked on the chicken bone. But, she must have had a huge piece that goes in her mouth and choked on a bone. You know, normally that Heimlich manoeuvre where you pull somebody's arms back and hit them on the back of the chest normally works. Not in this case. She was only 47. How dreadful. That is absolutely awful. So be warned. If you order a mixed grill anywhere, there is the danger. I suppose that perhaps, it can only be chicken. I can't think it'd be on anything else, would it? It could be on steak, is it? Or something like that, or a beef burger. Somebody says, I think the BBC should bring back Top of the Pops. Yes. It depends who's hosting it. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think you actually need a host. It's like you don't really need that Laura Whitmore on Love Island. She only most of it she does as voiceover. You don't need to go over there at all. They won't bring back It's a Knockout because Stuart Hall owns the rights, does he? Oh, well, there you go. Listen, I'm sure he'd sell them. Believe you me. Also, somebody says, I hope your bosses don't make a habit of canning your best of. Surely Mr. Stadlen could forego an hour. Well, not really, because he does enjoy doing it. I don't mind. Seriously, I don't mind. The boys are delighted. It means they don't have to make the programme this week, but they'll have to do it next week. That's not true. You've still made it? Oh, right. Wow, you little surprise person, you. He said a minute ago, he said, would you two boys, he speaks like that to us, would you, well, actually, it's you two boys, like to get something to do with the Six Nations or something? We didn't know what he was on about. Some fantasy rugby thing. And then he said to me, but it wouldn't be any use to you. He said, it's a £5, if you please. He said, you have to know something about rugby. I said, excuse me, I used to play rugby. In my little team when I was 9, I'm telling you, I was blooming good. Except I didn't like it when they used to chase me up the pitch. They go, get him! And I got the boy, leave me alone! Because I knew that my mum would go mad if I went home with dirty shorts. And I did go home with dirty shorts. And they'd be caked with mud. Your rugby boots would be caked with mud. You'd have to unscrew. Oh, dear. 9 years old, you can imagine, can't you? But apparently, I'm not being invited to join in this, wonderful thing. It's taking place at Twickenham, is it? The rugby thing. We'll have people in... When does that start? Do we have people arriving over the weekend, or what? When do they arrive? And who is actually arriving? Oh, right, yeah, check. I don't want to get it wrong. I shan't be going, but I just sort of like to know what days to avoid. Steve, whilst we wish the most famous man to come out of Aston, Ozzy Osbourne, thank you. What do you think the odds are he'll perform at the O2? His concert was scheduled for Feb 19, then Feb 20, now October. Very shortly, say Simon and John, we shall forget where we put the tickets. Look at that, honestly. 2 boys going off to see Ozzy Osbourne. The details. First game, 23rd of February. That's the first game at Twickenham. Oh, not going to worry about that one, am I, anytime soon? I think I should should we get a stall together? Should we do stalls together? And then we can sell beef burgers and undercut everybody else to really annoy them. Oh, okay. You could probably do there'd be 80,000 people in the stadium. 80,000 times £2.50 is a lot of money to take, because there's also, the food people on the way to the journey to the stadium, so expensive. It really is. It's just ludicrously expensive. Fish finger sarnies, Steve. And you must have Tommy sauce and tartar sauce. It's the law, says Steve Scott, who's night shift at Heathrow Airport. Is it still night shift at this time? I'm looking out the window, actually. It's still dark out there. Steve, you can choke on food bones, especially fish bones. She's having a mixed grill. They don't do fish on a mixed grill. Another one here. What is it? I've just had hot buttered crumpets with Marmite. And then Richard wants to know, what make or model of mobile phone have you got? Oh, it's an iPhone. That's all I can tell you. It's not the latest, but it's fine for me, as they say. It works. Because I buy mine, I don't do them on contract. I suppose if I did on contract, it could be a lot better, but no, I buy them outright. But I'm not paying the sort of prices they're looking for now. And I've kept all my old iPhones, so if the worst comes to the worst, I can I can reactivate them. Anthony says, I remember as a kid... Oh, well, you can always tell that's a fib, can't you? Every Friday at 6, Thames Television would hand over to London Weekend Television, and then you felt, weekend's here. Yes, you're right. And here are colleagues at London Weekend Television. Bong, bong. Oh, no, that was the other one, wasn't it? Bong, 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 bong. Remember all those sort of silly things. See, bring back the big breakfast, more tea vicar. Guess how many cups? Big breakfast. You could do, couldn't you, really? It's all these programmes are anything but Victoria Derbyshire. Anything but what they're going to put in its place. I love the way they go, we're going to axe it, probably later on in the year. And then they'll put something else in its place. What? I have no idea. I don't know what people want in the morning. Perhaps you could put James O'Brien on. He's bound to get a bigger audience than she did. Mind you, I'm getting a bigger audience than she ever got, which is good news. For some reason, Paul Hollywood's ex-girlfriend have decided she wants to come out the closet and claims she was stalked by a pervert who hid in bushes. And it's interesting, actually. Whether she went to the police on this, I've got no idea. He was following me on my horse and everything else, but she was speaking on television yesterday. I'm not remotely interested in Summer What's-Her-Face. I'm really not. Really not. You know, if you've got a problem, don't go on television, dear. It means you're attention-seeking. Go to the police. OK? Much, much better. The man who believes he's the love child of Prince Charles and Camilla is taking his case to the Australian High Court. He says he was born when Charles and Camilla were in their late teens. He claims he was later put up for adoption. He's now determined to prove that he's second in line to the throne. Isn't there somebody who claims that he owns New York or something? He claims he's descended from sort of... No, it's an Indian family, isn't it? Yes, it's what do they call them now? We don't call them... What do we call Native Americans? He's claiming he's descended from them and they own New York and it's been stolen from him. You think, that's fair? Oh, God, you don't, do you? Did you also believe the story that the member of the Russian royal family was living in the woods and managed to escape the shooting and the massacre? No, I didn't believe that either. I don't know why the Russians believed it. I suppose they're so drunk most of the time that they had to buy into something. Well, people drink it. You go to Russia, that's what you see. There's a lot of drink problems there, a lot of drink problems. But in fact, the Crown Princess Anastasia claimed that she was there. Well, I don't know how it was physically possible. We've all seen the documentary. They were taken down into this room, told to wait there, dress up. They thought that they were being moved. And they weren't. The guards were so drunk. When they went in there, the girls, they didn't know this beforehand, had sewn jewels into their travelling clothes, so they had jewels sewn in. So when they literally said, no, this is it, finish, they pulled out the guns and they started firing at all the children. I think the Crown Prince went down first, and then his son, and then the girls and all the rest of it. And then, because they were so drunk, they were firing indiscriminately. Then they stopped. And then they suddenly realised that half of them were still alive, so had to go round shooting them in the head. And then they buried them in slaked lime pits. Yeah, but it's only just come up in the news again, that they've just found the bones of the last two, and they've just been given a proper burial. So now the family are all together again. But it was well done. The film was on the television the other week. You've never seen it before? It's very interesting. The Bolsheviks. Whew, dear me. What else? The rugby is in Paris, not Twickenham this weekend, says Matthew. Yeah, we're only interested in Twickenham, and that's 23rd of February. And another one here says, bring back El Dorado. You are joking, of course. El Dorado. God, that was a total disaster. The BBC built a set, didn't they? They like building sets and wasting money. So they built a set over in Spain, because I interviewed a few members of the cast. Polly Perkins was in it. There was a girl in a wheelchair, which was Steve Allen's early breakfast. Nice to have your company. Are you well? It's cold. It's another cold one. But I think after we've had the cold snap, the weather forecasters are saying the next thing is high winds. Just what you don't need. Just what you don't need. Steve, the BBC will just simulcast the news channel and BBC Two as they do already. If LBC ever got hard up for money, would you ever be doing the news and travel? I used to do the travel. And I read news for years on LBC when I first started. That's what I started as. I started as a newsreader. I loved it. I loved reading the news. And they loved me reading the news. The reason was I'm such a fast reader, a very fast reader, and I'm fast. and they could give me 5 minutes worth of news, which I could fit into 3 minutes. And that used to be the challenge. They would go back to the news desk and they go, we gave him 5 minutes worth of news and he got it in the 3, which was always a bit of an achievement. Because the idea is if you're going to be a speed reader, you have to be very, very precise with the words. So people have to be able to hear every single word. They're not supposed to, but I was fast. I can still do it now, actually, and I've told you before, and I've had people in the business saying, how do you get to be a speed reader? I said, I used to read in the bath. I'd sit in the bath with my book, and I'd read, and I'd just read and read and read and read and read out aloud until I made a mistake, then went back to the beginning, so I didn't make mistakes. So I read 1 or 2 lines ahead when I'm looking at a story. I can start reading the story, but I can go probably about 20 lines down, and I can find the next bit I'm going to jump to. I'm quite good like that. Steve. Fern Britton was telling people the secret to her 20-year marriage to Phil. Yep, that's in the papers today. They've split after 20 years, which great shame, because we love both of them. Steve, we had a 4-year-old Whirlpool washer, not on the recall list, but which started burning and billowing smoke out last weekend. Is the problem wider than they realise? It is. They're calling in an extra 5,000 washing machines. I can tell you which numbers they are. OK, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even know where the number is on a washing machine. But they found problems. So the models, WMAQC 641 PUC, and then exactly the same, WMAQG 741 PUK, and WMFG 741 GUK. So there's another 5,000 of those ones out there, which they're saying, can be identified as a fire risk. They found flaws in Hotpoint and Indesit branded washers, which can make them overheat. So if you've got one of those, now's the time to contact the manufacturer as quick as possible, but don't, for goodness sake, leave it on. What a lot of people do is they actually put the washing on, then they go out to do their shopping, and that's when problems start. Here's the driver left very red-faced. He's driving through Hebden Bridge in West Yorkshire. It always looks very looks like last of the summer wine up there. But he pulled over to help an injured leopard in Yorkshire. I mean, I ask you, how stupid you have to be. Only discover it was some tart's coat, it says here. Ben Lilly, forever named as the stupid one, noticed the spotty shape sprawled across the road, spun his car around. He's 40. Oh, he made it to 40, God alone knows. He approached the suspected big cat with his heart racing, and then he realised it was a coat. He said it had the tail bit as well, so it looked really real when I was driving. Yeah. Did you not think maybe leopard, Hebden Bridge, maybe not kind of going together? You know, I mean, you do worry, don't you? It's like that advert on the television. The vet picking up the poor woman's hat and going, quick, there's no pulse here on this cat. And she goes, it's a hat. Puts it on her head. Same sort of thing, actually. And I mean, really, why would he think there'd be a leopard in the middle of the road? He's driving over a bridge by the look of it. Also, how's this for going green? This is a Ford Fiesta heading down the road in Rochdale. You know, people have roof racks. OK, roof racks, you put stuff on there. What do you think this one's got on his roof rack? He's got a greenhouse. He's absolute... I'm showing the producer picture. Greenhouse. On the car, driving down the road. I mean, really. How you got it on there, I've got no idea. It's quite big. Somebody went cutting down on greenhouse gases. Greta Thunberg will love it. 5,000 times they've seen it. Somebody said, I think he got the wrong idea when he heard the cars trying to be more green. He's actually got a green... I mean, I just can't believe it. I mean, you know, that man should have his licence taken away. I mean, if you're that stupid, you shouldn't really be allowed to drive on the roads at all, should you? A magnet angler. Have you heard of these magnet anglers? These are people who go out there with a magnet on the end of a piece of string or rope and they dangle it in rivers. They're generally, you know, strange people. This one here has just hauled up a live World War II mortar. Ian Platt had just cast his line into the water when he felt a bite. When he slowly pulled it towards him, he yelled, "Bomb!" I knew straight away what it was, and we dispersed 100 yards away. Kerry Evans rang 999 and told the operator, we found a World War II bomb. The Royal Ordnance Logistics Corps were dispatched to the Cauldron Hebble Canal in Dewsbury. They say if it had gone off, it would have levelled a nearby house. It's always quite exciting, isn't it, really? And so that was that one. Plus the crook who fled police custody in hospital shouting, "See you later," was caught 15 minutes later. Joel Lazarus told an officer he felt sick and needed fresh air, so they stepped outside. He's a drug addict. He then fled from Basildon Hospital's car park into woods, but was soon recaptured. He'd done time for armed robbery, admitted escape, was jailed for another 5 months. They don't get any cleverer, do they, really? Who's had a colourful life? Brian Jacks. Brian Jacks has had a colourful life. He's got a book out as well, actually, so you can read more about that. Also in the hot TV, the stars of Mrs Brown's Boys have admitted they didn't even vote for themselves. The hit show took home the comedy gong in a shock result, beating the acclaimed Ricky Gervais series Afterlife. Brendan O'Carroll, who plays Mrs Brown, said it's the strongest field we've ever seen in the comedy section. And I agree. Stars from this morning smuggled a bottle of tequila into the National Television Awards. The Clan are famous for having a boozy night out. They drink way too much. And then they sort of suffer the next morning when they have to go in there. But hours after winning the Live magazine show award, they were downing Bloody Marys to help them battle the hangovers. Who'd have thought it on television? That's why it makes it funny. You wouldn't find Victoria Derbyshire sitting there knocking a few back, would you? That's why there's no humour, there's no nothing in it. No audience, which is going. Plus, Ant and Dec, they're already looking forward to their 20th win at the National Television. Who else is there? There's nobody who does what they do. You know, they do I'm a Celeb, Britain's Got Talent, Saturday Night Takeaway. They did that dreadful programme, Red and Black. That was absolutely appalling. But they do have conversations as they go into the awards ceremony in the car going, this might be the year we might not win. Dec says our lives took a huge turn, even after a turbulent few years with Ant. And it became a huge learning process for both of us. But they've been together for ages and ages. Ages and ages and ages and ages. And they just work well. They look good. They work well together. They seem to be enjoying it. And that comes over on the television. Unlike the Victoria Derbyshire show, which doesn't look like she's enjoying it at all. It's all very worthy, but, people aren't interested in worthy. We don't want stuff like that. What they want is light end at 10 o'clock in the morning. Who wants to be sort of, regaled with some of these dreary stories? Another one here. It says, the guy who had the greenhouse was trying to grow it bigger. Yeah, good idea. Steve, I've got a green card too. Two-tone, lime and pea. Ooh, not lime. Not lime, please. Dreadful. I wish the Bee would bring back Doctor Who, not the poor imitation we currently have. See, I haven't seen it for ages, so I've got no idea. Somebody else talking about these Whirlpool washing machines. Go onto their website. It'll have the details of which particular models are the ones affected. Plus. What was this other one here? It'd be good to hear you read the news one day. Maybe LBC will allow it. Oh, no. I can read. I mean, it's not that, you hear me doing reading every day on the programme. But that's what I did. I started reading news overnight. I did travel, first of all, from New Scotland Yard. I used to sit in a room full of coppers, operating the cameras. Just underneath us at New Scotland Yard, which is gone now, was all the criminal cameras around London. London is covered with cameras, so our ones were all the travel cameras, and I could sit there and it would say Piccadilly Circus 217. So you put in 217 on the keypad and bing, up came 217. And you could rotate the cameras round, you can move them left to right, up and down, and then you could focus in. You could see people lighting cigarettes up in their cars. So it was dead easy to follow somebody and track them through London. And that was just on the travel. On the security criminal cameras, you could do far more. I loved it. I loved it. It was fantastic. And then at Christmas time, nobody ever believes this bit, they would come round, they would be selling stuff. If they had an accident, OK, not the police, but if, say, a lorry had collided with, something else and the load had been destroyed, it would be written off because the insurance company would cover it. And so they would bring round stuff to sell. I had all sorts of things. Paint, leather belts, all these sort of things, jewellery. And it was because it had been part of a collision which had been written off by the insurance companies. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I loved parking. You could always tell coppers' cars parked round where they were because they used to have to put their warrant book on the dashboard, and that signified to the traffic warden it's a police car, so don't put tickets on it. So I just got a folder and put it on the front of the car so they wouldn't know. And then I parked for free. Bit naughty, I know. Bit naughty, but you have to do things like that. Steve. Somebody asking James O'Brien to do something. Well, he'll be with you at 10 o'clock this morning. He'll be with you. I wonder if they're going to sort of top anything from the Rubik's Cube show from yesterday. The bloke was actually paid by Rubik's. He had shoes, apparently, that looked like a Rubik's Cube. It's good, isn't it? You're all right. What's the matter? What's the matter? You're thinking about... Yeah. I didn't... He's 17, but he was very quick. And they were all trying to fool him and everything. It must be on LBC's website. Probably. So you can see the boy doing the Rubik's Cube in something like 6.1 seconds. I never know how they do it either. But he said he sees it in his mind, and then they just go, and it's done. And you go, that is amazing. But poor old Mr. Rubik's never made a penny piece out of it. Because it's been copied so many times. He didn't patent it, which was the big mistake. So he did second time round with the Rubik's snake. So finally he made some money. Good for him. 6, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. My thanks to Martin. He says, congratulations on your 40 years at the helm of Britain's brightest 3-hour and for keeping me company at Hotel Insomnia, of which so many people have checked in. He sent me a nice little book. He said, it began life in 73 when I created and edited a magazine in Bolt Court in an office adjacent to LBC. Hope it gives you as much enjoyment. Thank you very much indeed. I shall read it. It looks very nice indeed. Memoirs of a Suburban Gorilla. And I shall read that on the train this morning. Now I've discovered, actually, that there's no trains going anywhere near. Oh, and it's even signed for me as well. For Steve Allen, best wishes, Martin Baker. Thank you very much indeed. We like people sending things through to us. It's very, very nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, just getting ready to fly 4,500 miles to meet my baby daughter Andy and her mum Carey in Denver, Colorado. Any tips to guarantee a solid sleep on the plane? No, see, I don't have any simple solutions for going to sleep on the plane. I just go to sleep. I can be asleep before the thing's even taken off. I just remember sometimes they come out, can you put your seat in the upright position? Thank you. And then I'm off for the count. I sleep anywhere. Seriously, I could lie down on this floor in here. I wouldn't, but I mean, I could, and have a little sleep. So on planes, I would be very good at sleeping. Do you remember when they used to have on-screen TV links, the most famous being Philip Elsmore? I remember Philip Elsmore very much. And another show to bring back, Steve, Jukebox Jury. Oh, no, it'd be ghastly. You know who'd be on the panel? It'd be people like Joey Essex and people... Oh, no. Or failing that, somebody from, one of the now defunct groups, or H from Steps, your worst nightmare. I have to travel to Cardiff tomorrow, Steve. Would your listeners send me their best thoughts and wishes? No, they won't. No, we don't do things like that. It's not two-way family favourites, thank you. And also, talking of unexplored bombs, when building in London, they used to have a team searching for World War II bombs. They used old maps made by bomb spotters. They stood on buildings looking for bombs that dropped and didn't explode, then marked them. Very brave. Yeah, or failing that. I mean, I've never heard of one going off. I'm sure that they probably do. Quite like this one. This is today's worst joke, if you wanted a worst joke. Why did Karl Marx dislike Earl Grey tea? Because all property is theft. Okay? You have to, yeah, okay. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Steve, did you like Gimme, Gimme, Gimme? Yeah. Yes, I bought I bought the box set. I'm pretty certain. Front page of the Daily Mail, it's Vernon Phil. And ITN star forced to quit Embracer. I thought it was a joke when I first read it. I thought he's been a fixture and fitting at Institute who has an OBE. He has an OBE. And, it's you can read the story for yourself. I mean, to be honest with you, he's 67. I'm hoping he's saved up enough money so that he can retire. Also, the BBC Blood... They're calling it a bloodbath. I mean, out of the hundreds of thousands of staff that they have... All they're losing is 450. The jobs that have been slashed. Top presenters at risk. See, I don't know whether top presenter means top presenter at risk of sort of somebody who is, at the top of their game and they're earning a lot of money. I don't know. It comes down to audience, doesn't it? I wish it didn't, but it has to. I've had a message from Phil Vickery. He won't mind me saying this. He says, these things happen, boss. He says, thank you very much for the message. Well, our thoughts are with you both. Seriously. You kept it well hidden. You kept it well hidden, you did. Clever man, clever man. So I wish you both the very best. So, top presenters at risk. Which ones, we don't know. They haven't named anybody. Victoria Derbyshire is not a top presenter. Not with an audience that's... As I say, I've got an audience that's 3 times bigger than her. 3 times bigger. So she then confronted the boss about why her show had been axed, because it's not getting an audience. What is it about that you're not understanding? 60 radio production and operations posts are being closed. They need to save 80 million, which will come from the news department, because news is very expensive, very expensive. Newsnight would axe 12 posts, slash the number of in-depth films, and spend less on investigative journalism. Radio 5 Live faces losing about 10 roles, driven by changing listening habits and demand for digital content. You see, that's nothing out of the people. There's more than that working on some of the shows. Out of all the programmes they've got, and they lose it, that's nothing. Absolutely peanuts. Absolute peanuts. A well-placed BBC source says it was not just rank-and-file staff that faced losing their jobs, but potentially well-known on-air presenters, many under scrutiny, since the BBC's pay list revealed that many earn huge 6-figure salaries. But, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? Some people earn brilliant money. Some people don't earn brilliant money. Some people want parity. Some people want to carry on doing their job, and Victoria Derbyshire wants to carry on doing it. But it's not going to work. They're not going to keep something that isn't genuine. It's too expensive. That's their main reason. It's too expensive. The fact that it doesn't get an audience is kind of a separate issue. Also, taxpayers. That's us. We're all taxpayers here. We've just footed a bill for John Bercow to have a party when he quit as Commons Speaker. It was £3,700. He also spent more than £1,000 of taxpayers' money on a taxi ride from Westminster to Nottingham and back. Could he got the train like normal people? Obviously not. Obviously not. Boris set to give the green light to HS2. The BBC have axed their Chinese routes until March. So that's not going anywhere at all. All right, so it might be a bit of an inconvenience, but that's kind of tough. And already there are people, complaining about, why can't we have it? Because they're in lockdown. They're in lockdown. They've got to sort this out. Andrew in war of words with the FBI. Epstein polices several attempts to quiz the prince. He's not playing ball, is he? He's not playing ball. And I don't think the royal family know what to do with him. Because, if anybody knows, what's going on, Andrew would be one of them. Yes, please, Steve. Bring back Noel's house party. I loved it. It was so great. No, it used to feature all sorts of celebrities, and it was just good. We liked Mr. Blobby. They did their secret thing with the television where they and they go 3, 2, 1, hello, and people go, it was a brilliant programme. Absolutely brilliant. Why they got rid of it, I've got no idea. I think it was the person who was running the BBC at the time didn't like Noel Edmonds. And that's all it came down to, I think. Another one here. Maybe they'll scrap BBC Breakfast and go back to the test card, says Anthony, till midday. Actually, to be honest, there's nothing that says you have to have the television that starts at 6 a.m. Is there? There's nothing. You could easily just have nothing on at all. Just sort of bing tone. It's just a bingy bong, bingy bong. And then you could have a picture of the test card or programmes coming up today, or we could have a repeat of the Potter's Wheel. That'd be very exciting, wouldn't it? All that stuff that we remember from years ago that worked, didn't need to worry about it. You don't need to do in-depth programmes anymore. It's all lovely, it's worthy, but, they used to do the Cook Report on the radio. And then that went on to the television, and then we realised it wasn't quite as honest as it was. Another one here, and it says here, Prime Minister's... Yeah, could you not repeat Prime Minister's question time? They spend enough money on that one. So, Steve, you're really big in the morning. We are big in the morning, absolutely. And another one here says, BBC bashing again. Ooh, grow up, girly boy. Only 450 jobs. What, out of thousands? Yeah, they've got to save 80 million. That's your money. It's obviously somebody not employed properly at the BBC, I think. Somebody says, do all LBC presenters have a chip on their shoulder with regard to the BBC? Well, you're writing to me, so quite clearly the one at fault would be you. Why would we have a chip on the shoulder about the BBC? We're not axing jobs, thank you very much indeed. John Bercow's best mate is a taxi driver. He was having a quiet week. I love it. Anyway, let's just wait. 450 jobs, only 450 out of the thousands upon thousands of people that take your money every week on the BBC. As I say, here, one person reading the news overnight, covering the entire country, the BBC, go down there, take a camera and film through the back of the window at Portland Place. You'll see, at least 30 or 40 people doing news overnight. Doing what? Doing nothing. Doing nothing. If it's a quiet news day, they're just recycling. Well, perhaps 2 or 3 people could do it, and they're losing 10 from 5 Live. God, you could lose 100, it wouldn't make any difference. What have we got here? We've got Lord Lucan living in Oz. I doubt it very much, says his son. Of course, it's a load of old rubbish. And the last Battle of Britain ace dies at 101. At 101, the last fighter ace of the Battle of Britain has died, meaning only 2 of the few are still alive. Paul Farnes, who died peacefully at his home in Hampshire, was one of 3,000 Allied airmen who fought in the Battle of Britain and was the last surviving ace, a pilot who brought down 5 or more aircraft. He was running a hotel in West Sussex, actually. He stayed in the RAF until 1958. So Flight Lieutenant William Clark, 100, and Flying Officer John Hemingway, 100, are now the only surviving members of the few. We have to treasure them. And they've got a picture in one of the papers today of Orinoco with the Environment Secretary, Theresa Villiers. Orinoco doesn't look like that. I've got a picture of it. I know what Orinoco looks like. It doesn't look at all like that. Obviously got somebody to make the wrong person. It definitely doesn't look like that. I remember him when he was sort of there leading the charge of picking up all the papers and everything else. Plus. Oh, Lloyds. 56 branches. I can only tell you that 405 high street banks were axed last year, taking the total over the past 5 years to 3,372 branches. So they're going to shut 56 this year as they continue to push customers online. Britain's biggest banking group will axe 31 Lloyds, 10 Halifax and 15 Bank of Scotland sites between April and October. Oh, right, that's all the same group, is it? Bank of Scotland is the same. I never knew that. I've got an account with Bank of Scotland and Royal Bank of Scotland. But I'm with Bank of Scotland up in Edinburgh, head office. They're not going to axe that, are they? They're going to be doing... I didn't even know there were little branches out in the Shires. No idea. Are you with Bank of Scotland? Oh. I thought you'd be sort of supporting the homeland or some stuff coming up with Nick Ferrari this morning that you're going to be absolutely hanging on. So from 7 o'clock this morning, Nick Ferrari's breakfast show on LBC. Nigel Farage has given his big farewell to the European Parliament, lambasting EU leaders and breaking the European Parliament's rules by waving the Union flag. Nick will get the thoughts of the MEP who organised the singing of Auld Lang Syne, as well as from you. You'll also find out what happens next for the 200-odd British citizens in the coronavirus-hit Chinese city of Wuhan, after the flight charter to bring them home was cancelled. Plus, with Northern Rail now set to be nationalised, will the government be able to handle the troubled rail firm any better? All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning on LBC. There's a couple of birthdays today you'll like. First of all, Gene Hackman, I mentioned. The double Oscar-winning American actor from French Connection. He and his friend Dustin Hoffman were both voted least likely to succeed by their drama school classmates. Before finding fame, he worked nights polishing leather furniture at the Chrysler Building. And Jemima Goldsmith, 46, she met Imran Khan. They were married for 9 years. She's an ex-girlfriend, actually, of Hugh Grant. Who wasn't? Steve Marriott, born on this day in 1947, died in 91. I'd forgotten, actually. He was the singer and guitarist, had a string of hits called Itchycoo Park, All or Nothing. He walked out on the band he formed Humble Pie with Peter Frampton. Peter Frampton was huge. He died in a house fire after falling asleep smoking a cigarette. David Bowie told him once he wanted them to form an R&B duo, but Marriott turned him down. And here's an interesting one. You won't remember it, of course. It was in 1661. On this day, January the 30th, a body thought to be that of Oliver Cromwell, a signatory to Charles I's death warrant, was exhumed and ritually hanged on the anniversary of the King's execution. And in 1980, the first edition of Newsnight, the BBC's flagship news and current affairs programme, was broadcast, shortly to have less staff. 12 they're axing on it. Goes to prove how many people are working. Does it run every night, or is it just once a week? It's an awful lot of people working, or not, as the case may be. Have you ever been to the Tyrol? Yes. Were you talking about in Austria, the Tyrol? Yes, of course. Many, many times. Somebody else says, Susanna Reid and Kate are doing... Oh, that's of no interest. Do you think the behaviour of Nigel Farage is acceptable? I don't know, actually. I never worry about that. And the UK's Rubik's Cube champion showing Nick Ferrari how it's done. We've just transmitted that, so I'm assuming... Oh, no, yesterday. It must be somewhere on the LBC website. Did you ever have an account with the Gyro Bank? No, I remember the Gyro Bank, but I never had an account with it. The first bank I had an account with was the Midland. And then William and Glyn's. I moved from I think that to William and Glyn's, which of course was part of Royal Bank of Scotland. And I thought William and Glyn's was going to come back. I quite liked it. Another one of the great banking families. But again, that didn't make it back again. And somebody else was saying that you can't find Bank of Scotland branches. They're very difficult to find. But I mean, if you can go into the TSB and you could go into Lloyd's as well, I suppose. Well, they close everything down. Also, Kellis. Now, she says, I fought so hard to have my own voice. Did she not turn up the other day on the Covered in Singers or something? You know, the people who are miming to songs that they've recorded. That was a slight bizarre thing that was going on there. I often wonder what happened to her, because I couldn't remember anyway first time round. Didn't really help, did it? The Express today. Alistair Stewart quits in race row. Try saying that at this time of the morning. Plus Chancellor's green light for HS2. Chancellor Sajid Javid and Boris Johnson will hold critical talks on the future of the multi-billion-pound link between London and... Why is it you have to turn to other pages? And Birmingham, eventually Manchester and Leeds. The Transport Secretary Grant Shapps will be also taking part in the talks. Lovely picture. Fern and Phil. In fact, they're on every single paper. I think because people just like them. Nice people. And still great friends, says TV Fern. They both issued exactly the same statement. It's lovely. Very sweet. Difficult times for everybody. But, even so, still a nice couple. Anger is... Whose anger? What anger is this? I mean, the BBC have got away with overstaffing for years. Seriously. Their radio programmes are so woefully overstaffed. You don't need that many people. You can turn out, because if you're relying on the presenter to cover things, well, then they cover things. If you're relying on the backstage team to do it, you're on a hiding to nothing, I'm afraid. Anton Deck, hopefully, celebrating the return of Saturday Night Takeaway. As I say, as long as they don't bother with all these old has-beens from the reality shows, we should be fine. It's a 3-year deal worth 40 million. But as they're the only ones who are registering, that's what makes me laugh. You get them and Pip Schofield, who are on everything. Well, Pip Schofield's on everything. And then he feels the need to do an advert to, cream off as much as he can. You'd have thought, actually, he'd had a bit more respect for the business instead of saying, I'm not doing an advert. I mean, he was doing loads of them. Anton Deck were doing loads of ad. They've got one running at the moment. Santander, I think. And then they've got that huge amount of money. I think one of them is worth about £62 million. Work hard, that's what you can end up with. It's good. Yard rules out new quiz on Andrew's pervert pal. Apparently the Met Police have already probed allegations that the billionaire trafficked a teenage girl to London for sex. We're just waiting for Andrew to sort of cough up, everything he knows about him. You'd think he'd want to do it for the sake of those people. And this is sad. The day the world came crashing down for Rob Burrow and family, expecting to get the all clear. They've been told he's got a terminal illness. And so here they are. They've done an interview. And they've got testimonials and all sorts of things. Bless him. They've said he and his wife, Lindsay, are still reeling from the shock, the MND diagnosis, but refusing to give up hope. They've revealed their banking recordings, so Rob's voice will always be heard. That's a difficult thing to face up to for anybody like that. It really is. Very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. Also winning the ageism fight, Nicholas Parsons. Never stop working. Never stop working. A national treasure. If ever there was a national treasure, we have so many in this country. As we discovered the other day, you were coming up with names. I was really thrilled. Really thrilled. I mean, we'd forgotten half of them, but we actually decided we were putting people into the bank to sort of say, this is a national treasure. I mean, everybody from Sir Michael Caine, I mean, even to Mick Jagger, for goodness sake. Even Mick Jagger. Have you ever heard of Airdrie Savings Bank? No. Interestingly enough, actually, somebody says the Victoria Derbyshire show is in the wrong slot. Should have been placed opposite Loose Women for an alternative to those with a brain cell. Yes, I mean, the Loose Women programme, I don't know why they were being funny about the fact they didn't win. It's not a magazine programme. It's just 5 people or 4 people sitting there with a few guests plugging something. And that's it. That's not a magazine format. It really isn't. It's just Janet Street Porter shouting off as per usual. Also, Victoria Derbyshire, Steve, is very unwatchable. She hardly ever smiles. There's nothing to smile about, Phil. The problem with the BBC, it's still done like it's Blue Peter. The One Show is one example. When will they grow up? Or the One Show, how it's ever got to where it is. I've never seen the figures for the One Show, but I shouldn't imagine they're very good, really. So a lot of people saying it was in the wrong slot. And then somebody wrote to the BBC to ask why breakfast television needed two presenters who read alternate lines on an auto cue, like watching the two Ronnies. I know. Two presenters, so one at Nagamanchetti will read it, or somebody else, and then they bring in somebody else to talk finance, then they bring in somebody else to do sport, then they bring in somebody else to do the weather. Dreadful waste of money. But they seem to be pulling the audience for that. But, I mean, it's not a huge audience. But you're right. I mean, why do they need two presenters? Ridiculous. And a lot of people talk about smoking. Talking about smoking, actually, and how people are so desperate still to actually give up smoking. It's not easy, is it? Like giving up drinking, I suppose. And if you want to do something, if you really want to do something, it is possible. It is possible to do it. More of your texts and emails. Let's get rid of Pip. Can't stand him. Behaviour on This Morning with Holly was so childish. See, I like them together. I think they work well. But there again, you see, I'm also biased because I love Fern and Phil. You know, I'm a bit of a stickler for tradition. I'm like that, actually. And, Steve, why do Radio 5 Live have a morning crew? Are one or two people not enough? I don't know. You never know what they do you, really? I mean, it must take forever, you know. Commercial radio is so much better in that aspect. But it's so funny. Somebody said, you know, because LBC presenters are desperate to work for the BBC. Are you kidding? With the restraints that they've got? You must be joking. You never know whether you're employed from one day to the next. Ridiculous. The earth moves, certainly does. The seaside town teeters on the brink. I mean, this looks like they're going to lose tons. There's going to be half a cliff falling down here. That's what happens. But they build places close to the cliff. Well, they weren't close to the cliff. They ended up being close to the cliff. 7 is the time. Poor old Peter, another delusional one. He says, never mind the BBC, you just had two separate presenters for a 2-minute news and weather slot. No, it's the same person. We have the roads are separate. That's the travel department. Completely did. Poor old Peter, honestly. Back to matron, cold steel potties and sawdust on the floor. So we got 10 to 7. Front pages of the paper. Oh, somebody said... What was the other one, actually? Which was another one, which I don't know where people are listening to. They get very worried. And talking about... William and Glyn's was absorbed into the Royal Bank of Scotland, who also own NatWest and not the Bank of Scotland. We didn't say that. You need to listen properly if you can't listen properly. Royal Bank of Scotland owned William and Glyn's, the name, and it also owns NatWest, and it also owns Coots, and it also owns Childs, and it also owns Drummonds. I mean, blimey, if you don't know that. The Daily Mirror. Stewart quits ITV News over racism storm. That's on all of the papers, I think, practically all of the papers. Scotland Yard to probe Lucan claims. I mean, seriously, surely they're not going to waste more money on that one. Fern and Phil, The Express, TV's Alistair Stewart quits in race row. The last Battle of Britain fighter race dies at 101. There's only two left. Chancellor's green light for HS2. Lovely picture. I like the picture of Fern and Phil together. I really do. Daily Star, it'll be all fight on the night. It's some old has-been from some reality show lashing out at what might be paparazzi or not paparazzi. Difficult to tell, actually. But unfortunately, you have to walk away from it. You can't just sort of, get involved with it, because otherwise you'll find yourself the wrong side of the law. TV legend quits after ape jibe. Alistair Stewart says, my tweet errors. Fern and Phil again. Front of the Guardian. Evacuated Britons face 2 weeks in quarantine. That'll be interesting, won't it? See how they managed to do that one. And the UK families face a split in the evacuation. And so there's Cindy Siddle, with husband Jeff and daughter Jasmine, told she can't be airlifted to be with them in the UK because she's got a Chinese passport. So you just have to wait till it's over. It's going to be a bit of a pain, but let's face it, better safe than sorry. BBC axing jobs from the news operation. They've got more cuts to come. They need to save 800 million, I think. But this is just 80 million. And they said the executives have warned the corporation was facing an unprecedented threat to its future. Journalists at the corporation would increasingly be pooled in centralised teams. But, you just have to adapt. But because they've done it that way for such a long time, it's very difficult to change. Very difficult. We've always had 12 people working on this programme. I told you I lost a producer years ago to go to a programme on the BBC. And all he was tasked with doing was sourcing one story a week. one story, hardly worth bothering. Dreadful. So anyway, they need to save 80 million by 2022. Producing fewer stories means smaller organisation. Just need to bring themselves in line with the rest of the world. What else do we have? Daily Mail. You're on the front of that one as well, Fern and Phil. ITN star is forced to quit in race row. This is Alistair Stewart, OBE. Also front page of the Sun this morning. Bust up as home snatches gong from Schofield. I mean, I don't know whether this is true or not. We were sort of querying this the other week that, Philip's quite tough and he knows what he wants to do and that, people obviously have a pecking order. And unfortunately for sort of Ruth and Eamon, they're not the top dog on this particular one. It's Pip Schofield. What goes on behind the scenes? I've got no idea. But they've already denied it, saying, listen, it's working. One time they were trying to make out that there was some big argument between Phil and Holly Willoughby. And you think, you cannot work like that together. You can see when they go to breaks, they're still chatting away to each other. You can see, if there was something going on there, people, they'd bring in body experts and they'd do it. They all smile through it. They've all got lovely smiles, except Eamon, who looks more like a grimace. Flack and Attack fella split. This is Caroline Dreary Flack, whose boyfriend's on, boyfriend's off. We don't really know. Shows of affection. Philip putting Ruth in the spotlight as this morning presenters collect their reward on stage. Looks okay. Come and have a show if you want to think you're hard enough. Listen, I'm sure that in every particular business, it doesn't matter which one it is, there's always going to be somebody, isn't there? It's like we were talking about this earlier on this morning, because we do talk, contrary to public opinion, we do actually talk to each other all the time. We're very good at talking all the time. Oh, Lord, here we go. Wait a minute. Money's changing hands. What's that for? What's money changing hands for? I'm always curious when somebody wanders into my studio, we've got a few minutes left, and then hands over money. What's that all about? Why is people handing over money in the studio? What? All right. What's that got to do with it? Oh. City AM, mixed reception. US leaders and Tory backbenchers. Also the Telegraph. Who's Laughing Now? The Curious Rise of Mrs. Brown's Boys. Works beautifully. It's very cleverly done. And here's, Nigel Farage waving the Union flag. BBC will aim news coverage at the under-35s. The BBC's review of news presenters could see older faces dropped. Oh dear. Thank God for radio, that's what I say. Thank God. Does it make any difference how old... I don't know how old people are who read the news. Would it make any difference? I would see that as something that would be in their favour. Or do they want sort of young, trendy... Somebody was telling me about a radio station, I think it's owned by the BBC, and they've got rid of a lot of their sports people because they're old and they want young flippity-gibbets who are just going to sort of, yeah, woo, ha, ha, woo, and all this kind of stuff, which I don't think people are interested in at all. Plus, front of the eye, end of the line for Northern. It's rail, the troubled train operator. Renationalised, as Transport Secretary says, passengers in the North deserve better. They do. BBC cuts hundreds of jobs, but these people could be absorbed into something else within the organisation. They have done a lot of what they call creative movability, which is always very interesting. And Steve, I thought Caroline Flack's relationship were more conscious or unconscious than on or off. She's not had a good time, has she, really? And another one here. There are too many self-serving celebrities. Oh, right. You do get, we do bandy this word around, don't we? Celebrities or stars, which drives me completely bonkers. Absolutely. The Times, finally, 200 Britons face a 2-week quarantine after China evacuation. And the Royal Ballet star suspended over sex claims from the Royal Ballet. You can read that on the front page of the Times. Plus, Johnson set to back HS2 in defiance of top aid. So it's all kicking off. And look, a picture of Madonna on Sunday. The prize goes to Terry from Leeds. This is a hotelier, tries his luck for seeds at the Grammys. He did quite well, actually. He actually managed to get next to Madonna, which is very interesting. Very interesting. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. So I think we tried it all. We've tried the smooth peanut butter with Marmite in it, rich in vitamin B and suitable for vegans. I think that's what I said, actually. I'm pretty certain it's suitable for vegans. So it's smooth and delicious, they said. Well, we did try it. We nearly sort of upset one of the members of the team, but the other one liked it, and he wasn't even a fan of peanut butter. So thank you for all your texts. And people saying he's used this phrase before to white people, which I wasn't aware of till I heard it with Darren earlier on. PG tips could be sold off as British tea goes off the boil. What rubbish. How can British tea go off the boil? Ridiculous. Julia Bradbury, I like Julia Bradbury. She says, don't call me the walking man's crumpet. I can well imagine, actually, how that would annoy somebody. But she is nice. She comes over as really nice on the television. Then there were some horrible thugs. They went out there and they found a hive of bees. Not just any old bees. These were scarce black bees. And they decided that they were going to destroy the hive and then beat the living daylights out of the bees. I hope they got stung to within an inch of their life. That's all I can hope for. The new face of Peppa Pig is Emily B. Smith. I think she's 8. The other one did it from the age of 5, which I thought was quite amazing. Ozzy Osbourne claims he doesn't have long to live. And the cruise ships taking passengers to the Antarctic are risking, says an expert, a Titanic-like disaster. Good grief. All of that and the fears growing for a sperm whale seen in the Thames estuary, and Willy Wonka could return to the screen as a woman. Willy Wonka could be a woman. I don't know how that ever works. I really don't. And Amber Gill claims she laughs in the face of trolls. Ah, ha, 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 ha. And they found a drug tunnel in Mexico, and it was quite long, actually, with complete little railway and everything else, not motorised, just to push people on carts, taking drugs from A to B. So much money in it. Half of all adults living in cities have not taken a countryside walk in the past year, and yesterday Waterloo Station was an absolute abomination. There was some problem, and again, it's just said on the leaderboard, cancelled, delayed, cancelled, delayed, all the trains. So I risked it, and I did say to one of the guards, it was very cheerful, actually. I said, the train here, it was running 15 minutes late. I said, it going to Kingston. I thought, I better go to Kingston, then I can get the bus back, which is not so difficult. Unfortunately, if ever there was a fire at Kingston Station, I wouldn't like to imagine how many people would perish. They've got a set of stairs going down to the ticket barriers, and it was rammed. I mean, absolutely, I've never seen like it. It looks highly dangerous. And then you get out the station. The idea is you turn to the right. If you turn to the left, there's the bus station, but that doesn't go to where I want to go. They're coming in and then tootling off elsewhere. And so I walked to the right. What have they done? The council are digging up the road outside the bus stops. I had to walk all the way round the Bentall's building to go and get on the bus to the other side. First one was full of nasty school children. The second one was 3/4 empty. So I sat there with my little bag, and I was quite happy when I got home. Very nice indeed. But let's hope it's not there today. Today, actually, I've got an interview to do, an early interview at 8 o'clock this morning, with the man who wrote Steel Magnolias. You know, my favourite film. And the one that I went to the royal premiere with Diana. I didn't go with Diana, obviously, she was sitting behind me. And full orchestra. It was really amazing. And I'm sure that the writer of it must have gone at the same time, because I think it's based on a family experience. I'm pretty certain. So we'll talk to Robert Harling, the American writer, producer and film director. And we'll do that, and that'll be going out probably next week for In Conversation. Possibly next week. Prince Harry's lost his court case. Remember the one about the elephant? The elephant, and he thought he was being really clever and all the rest of it until the press went, excuse me. The elephant, it looks as though you were saving, was tethered by its back legs together with rope, and it had been sedated. So basically, it was a fake picture. He thought that we wouldn't know about that. So he's lost his court case. Hope he has to pay for it. Next one is, there's a few other little court cases, aren't there, wandering through at the same time. That'll be a bit of a blow to him, because perhaps he didn't know that we knew that. But he was standing there. He must have seen the elephant because he was standing in front of it with ropes round its back legs. Not very good at all. More on the star of the Royal Ballet, suspended over sexting allegations. And some rather nasty little things going on there. Plus, the supermarket bosses want to change the shape of an Easter egg. Well, I mean, how are they going to do that? An Easter egg. The clue is in egg. Anyway, the clue yesterday was where one of my assistant producers phoned me, and he said, he said, you've just been on James O'Brien's programme. And I thought, well, I mean, unbeknownst to me, and he was doing his sort of Thursday roundup on the programme, which they call Mystery Hour. And it is a mystery. It certainly was yesterday, because he had somebody calling up, and it was to do with something that I'd mentioned on the programme. And I thought, well, that's quite it, because I didn't hear it, unfortunately. I was off elsewhere. So I thought what we'd do is just dig it up and play it to you, if only to inflate my ego by about half an inch this morning. So this is how it all took off yesterday.
Mystery Hour is upon us. Marty's in Belfast. Question or answer, Marty?
Good afternoon, James. It's a question.
Carry on.
Way back in the day, 1986, at Wimbledon, they changed the colour of the tennis balls from white to yellow.
Oh.
Well, Steve Allen told me that. Well, not just me. He mentioned it on his show at some stage last week.
Okay.
My question is, why did they change from white to yellow?
Well, I think the yellow ones came in the early 70s. I mean, I love Steve, like a sort of eccentric uncle, but I don't know that he's got this one right. Has he? They were always. I mean, I was born in the year that I think they were introduced, and they've always been green, haven't they?
No.
No, God, you're right. No, 1986.
No,
I should have known. I should have known. Never question Steve Allen. He's always right. He's like my wife.
That's the clip we're going to be using on the programme. If you build it, they will hail him. OK, it's as simple as that, only it's going to be the James O'Brien, Steve Allen's like my wife. And it was at that moment that I thought I need to speak to HR about this slight little problem here, because I'm nothing like James O'Brien's wife, and I don't want to be considered as somebody like his wife. I'm much better looking. And so I decided... So this is the clip that you're going to hear forever, every so often on the programme, just to reinforce the fact that if we say something, we're right.
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
Thank you. You see, that's it's come from him. I know he's a huge fan of mine, and very shortly I'll be moving into the marital home because I'm the substitute for the wife. That'll be a bit of a squeeze in the bed, won't it? 3 of us shove over. There were 3 in the bed, and the little one said, roll over, roll over. So we all rolled over, and one fell out. There were just 2 of us left in the bed. Do you remember that? So I can't remember why we used to sing that song. We thought it was hilarious when we were little. So we all rolled over and one fell out. There were 12 in the bed and the little one said... It's like, who ever came up with these songs? There were 3,786 green bottles hanging on the wall. 3,786 bottles hanging on the wall. And if one green bottle should accidentally fall... It was like Old King Cole was a merry old soul. And he called for his fiddlers. I don't know what they were supposed to be doing, but I mean, you could call for them. And it's like, who was the one who had all those soldiers? He marched them up to the top of the hill and marched them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were neither up nor down. Is that the Grand Old Duke of York? I mean, can you imagine? He had 10,000 men. He was exhausted. I mean, all this marching. And then Jack and Jill, who went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. You thought they could have got themselves connected, couldn't you, really? I mean, Thames water's everywhere. But they didn't. They walked up to the top of the hill, and then Jack fell down and broke his crown. Well, I mean, I know what that is. And then, was it Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he? Who was the egg who sat on the wall? That was Humpty Dumpty. I don't think you're allowed to call somebody Humpty now, are you? Is Humpty acceptable or not? Humpty sat on a wall, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. Where did all this stuff come from? Is this really early? Do you remember Itsy Witsy Spider climbed up the water spout, down came the rain and washed poor Itsy out. Out came the sunshine, dried up all the rain, and Itsy Witsy Spider climbed up the spout again. Where did this stuff come from? And why do we still remember it all these years later? Do you not like spiders? I don't like spiders either. Somebody often told me that if you're asleep in bed and they crawl into your ear, then they can spin a web in your ear and they stay there waiting. See, I don't like that at all. Have you ever been in the bath and one's come out? That is awful. You know where they come from? They come from the overflow. What they do is you flush them down the bath before you fill up with water. They don't go because they sit on top of the water. They come up inside and then they peer through. They can see you. They can see all your bits and pieces as they peer through that little round slot there, and then they decide whether to come out again. Connor's not sure about this one. Have for voyeurism. That's what they do, actually, because I often wonder where they kept coming from, these things, because you can't flush them away. But I don't like spiders. But I tell you a little trick to do. If you have a garden at home or a hedge or a bit of privet, and you've got spiders' webs on there, get a little tiny bit of grass and roll it up into a ball and throw it onto the web. And you watch the spider go, phew. It will go down there because it thinks it's an insect, realise it's not, it will pick it off and drop it onto the ground. You can knacker a spider out in about 5 minutes. I tell you, just keep throwing it down like that, and it goes down there. Seriously, that's the best thing you could ever do. I have spent a lot of time doing that, I know. I used to actually, when I used to have a house in Staines, we had I was on ground floor, go. I used to spray spiders because I hated spiders. I had especially if they were big. You know, the ones that could carry you off to their nest. What was that programme I watched? Was it Stormtroopers or something, where these giant insects come and sever people in half? Was it Stormtroopers? It was a really good, very well-made film. And they were sort of enormous, these creatures, and they were attacking the people who'd come down in their spacecraft. Not War of the Worlds, Stormtrooper. They were like Stormtrooper kind of thing. What's it called? It's a very, very good film. I mean, it really is a very good film. And first time I watched it, I thought, I've got it on Laserdisc. Who's got Laserdisc anymore? Steve Allen's got Laserdisc anymore. Steve Allen's got Laserdisc, which is quite nice. It's not Stormtroopers, is it? But they were all really good looking. And Starship Troopers. If you get an opportunity to get it out, get it out. It's well worth it. Talking of getting it out.
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
It's uncanny. Did you hear yesterday he was talking to people about payday loans? People who'd got themselves into financial difficulty and basically put up a barrier because they'd got themselves... With these companies, they always say your home is at risk if you don't keep up repayments. And what they tend to do is, if you're late with a payment, you might think, I'm still paying it. But there are clauses in there which will add it on to the bill. And before you know where you are, and we've had cases on this programme where we've read it from the papers that somebody started off with a £100 parking ticket and they chose to ignore it. And before they knew where they were up to £3,000. Because every time the bailiffs came out to collect the money and the people weren't in, the bailiffs charged. So it was like £250 each time the bailiff came out. And if it's exactly the same way, they actually come round. They used to come round, knock on your door, and then say, you owe us some money for the car, and we're going to take your car away. Now they're cleverer. What they do is they actually come round, they lift your car to start with in the early hours of the morning, put it on the truck, then they knock on your door. So you're a bit up a gum tree. And it was a case of one of the guys yesterday, he didn't know how much he owed. He had no idea. I think because he was too frightened to contact him. He was paying 70 quid a month or a week. He was unemployed. He'd borrowed money. And the people who are at the most at risk of these things are the people who need the money. And they go to companies that are nothing to do with the bank. If I ran into financial difficulties, and I've been in financial difficulties before, I'm not claiming I know everything about it, but I got myself £10,000 in debt, which to me was an absolute fortune. Dale got 30 grand in debt because he had no work. I had a job and I was still £10,000 in debt. And I remember thinking, I've got to get out of this. And it was only due to the help of a friend of mine that we paid off the Visa. And I said, well, cut up the Visa card. I don't need a Visa card. Now I have a Visa card. I have a Visa card, but we only use it for my car coming into work. That's the only thing I use it for. I don't need it. Thank you. What, you want a lychee?
Is that what they are?
You see, isn't it funny? Nobody's ever seen lychee. You know that there's a stone in the middle of them?
Can you eat this bit?
No, you have to take that off. That's the shell. He'll show you. Take it. No, take in the box. Take in the box.
Thank you.
No, you take in the box, or whatever you got left over. But then you've got to remember there's a hard stone in the middle, so you're eating the flesh around it. Isn't that funny? Never seen fresh lychees. That's quite normal. Yeah, I eat them all the time. And I bought those yesterday in Costco. So anyway, so if you do get yourself in debt, the one thing you've got to do is you've got to talk to somebody. You've got to... you cannot just ignore it and just watch the letters arriving. So I'm just watching them trying to eat lychees. This is like an experiment, actually, in the studio, which we invited people in. And so you end up doing you take off the hard coating and then you squeeze it out, okay? And then you just got to bite very carefully. There you go, you can do that. Yeah, that's quite nice, too. And then you just... Luke's not sure about... They look a bit... Have you had lychees before? You've never had a lychee before? Look. And then you just sort of take that off. And then, but don't swallow the stone, for God's sake. It'll grow in your stomach, and then we'll have to contend with you with like a palm tree coming out the top. Oh, it'd be awful. Full of spiders as well. They're quite nice though, aren't they? Some people hate lychees. It's one of my favourite fruit. I like dragon fruit, lychees. Some people hate them because they go, they're a bit perfect. Have you still not taken the skin off? Oh, there we go. Finally got there. Just remember, it's a big stone inside it. All right? Yeah, the only trouble with them is your fingers will go all sticky because they're so sort of juicy and everything, and you make yourself get very messy. That's why a lot of people buy them tinned, because somebody has already done that. They were showing us the other day, yeah, napkins. Have you ever seen that programme on television, How Do They Do That? And it's where they'll actually take something simple like a biro, and they'll say, how do they make them? So they go to the factory where they make them, or Christmas tree decorations they were doing. There is a Christmas tree decoration place in, I think it was in Austria, somewhere like that. And they turn out super duper Christmas decorations with paintings on them, and then they're dipped in glitter and all the rest of it. They're not cheap, they're very expensive, but I'd never seen them being made. Yesterday, they went to... Where did they go to? Senegal? Somewhere like that. To watch people canning grapefruits. Tinned grapefruits. And what they do is... You never believe this bit. The grapefruits are harvested. They actually test them. The farmer goes out, tests it, goes, that's fine. And they then start picking grapefruits by hand. It's all done by hand. And they end up with tens of thousands of grapefruits, which go to this factory. They wash them. They put them through a machine which washes them. And then, by hand, the women working in the factory peel them and then separate all the segments. Now, the problem is, with the segments of a grapefruit, it comes with pith. And so how do they get, the bits, like you undo an orange and there's bits of white on the end of it. How do they get rid of that? Hydrochloric acid. They put hydrochloric acid in with the grapefruit segment. I know, I couldn't believe it either. And they wash them, then they're taken out, then they're rinsed through, so they're all clean, but all the bits have gone, so you've just got perfect grapefruit segments. And eventually, after a few more little processes, they then put them in tins, and then the tin is sealed, and that's it. And that's how you buy them. They put in the juice. But it was the hydrochloric acid, because it's the only thing known to melt pith. And I remember thinking... I've never bought grapefruit segments because I can't have grapefruit because of the medication I'm on. But to watch these women peeling these grapefruits in seconds, I reckon they must do the same with lychees, because I bought tins of lychees before, and they are lovely, but you have to drain off all the liquid that comes with them. But the real ones, people have never seen before. I've stood in Paul Cooper's shop, and people have come and looked at, what are they? And you go, they're lychees. 90%, look, Luke's never had a lychee before. Never had them. I'll tell you what they're very nice with. Either condensed milk or ice cream. Ice cream and light. You go into any Chinese restaurant, you'll find lychees. Whether they're fresh or tinned, I don't know. I suspect they'll probably be tinned. They are a slightly weird texture. Some people don't like them because they're a bit perfumed, but I absolutely love them. I could sit there. It's just the mess. It really is. It's like mangoes. You look at a mango, you think that's good, and I always press them to see if they're too soft. If they're too soft, I never buy them. I like them slightly al dente. And then you peel the skin off, and if you watch somebody doing it in a restaurant, they're really good, and they bend it over, and so you've got all the segments. And it's really nice, actually. Anyway, enough of that fruit, because you'll be radiant. I've got a tin of rhubarb at home, because I quite like rhubarb. I didn't have rhubarb yesterday. Do you know I didn't eat anything till 4:45 yesterday, which was very late for me. Very late. But I had a nice time. And now we've got the weekend. And then there's something happening this evening. And I can't quite work out what it is. But I think it's going to interest the entire country. You're having Chinese food tonight. Well, of course you are. It's Friday. You'll be having chicken chow mein, won't you? And you'll be having sweet and sour chicken. I love that. I'm still addicted on YouTube to watching these now 3 Americans I've got who all speak Cantonese, and they go into restaurants, and so they start ordering in English, and then they go into Cantonese, and it's amazing to watch the looks on the waitress's face of somebody, and then they just go, because they've obviously never heard Americans or British people speaking Cantonese. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. Oh, dear, honestly. Bad news now. Bad news Thomas. Henry has said, Pat, the dad, Riley, has drawn the short straw again and driving him in ahead of a double shift today. Double shift? Henry's doing both Nick Ferrari shows. That proves how much they value him. But the poor old dad's got to drive it. Honestly, I hope he's getting paid for this. The money that your son, Pat, is making on this, you should be on a percentage. It's very good of you to do that, actually, but it is a double. Why doing a double shift should warrant the fact you have to be driven by your father, I've got no idea. So I'm not going to argue with you about it, because it's always nice to see him. He's always such a cheerful soul. Always such a cheerful soul. Like, Thomas is in a better mood today. Why? Because the girlfriend's back from America. And so that always, for some reason, puts a smile on his face. I can't work it out at all. I've got no idea. But he seems very happy today. And he'll be eating Chinese tonight. A lot of people will be celebrating. A lot of people won't be celebrating. This is the only time that we're sort of divided in the country, aren't we? We're very much divided. A Remainer, a Ramona. And so it goes on. So there will be some party. I've heard people talking to Darren about it, and people saying, "Oh, we're just going to go out. We're going to go and have Chinese, or go out and have something and enjoy themselves." I don't think anything will change. I do not think anything will change. You're not going to notice any difference at all tomorrow morning. I think some people think they're going to wake up, the sky's going to be green with polka dots or something. It's not going to be any different tomorrow than it is today. There might be one or two things, and then gradually as you go on. I'm going to watch the price of petrol. That's the one I have to watch. I want to see how that goes. But nothing really is going to happen, I think, for the best part of a year. Best part of a year? What do you reckon? I mean, we could almost put money on it. I mean, we've had 47 years of membership. Then, there's going to be questions, aren't there, about the trade and the relations with Europe and America, which are unresolved. The Bank of England has cut the growth interest, but still no interest rate rises at the moment. So that's why Henry's obviously doing double shift today, because he's got to set up for... You're not staying all the way through, are you? Not till... What time does Nick Ferrari's show finish? Is it finish 10 till midnight? He's not staying till midnight, is he, Henry? No, he can't be. Yeah. You can't... Yeah. Thomas said if you need a nap... you can't stay at his place, OK? He really doesn't want you anywhere near it. It's as simple as that, OK? No, he said you can stay at his place. I personally would book into a travel lodge or something like that if you need that. But if he can't be doing all the way through. That's just extraordinary hours. I should be following it. I want to hear what everybody's saying. I can't wait to hear, because I can't remember. Has everybody nailed their colours to the mast over whether they're supporters or non-supporters? And the answer is, I think they have. So we'll watch it, and we will be watching it, believe you me. I mean, for some people, it'll be the biggest thing that's ever happened. I think it's the biggest thing that's ever happened to this country. Let's wait and see what happens at the end, shall we? The public want Alistair Stewart back on television. They say he's used this before, loads of times, for white people, and nobody's ever complained about it before. I don't think it was meant as a slur. They've had people on ITN nearly breaking down, but the rumour is that they wanted to get rid of him from ITN. I don't know why. He's always seemed quite likeable. He had a slight problem a few years back where he was done on a drink driving charge. But there again, so are other people done on drink driving charges, and they managed to bounce back. So it can't be that, can it? Unless they think there's something else that we're not aware of. What was the other one? Oh, the biggest films in the UK last year. I'll run through some of them a bit later on for you. They were all either franchises or remakes. Nothing new. And now they're talking about... Because we've got Dr. Dolittle coming up. Who's the bloke who's starring in Dr. Dolittle? Robert Downey Jr. This is the one. Do you remember when Charlie Gerling came in the studio? There was a rumour in the paper that Robert Downey Jr. had said he would only do interviews if the studio was set to a certain temperature. And I remember thinking, it's a bit difficult in here because these are radio studios. There's a lot of equipment. It gets very hot. Sometimes I undo a couple of extra buttons on my shirt, kind of pushing the boat out a bit. And he wanted evidence of the temperature in the studio. You had to send a photograph of the thermostat. So they did it here. They did actually pander to this man, and then they didn't turn up. I mean, I have to be... I thought it was a joke. But apparently he's a bit like that. He doesn't like doing interviews. He's not interested in doing interviews. He sees it, he's fine on set, but the interview side of it, and, we've had people before, and I sometimes, only on a couple of occasions, you've had somebody and you think, I don't know why you bother putting yourself up for interviews. You know, nobody's ever trying to do you down. All you're trying to do is get a good interview out of somebody for everybody's listening pleasure. That's somebody on this historic day. It will be a historic day. Will Guyett says, I still have a Laserdisc too. We clearly are related. And he also is telling me, he says, listening to my show and doing my end-of-month invoicing. Am I the only one who wakes up thinking about admin for my freelance work? Next month I'll do it before bed. I put it off and off and off. I'm the world's worst. When I actually do it, when I actually come to sort of doing invoices and stuff like that, I have to be in before the beginning of the month for the month ahead. So I'm invoicing in a different... You're invoicing at the end of the month for stuff you've just done. I'm invoicing for the month ahead of me for work I haven't yet done. So if I fall sick, then I knock that off the following month. It's a peculiar system, but it kind of seems to work. But I put it off and put it off and put it off. Like with the VAT, I leave it. Then I speak to the accountant. He says, I'll just do it in the old way at the moment. And so I do it in the old way, and then it's filed and we just pay the money. And it takes but 10 minutes. I've got a template, so I know what goes in each box. And sometimes you put things in the box. But to start with, I didn't realise you put stuff in the VAT boxes, you push the button, and it automatically fills up the boxes that you haven't done. But apart from that, it just takes for ages. I have to do 3 invoices every month. And I'm quite good at doing them, but, I mean, sometimes I've left it till the last minute. And I've decided I'm not going to do that in future. I'm going to try and be good this year. It's not a New Year resolution. It's nothing like that. I just feel I want to sort of try and get ahead of myself. But I'm hopeless at opening it. I get statements from the bank. Now we've actually done away with statements because it's just create paper. So I've gone paperless for some of my things. Because when you look at how many bills you get in the course, what am I doing with them? If I just have them as they're on the account, it's much easier. We don't have to, and it saves an awful lot of paper. I have to be honest though, my big downfall is I'm probably the only presenter here at LBC and have been for many, many years, the only one who does a hard copy of his invoices. I actually do them, print them off, put them in an envelope and give them to Hillary. Everybody else sends them in automatic. I've got no idea how to do that. She said to me the other week, she said, can you send this? I said, Hillary, I've got no idea what I'm doing. I really am. I'm just the complete idiot when it comes to doing paperwork and stuff like that. What I need is a social secretary. That's what I need. What you need is an AP, so like a PA. Isn't that funny? AP, PA. You just reverse just me again. And yeah. Not let me do that. Yeah, okay. But I was just sort of thinking, it'd be so handy for somebody to say to you, OK, today's Friday, you've got an interview to do this morning, here is all the stuff, I put it all in a file for you, and then when you finish, the car will take you to wherever you want to go. I mean, that I quite like the idea of. It won't happen unless all of a sudden some lottery win comes in. The victims of the payday lenders to get a fraction of the money owed. We had somebody yesterday, was it 4 pence in the pound or something? Really dreadful. Also, farewell to the firefighter who died in the river. They used one of the fire engines putting his coffin on, which I thought was a nice tribute to him. Also, the chief bridesmaid from hell who ruined one girl's wedding, and she really was the person to ruin her wedding. And how can you change the shape of Easter eggs? An egg is an egg is an egg. It looks like an egg. And they're going to make it more environmentally friendly. It's an egg. You can't change the shape of it. It's like saying, Steve Allen... No, it doesn't matter. You can't equate me with things like that, can you? That would just be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And somebody in Kilmarnock is going to renew their passport. I'm going back to a British one. Dorothy says, Brexit's a laugh, won't make any difference. I don't think you will notice any difference at all. I don't really think you will notice anything. I think, I think people are expecting at 11 o'clock it's going to go bong, and then the sky will change colour and all the buildings will collapse and we'll all be sitting there in the rubble. I don't think that's how it works. If you can't eat grapefruit, try pomelo. Says Addy. No, my friend sells them. They're lovely, but unfortunately, it's it's not suitable for my medication. Typical, isn't it? Really typical. And what do you think about Katie Hopkins being banned from Twitter? Oh, the funniest thing was that somebody gave her a fake award, and she had to get a plane to go somewhere, and then it was basic, and then they put it up on YouTube. She's lost her house, hasn't she? One of those sort of people, a little bit like Prince Harry. I'm going to sue. I've now got a distinct gut feeling going on that Harry is not the brightest penny in the box. I don't think so. That's my opinion. Everybody's allowed an opinion about the royal family. I don't think he's the brightest penny in the box, because he obviously pursued this thing to say, I'm going to take the press to court and all the rest of it, and it's been thrown out. It's been thrown out. He's lost the case. And this was over the elephant one, where they said, oh, Harry's, saving elephants and doing everything else. This one was tethered by its back legs, tied together with rope, and it had been given a sedative. I mean, not good enough, is it really? Not good enough. Another one here. Gooseberries are a rare one. I don't like gooseberry. It's like tinned apricots I like, but I don't like fresh apricots. Have you had fresh apricots? Oh, right. Thomas has had those. I've an Armenian delicacy. Really? They grow on a bush or a tree. You sure? You don't look confident in that one. I don't know why. Apricots growing on a tree. Would it be a very tall tree or a very short tree? Or would they just be growing under the ground, like potatoes? But I do like tinned apricots. I still like, ridiculous though it is, tinned fruit salad. That was that old line in Fawlty Towers, wasn't it? Where somebody says to Mrs. Fawlty, she says, I'm sorry, could we cancel the fruit salad? She says, little tricky, chef's just opened the tin. It was supposed to be all fresh. Oh dear. Mike in Exeter, enjoying the spike. Do you know there's no way that you can not enjoy the spike? Becky says, oh, I love lychees. I'm going to have to try condensed milk and lychees. Yum, yum, yum. I mean, seriously, condensed. I mean, honestly, if I recommend anything to you on this programme, as you know, as James O'Brien always says about Steve Allen, he's always right. It's one of those things. We can't help it. I love the way he even challenged it. I only saw him the other day. You'd think he'd know by now. He might be very good at talking about politics, but he's hopeless about Wimbledon tennis ball colours. Not a clue. Not a clue. Steve, getting a new fridge at the Parsonage. Oh, we like a new fridge at the Parsonage. At the Parsonage, says Jake. And he said the old one they had from the 1990s finally died, doing visitations of members who are homebound and in the nursing home today. And I've watched the Peter Ball documentary. Very sad. Very sad. I hope your diabetes is good this morning. There's something pleasing about getting a new fridge. If ever I had enough money that I could go and live in the middle of the country or the middle of the woods or something, far away from Gemma Collins, I would like actually to have two fridges. One, an old Coca-Cola fridge. I think they make a modern version of it, which would be lovely. Then I'd like a separate freezer, and then I'd like a drinks cooling fridge. You keep all your Prosecco in there and wine bottles. Actually, Joe, I found some Prosecco the other day in Waitrose, cheaper than Costco. So I'm going back, actually, today to Waitrose to go and get some more. Even the woman on the till said it's very good value, isn't it? That's what it appeared to be, yes. Very, very. So I shall raise a glass. Raise a glass to myself tonight. I like the idea that Dorothy and a load of other people are talking about how it's not going to make any difference at all by tomorrow morning. But you've got to listen to it, because it and then you could say, I was there. I was there when this happened after 46 years. We went it alone. I was there. You'll better tell your children. They say, what was it like? You go, if you just say nothing, it's going to be dreadfully boring, isn't it? So you have to actually say, I was there. Steve, do you know durian and custard apples? Both weird, but I hate custard apples. I was very much mistaken. I thought it was an apple that tasted like it had custard on it. Couldn't be further from the truth. Shane says it's good to get home in the afternoon and listen to your show. It's funny because we're sitting here in the middle of Leicester Square. Well, we're in a building, obviously. Big building, very big building. And it's freezing cold outside and it's pitch black. And you're sitting there in blazing sunshine, probably sweating like a pig, because it does get a bit hot unless you're used to it. Or if you've got air conditioning, that's the good news. That's the good news. And we're going to take more of your texts as well. A special hello to my favourite newsreader, says James. Serena Farrow. Unfortunately, that's not how you spell her name. It doesn't matter. I mean, at least he's made an effort. She put after that little present. Oh, did he like Lucinda as well? Oh, right. Yesterday you said Lucinda was your favourite. Honestly, this feels like the Darren Adams show where we're correcting people. I think you said last time. I hear an awful lot of people actually coming through on some of the lines from... But who's always right?
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
See? That's the way it goes. Listen, everybody in the building says that. Ask Eddie May. He'll tell you exactly the same thing. Matt Stadlen will say exactly the same thing. Steve Allen's always right. Always. I can't help it. I mean, it's just it's an affliction. It's an affliction. You'll always say, Steve, you're right, and I admire you, and because by the time you tell me that, I'll be living with James O'Brien. We'll have chickens in the back garden, and the kids will have grown up and got married, and I'll be sobbing at the back of the church with a hat on. You can just do, oh, the girls have got married. You know, you watch, somebody will tell him this today. Somebody say, Steve Allen was talking about you at 4:45 in the morning. He'll then send Ava, the instruction, cut off what Steve Allen was saying about me. Well, not cut off what Steve Allen was saying about me, but sort of cut it out and then we'll play it back on the programme. Right. What are we going to do? Are we going to take a very nice to have your company? Welcome to Friday, the Friday that goes down in history. And if you don't believe me, you have a listen later on today, because it's definitely going to go down in history. You won't ever have a day like this again. I don't think it'll be any different tomorrow. It's just that we'll feel a little bit more isolated, I suppose, because at 11 o'clock tonight we will leave the EU, and you'll hear it on LBC. Whether you're going to hear a crescendo, whether you're going to have a march band, or whether you're going to hear the bongs. I think you're definitely going to hear the bongs of Big Ben. I'm pretty certain. Steve, and you're talking of broadcasting crushes. Well, I've seen Joanne Webb, and I like her, says Matthew. You've got to stop this. This is sounding like stalking. Can't say things like that. Even I wouldn't say that to Joe. I wouldn't dream of that. Say it to Thomas, but I wouldn't say it to Joe. Even he thinks that's a little bit peculiar. Steve, I've changed my opinion on celebrity girlfriend options and decided I want Katie Price, says Matthew. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the way she's going, I mean, nobody's ever going to settle down with it. She thinks that she's found somebody who's a successful businessman and he's going to look after her. She's bone idle. I tell you, she's bone idle. What she wants is somebody to fund her lifestyle. Let's wait till she's had the house taken away. Oh, she's had the house taken away. She's got nothing left at all, has she, really? But even if she sells the car, she doesn't get that money. I think she thinks she gets it. But because she's been declared bankrupt, she can't have anything like that. Which is good news, isn't it? Steve, you're right. We won't know we've left the EU tomorrow. We have a transition period until 2020. It's 2021 when we'll see any difference, depending if they can agree. Yeah. We have to wait and see. There won't be, but I think people expect it to change, but it's not. Nothing's going to happen at all. Condensed milk in coffee pours over a glass full of ice cubes. Oh, I've thought about that. We used to have condensed milk and evaporated milk. And, Steve, are you a fan of the Mr. Men and Little Miss books? No, I think you'll find that's more BBC local radio. I did voice the Mr. Men books for one of the airlines. And it's probably still running. It was done donkey's years ago, and they run for years, these things. James is having a Brexit pizza tonight. What's a Brexit? Is there a joke there or something? A Brexit pizza tonight. What's a Brexit pizza? What would that not have on it? It just won't exist. Yeah. We actually don't think pizzas will exist because it's Italian. And it's Rich, my friend Rich Walters, his birthday. He says, fancy having to pay a tax bill on my birthday. It's horrible, isn't it? I beat you to it, though. I did it, when did I do mine? A couple of weeks ago. No, about a week ago, actually. I'm exaggerating. And I remember thinking, at least I've done it. But the trouble is, I don't physically see it going. It goes, it disappears in a bank transfer. But it's not much fun, is it, Rich? Not much fun. I haven't popped in and seen him, actually. I shall probably catch him over this weekend. This will be interesting. I'll walk it. Do you think the building will have changed? Of course it won't. Will there be any balloons anywhere for Rich's birthday? When's your birthday, Luke? It's Luke. When's your birthday? 24th of April. I'm still first in the line-up then. I still get my birthday first. 17th March. He's 24th of... you're Taurus, aren't you? How lovely. And I forgot what you were. Aries. What's Aries? Is that the ram? The ram. Nothing could be further from the truth. Whoa. Do you know who's got muscles bigger than yours? Dom, out there on the news desk. He's got... seriously, have you seen his muscles? Really? Every time he walks towards me, I like move to one side. I'm thinking, because he's only got to move his arm like that, I could be out cold. He's very aggressive. But big muscles. I did try, actually, when I went to a gym once. I sort of walked in and then walked straight out again because I felt intimidated by all the people in there. And they were all people were sort of flexing their muscles and people lifting. Well, I mean, I couldn't even get changed. I could barely lift my kit bag in there. And then people used to say, take 2 bottles into the shower. I said, what do you mean? 4 bottles into the shower? Who takes 2? Can't get away with 2 bottles in the shower. And so I went in there and I couldn't take to gyms at all. And I was a bit disappointed with myself, but I have a feeling that Dom goes running. I think he's one of these people who sort of runs. And then somebody else was saying the other day, David, who works for our sister station, he's doing a marathon this year. Honestly, where do they get their stamina from? I couldn't do anything like that. Absolutely couldn't do it. Steve, so Davenports have shut their doors in the Underground arcade, says Johnny. For the last time, I'll miss it. So many fond memories. Yes, I mean, I'm told that they've closed the shop there because the area's being redone up. They're doing it up because they've got so many rough sleepers in there, and the place stinks like a toilet. But they moved. They moved quite a few years ago now. Actually, I remember going to Davenport's, the magic shop, when they were in opposite the British Museum. And I loved it there. You get magicians tend to go to different places and just sit down there and just have a chat about magic. So Bobby Bernard would go and sit in there. There was always a couple of chairs around, or you just lean up against. Hardly anybody bought anything. Which, of course, nowadays magic shops need to make a living. I go to one in Hounslow called Prop Dog, which is very good. I like International Magic as well, down on the Clerkenwell Road. And if you go on the internet, type in magic shops, there's loads of them. Loads of them. And, of course, it's basically the internet which is killing off the magic shops. Because I can order something now from America and it'll be FedExed over here in about 2 or 3 days. It's a shame, really, because, people just, I'm a big fan of magic. As you know, I absolutely adore magic and things like that. But I do like the idea of going into a magic shop, and people do tend to just sit down and chat and everything else. But I don't know what Davenports are going to do. I really don't. But I'm sure that Betty and Fergus will come up with something. They must have known about this for some time. So we'll wait and see. Wait and see. Another one here says, I wish I could afford a new fridge, says John. Can't you afford? How much? They're not very expensive fridges, are they? Are they very expensive? You get a fridge for £100 or something. I mean, obviously some of the big ones like Smeg and the Coca-Cola fridge and all these other things. I always wanted a big one. There were double doors that you open, and it does chilled water, ice, and then crushed ice. That's always a bit. And then you got one of those, have you? How sickening! How can you afford one of those? Oh, it came with the house. Oh, right. Is it really big, and does it dispenses water, ice? Crushed ice as well. God. Doesn't have got a television built into the front door, has it, as well? You can set the temperature of the water. And have you got... Is it a freezer as well as fridge? Oh, God, how sickening. I must start renting again. It's no good. I haven't really got enough room for something that size, but that would be my dream. My auntie, friend of Mary Berry's, she used to keep her freezers in the garage because it was cold, so she relied on frozen food, everything was frozen, and she was very good. She was very good, but the fridge was full of stuff from Aunt Bessie's. So it was, everything from, I mean, who on earth makes their own Yorkshire puddings? Apart from Phil Vickery. And Jamie Oliver. And everybody else. I don't, because you can buy these things. You literally put the tray in the oven and out come Yorkshire puddings. I could do with that tonight, actually. Thomas is having Chinese, but he has Chinese every Friday. It's always the same thing. Do you not have a pancake roll as well? Oh, because she's over. Do you have it delivered, or do you go and collect your Chinese food? You have it delivered. Wow, how fantastic! And is it warm when it gets there, or really? I often wondered how long this stuff keeps hot for. And it keeps hot for quite... Is it coming from very far away, though? Not too far. Really? And have they got a credit card of yours at the Chinese takeaway? Or do you pay when the stuff's delivered? Oh, it's through an app. Oh, great. So how do you pay? I don't understand how Deliveroo works, so you're talking to an idiot here. How does the money come out of your account? Is it like ordering from Amazon or something like that? You have your own account. Oh, it's like Amazon. Okay. That's lovely, isn't it? I quite fancy that idea. I quite fancy that idea. I could keep going for that. Oh, here we go. Double shift boy. Morning. Henry's turned up. Father gone home to bed, exhausted. Are you working all the way through till midnight? You should really... You're doing all the way till midnight, are you? That's an awful long time. That is an awful long time. Oh, there's loads of traffic on the road. Did your father drive you all the way in? All the way? That man's a saint. Seriously. Good Lord above. Oh, well, there you go. But there is a lot of traffic on the road. And also, a lot of the trains yesterday were out. Waterloo was an absolute blooming nightmare. I got very cross about that. But then I was quite happy because I got off at Kingsley. It's only because the council are digging up the blooming bus shelters yet again. For the umpteenth time, I had to walk all the way round Bentall's to go to the bus the other side. First bus whizzed past me and I was not very happy. And then the second one came along and I was there and it was empty. I was like, yeah, fantastic. You always get people who don't want to sit next to people. And so they put their bags on the seat. I'm a bit like that, actually. I don't like sort of sharing a seat. And another one here. My great-grandmother thought when we converted from pounds, shillings and pence to dollars and cents, the sky would fall in like Brexit, says Shane. Oh, we had exactly the same here. Talking of pizzas, bought one in Waitrose earlier this week. Never felt so bloated after it. No. See, the trouble is, I mean, they do their own pizzas, don't they? And then they do Pizza Express pizzas, I think, in Waitrose. And they do the dough balls and everything else, because I do like a garlic dough ball. They're quite nice. And I've yet to try the Subway. They do garlic bread with cheese. Well, that sounds quite nice. And then yesterday, I happened to nip into Sainsbury's to go and get some of that gold top milk. And what did they have on the shelf? I've got to go back and look at it. They had crispy duck, shredded. And it was a box full of shredded duck. I wasn't sure how it was shredded because they were little tiny pieces. And then the pancakes and the hoisin sauce. Because apparently hoisin sauce and soy sauce are good for you. Well, soy sauce more, I think. And this was shredded duck, but there were no big bits in it. It was almost little tiny bits. And I thought, this almost looks like it had been sprayed. You know what I mean? When they sort of spray something and it takes all the meat, every single bit of meat off the bone. So I'm going to go and have another look at it today, but I'm not totally convinced because little bits is not supposed to be crispy duck. It's supposed to have the crispy bit, isn't it? That's how it works. God knows where we started with that. So, still to come, the drug tunnel, the public wanting Alistair Stewart back on television, the cruise ships taking passengers to the Antarctic are risking a Titanic-like disaster. And half of all adults living in cities have not taken a countryside walk in the past year. Well, you must. You must force yourself. I did nearly 6,000 steps the other day. It's not a lot, I realise, but I mean, imagine being the voice of Peppa Pig. The girl who's just retired had been doing it for years. I think since she was 5 years old. And she's just retired at 18. I think she wants to do something else. So they found another girl, and I think this one's 8, and her name is Amelie B. Smith, and she is the new face of Peppa Pig. But not really the new face. She's only going to be the voice. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never seen Peppa Pig. I know that Will Guyatt will know all about Peppa Pig and anybody who's got children, because apparently Peppa Pig is enormously popular. But imagine actually being the voice of it at 5 years old. I thought that was quite something, actually. I was very, very impressed. Fears growing for a sperm whale seen in the Thames estuary. That doesn't sound very promising, does it, really? And Willy Wonka could return to the screens as a woman, but they've already remade Willy Wonka. It was either Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or it was Willy Wonka. Then there was a stage version of it. And now they want to make it, and they say that Willy Wonka could be a woman. No, it can't. The last remake was with... Johnny Depp did it, didn't he? He's somewhat peculiar. I always thought he was slightly bizarre, but sort of quite interesting. He did Pirates of the Caribbean. And I loved that music from Pirates of the Caribbean. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. But, I mean, fancy bringing it back with Willy Wonka as a woman. How many women do you know called Willy? I mean, you don't know any women called Willy, do we? I don't think we do. Not as far as I remember. I know we've had a few other sort of, changes, but Willy Wonka could return as a woman. No, definitely not. Please not. Goodness sake, honestly. Ozzy Osbourne, claiming he doesn't have long to live. He's obviously going through a down period, and we'll wait and see. I mean, I to be honest with you, I think he's actually got huge support from the family, and people like him, mainly because he's mad as a barrel load of frogs. I mean, he really is quite mad. He fell off his quad bike, didn't he? Had a bit of an accident there. And then he apparently ate a bat. Didn't he bite a bat's head off? So the story goes. I never believed it. I think there are apocryphal stories that do the rounds, and it's mainly through his business. Mainly through the business of rock music, where sort of they have to be seen as being, all this kind of stuff, and it's hard rock, hallelujah. The amount of people who sent me details about Lordi, the group, on how their the costumes, they never get them. You can't really get them cleaned, can you, or anything like that. One here. Wait a minute, I've just lost the blooming thing again. And this is from Stuart Manning, who says, "Good morning, Steve. As James says, you're always right." Actually, the funny thing is, the more I think about it, but I mean, that I remember doing on the programme. This was about the tennis balls being yellow, and I said it was 1986, and he didn't think it was. And then, as he was talking to me, he was obviously checking the computer, and he went, "Oh, he's right." He said he's a bit like my wife, always right. And I thought, well, that's a nice thing, isn't it? Nice when somebody admits that they've got it wrong. Howard says, "I'm after a pink Range Rover. Any idea where I could purchase one?" Oh, God, that's a toughie, isn't it? That's a call. That's a call on that one. How on earth would you know where to find a pink Range Rover? God, I mean, that would be the most difficult thing ever. Oh, a pink Range Rover. I mean, if you want a pink Range Rover that stinks of cigarettes and sick and everything else, I know where you can get one. But I don't think you'd really want to go for that, would you? And also, nobody seriously drives around in a pink anything. Although we do have a woman, actually, in Twickenham who's got a pink house. And she's also got a pink car as well, which is slightly bizarre. I mean, I suppose pink can be quite nice, but the colour of the other one, which you're probably thinking of, is too garish. And also, to be honest, I wouldn't be remotely interested in buying anything that had been owned by her. Thank you very much indeed. Never can tell, can you? Also, what else do we have? Mr. Neil, who was wishing Tony Blackburn a happy birthday the other day, because I forget how old, actually, Tony Blackburn was. We thought 70-something. I'm still trying to work out why on earth Will Guyatt was looking after Lordi for a day of press. I mean, that's a job and a half, isn't it? I'd have quite enjoyed that. I would have enjoyed that, definitely. Bobby Warrens would be the person who would know how to get hold of a pink Range Rover, wouldn't you, Bobby? Bobby, as you know, is the man that you don't know, but everybody in the business knows. He's the properties buyer was the properties buyer for so many programmes. Every time you would see his name on it, Bobby Warrens, and he would be the man, who would have to go and find things. If you wanted, as I say, a sort of a helicopter in sort of garish pink, he'd find you a helicopter in garish pink. He was at his little black book must have been absolutely legendary. Absolutely legendary. So, what else we got? Oh, loads of it. I do apologise. Your emails have only just started coming through. There was some problem with the machine at the moment, but it's back to normal now. So thank you very much indeed. What's your take on David Walliams presenting skills at the NTAs? He's getting some flack for making a jibe at Caroline Flack. He was sort of joking, in my opinion, meant no harm. That's his sense of humour. Should he present them again, says Ian? I don't know. I mean, I don't have a problem with David Walliams, apart from the fact that when Dale and I'd be going out, if David was alone at home, he'd phone up Dale, and all of a sudden Dale would tiddle off to go and have breakfast with David Walliams. I got shoved to one side. So I grew to loathe David Walliams, who just can't cope by himself. He has to be surrounded by people. That's why he takes his mother everywhere. He seriously does. That's the way he is, actually. Antonia says, you make me laugh at 4:10. Just as I was getting up to clean my bathroom taps, as you do at that time, and I heard you chat about the supermarket and changing the face of an egg and spiders. I'm laughing now as I write. I do need a bit of cheer now, so I wish you a beautiful day. Do you know that there's some woman, she's come up with, how do you clean baking trays? And you can do it cheaply. You'll know the secret? A 2p piece. So take a 2p piece, wash the baking tray with and rub the 2p piece all over, and they'll come up like new, apparently. Why are you looking at me like that? It is weird, isn't it? Apparently it works, yes. I read it the other day. You just take a 2p piece and you rub it over the baking tray and it cleans the baking tray. Whether it's something in the 2p piece, because they're metal against metal, it must be something like that. And apparently, so you can do it. You don't need to spend an awful lot of money on, this cleaner and all the rest of it. Copper 2p coin. You just rub it all over. And apparently that's sort of like flat side, yeah. Yeah, just rub it all the way over and that will take all the bits and pieces off. See, for me, I just throw away the offending article and go and buy another one. You know, that's what I do now. I've decided. I worked out the other day, I had 7 different lids for saucepans. 7 different... I mean, what's the point of that? I've completely lost my marbles, I think. 7 different lids. Not anymore, I haven't. Have you tried Prosecco with a dash of Chambord raspberry liqueur yet? I do have a bottle, actually. I do have a bottle. I gave it away to somebody. Sarah in Hastings says it's a little Friday night treat for moi. I think we all deserve treats. Don't you? I think we really deserve treats. I'm a big fan of treats. A big fan of, you know, if you want an excuse, you go, do you know, I've worked hard this week. I'm going to treat myself. You know, so it might be... I mean, I'm definitely going back this morning to go and get some of that Prosecco from Waitrose. Because it was such a good price. Actually, I wish I'd not mentioned it. Now, you watch, everybody would be beating me to the blooming rush. Every time I go in there, I'm sure they're looking at me thinking, he looks like he's shoplifting. Especially as I went in there not holding the obligatory basket. Which actually you're supposed to. Anybody who walks around a supermarket without a basket... You know, highly suspect as far as I'm concerned. Another one here, it says, here in South Florida, we have the same problem, but it's palmetto or water bugs. I scream to high heaven, says Margaret from the States. And I live in a gated community with all the amenities, including pest control. They come up through the drains, big and ghastly. I dread it when we open up our winter home. Do you remember those bugs in Sarasota? Yes. Up north, we have wolf spiders. Kind of like you and vacuum cleaners, Steve. You have to go round hoover these things up. Yes. Don't. I've done that before. Do you know, honestly, in my time, I've hoovered up everything. There is nothing I've not hoovered up in the vacuum cleaner. And in the end, I lose the will to live. I'm not very good at all with things like that. And especially although I'm very good with bees. Wasps, I'm not good with. I think wasps know that I'm scared, and I think I obviously give off some sort of pheromone because that really doesn't work. That really doesn't work. And I'm terrified of these blooming things, and I'm sure that they actually head for me. Whereas bees, I water, they just move to one side. I've got little daffodils to put in at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do about those. I could do those today, I suppose. Really, Steve. It's said during one's lifetime that you swallow 7 spiders in bed. Oh, no. Oh, no. How can you... Well, that's an apocryphal story, isn't it? Like one here from Phil, who says, Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. I'm guessing, says Phil, they shouldn't have let the horses go first. Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it, really? I wonder where those things came from. Were they supposed to be lessons for us to live our lives? You know, don't sit on a wall because you might fall off it. You know, don't go up with Jack and Jill to fetch a pail of water. As I say, build some sort of conduit that brings the water down. Don't run around on hills. When we were little, did you run around on hills? Yes, he didn't. Yeah, but Luke's never had a... You didn't run at all, did you? No. There was no running going on in Luke's life at all. Thomas and I would go... like that. Did you never do that? Play aeroplanes? No, you were incarcerated, I realise, but I mean, you know, did you never go out at all? In Scotland, there were no planes at all, were there, Thomas? So what did you do for fun when you were a child playing? We used to have, you know, skipping ropes and stuff like that. Hunt haggises. The haggis hunt was my favourite thing. You'd go out with the hunt and they go, today we're going to hunt those haggises down. And they'd be out there, the horses and the dogs and everything else. And then you'd eventually find your haggis. They would do anything to get away from you. They'd burrow into the ground. They'd throw themselves at the horses. I'd scream. The horse would bolt. Oh, spend the next 6 months in traction. It's funny what you do as kids, isn't it? To amuse yourself. And we did amuse ourselves. I could play in the garden for ages. In fact, it would be getting dark. Your mother would say, "You're coming in now?" Say, "Am I allowed?" I used to love things like that. It's funny how you think about it the older you get. I suddenly realise all these elderly people who are talking to themselves, they're doing what I do every day. They're doing what I do. They're sort of reminiscing on what they actually got up to, which is good. Steve, I filed my tax return earlier this month, and a week later I got over £400 back from them. Overpaid the tax. I've got a friend of mine who's been paying emergency tax for quite some time, so should get quite a little whack bat back. Sabina says, I heard your piece about Laserdisc. Blast from the past. Used to work for HMV at its flagship store, and Laserdisc was the precursor to DVD, although we didn't realise it at the time. Yes, I remember. Steve, says Kevin the Milkman, I'm now imagining James's wife being interviewed for TV saying, there were 3 of us in my marriage. At the stroke of 11, the nation's course changes forever and hopefully for the better. After 30 years of resistance to the creeping danger of a European superstate, the great people of the United Kingdom at last finally got Brexit done. And LBC will be talking about that all day. And there's a special programme this evening. Nigel Farage will be taking your calls a bit later on. And Nick Ferrari will be bonging Big Ben, as they say. Other stories in the papers today. So, bong, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu. That was what the Sun came up with. I have to be honest, I didn't come up with that by myself, although I probably could have done. Harry fails over his wildlife picture gripe. He's lost a complaint case against a newspaper over wildlife photos he took of sedated animals. The Mail on Sunday said the snaps on his Instagram page didn't tell the full story. The cute photos of elephants, lions and rhinos were posted by Harry and Meghan to celebrate Earth Day. But the paper said they didn't highlight the fact that the animals had been tranquilised and tied with ropes. Harry complained that the paper had suggested he was deliberately misleading the public, but it was dismissed by the regulator IPSO, which said the paper had a right to publish. Its report last April was headlined, Drugged and Tethered, What Harry Didn't Tell You. And it said that Harry notably avoided explaining the circumstances. They'd been sedated. The elephant was tethered as they were being relocated for conservation projects. And you couldn't see that because the picture was cropped. So, you know, you begin to wonder whether or not Harry is being either hopelessly misguided by people who are supposedly trying to help him through things. But at the moment, it's not looking very, very good at all. So he was there with this elephant, which was practically on its last legs. And also, Meghan, we now hear, is actively looking for a manager or agent as she prepares to return to showbiz. Told you. Never wrong. You spot the warning signs, don't you? You spot the warning signs, and I'm thinking it's there. I think Harry is going to be left sitting at home, staring at the walls. You know, gone are this little utopian idea that they're going to be going out and sort of meeting the public and sort of doing charitable events for money. Give them money and they'll perform for you. I think she wants to get back into movies, and she'll be looking for an agent who will guide her in the process, and Harry will be left sitting at home looking after the baby. Kevin in Edgware says, I got a text from HMRC saying I'm owed money and to follow the link to claim what I'm owed. Do you think it's a scam? Sounds like one, doesn't it? Don't alarm bells start ringing on that one? You can actually check the email address. If it looks legit, you should be all right, but just check it. Sometimes there might be just a dot in it or something like that, or an underscore. Yeah, you need to check the sender of the email address, and then you can find it. Steve, I listen to you every morning, says Jackie, at 4 on my way to work. Have been for years. And today we're on our way to Paris to celebrate Dave's 60th birthday, so wish him a happy birthday. God, you're going to an expensive... Have you been there before? It's so expensive in Paris. Trying to find somewhere reasonable, not cheap, but reasonable to eat is nigh on impossible. The French must be absolutely loaded. Ryan says, a warm night in Cornwall, so slept with the window open. Only been woken by foxes barking since 2 a.m. in the woods. My brother Gaz is in Norfolk, who's also listening. There we go. You see, we get everybody on this programme. We're not fussy. We take anybody in. Come on, come one, come all. Be here on Brexit Day. It's going to be very, very interesting. Gwyneth Paltrow's been accused of peddling dangerous products and treatments by the head of the NHS. She is mad, isn't she, actually? She's got all sorts of strange things, most of which I can't even go into on this programme. Michelle Keegan, walking along a beach holding a bag. I mean, what sort of holidays do they go on? And here she is soaking up the sun with a knitted skirt. That's nice, isn't it, really? They were celebrating Mark Wright's, I think it was his birthday, 33. And he says, Jamaica, you made my birthday week so special. It's all a bit posy. Amber Gill has scored with a new man. Wow. She's been on a string of dates with the England footballer Fikayo Tomori. She started sending him letters like, would you want to go out with me? Because I'm desperate. Please go out with me. I'm really desperate. I can do anything. That's how desperate. He didn't approach her, she approached him. Tragic, isn't it, really? Poor soul. Also, such a good story here, but I can't tell you what it is because it's currently in court, which is a bit of a shame, but it doesn't matter. Also, TV gardener Monty Don fondles a nipple-shaped knobble on a tree and confirms his status as an unlikely sex symbol. I always thought he was a sex symbol. And Victoria Derbyshire, programme going very soon, nominated for a top news presenter gong after the BBC decided. She's got loads of awards. It's not, this is just one of those things. There were loads of other people nominated. Also on this shortlist, Emily Maitlis for Newsnight, which is being hit in a cost-cutting drive. They're acting, I think, 12 people from Newsnight. And posts on Derbyshire's programme official Twitter account celebrated the nominations with examples of her work. But unfortunately, she can't even get all the people watching the programme to try and petition the BBC. There is an online petition. All it's got is 55,000 signatures. Well, if there's 200,000 people watching, there's 150,000 people who really couldn't give a toss either way. So it's being ditched. And the sooner the better. No point in prolonging these things. Let's start saving the money now. Unless, of course, they've still got a contract to run, in which case then it goes differently. But it's no good doing this, because the more she does it, the more people are sort of going, oh, get rid, bring in something else. What? I've got no idea. I wouldn't mind, but the BBC are not very good at these sort of things. They decide to do something, and then somebody will say, but what are we putting in its place? Admittedly, it's only an hour, so you could have somebody sort of doing the Potter's Wheel, very popular, or a train journey from London to Penzance, always very popular, or failing that, just the test card. With a piece of music goes bong, 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 and then just leave it like that. You don't need to worry about anything else. So she could be up for a goal, but she has had awards before. It's not like they don't have awards. But at the end of the day, they have to get rid. A charity shop volunteer was told eat vegan or eat outside after she was found snacking on sushi. Glenys Irish quit her role, saying she felt shamed into leaving. The shop raises cash for an animal sanctuary, which has a vegan policy and does not sell wool or leather goods. Assistant manager Glenys found herself in trouble for eating sushi in a stockroom. She was given a warning and the next day received the food ultimatum. She'd been at the shop in Darlington for 6 months and said, I felt discriminated against. She admits to having also eaten egg and tomato sandwiches on the premises and said she was aware of the vegan policy, but she said she didn't realise it extended to the shop's 5 volunteers and what they could eat at work. She said, I was in the stockroom checking over some electrical items. I was eating on the go, having some sushi. No members of the public could see me. My manager said, if the boss sees you, there could be trouble. Could be trouble? What, because she doesn't want to do that? What in God's name is this place called? It's ridiculous. But if she wanted to eat, she'd have to eat non-vegan food outside. I couldn't believe it. I respect veganism. It's about your own choice. Unfortunately, mine were taken away. Charity Chief Executive Gareth Edwards says, most of our staff and volunteers are omnivores and just go out and eat off-site. We don't dictate what they do in their own time. We just ask them to respect our policy, which is made clear from day one. Ugh, God. Wouldn't be going in your shop anytime soon, pal. That's the way you treat people. Ugh. Not nice at all. Rihanna's style. So, they're just looking at clothes that people wear. It's really a very boring piece. I don't know why they've even bothered with it. On Rihanna and some of the dresses she's worn. Basically, if you wear as little as possible, then you get more coverage in the newspapers. It's only if you're sort of covered up that you don't get coverage. Nobody's remotely interested. And the debut series of Winter Love Island hasn't been the ratings success. Show bosses intend to spice things up by introducing a second villa on Sunday night. It won't help. It's still rubbish. And it's not just rubbish. It's just dire rubbish. The people they put on it are just awful. I mean, you wouldn't want to hang around with them in real life, let alone when they're on Love Island. Of course, this could be the first one where nobody emerges as a star afterwards. They like that, don't they? Oh, you could be a star if you're appearing on the telly. What for? What, for sort of appearing in your bikini and then sort of turning... All they're going to do is sort of start going out to a few of those sort of hotels that encourage these sort of people, or failing that, a few freebie parties. They managed to find some poor old has-been from something to turn up to something nobody had ever heard of before. Only one dire celebrity, and it was this particular Meghan Barton Hanson, I think. And you think, you've really got to be scraping the barrel if that's the best you can get to come along to your event. Sorry, could we get, somebody major? Well, we got Meghan Barton Hanson. Oh, nobody else? Not really, no. She's kind of like the best that we're going to get. Shame, innit? The biggest films in the UK last year, franchises or remakes. And what was the other one that I quite like, actually? PG Tips sold off as British tea goes off the boil. I'm drinking tea. I'm on my third cup of tea. I think I'm doing quite well. You know, it's nice. I'm not sure if it's PG Tits. We've got Yorkshire tea out there. Which is lovely. Very nice. Where do you keep going to? You keep wandering off or something? In the bathroom again, but you went before the programme. You're like a kid on a car journey, aren't you? You get in the back of the car and your mother goes, right, we got everything? Sweets, drawing books, colouring thing. Have you been to the toilet? No. All right, go to the toilet. So we have to get out of the car, open the front door, turn the alarm off, go inside, go to the bathroom, come back down, get in the back of the car, and then your brother goes, shall I go as well? You go, oh, goodness sake, we might never get off the drive. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about me. Why is it always about you? Is it's trying to get away. It obviously doesn't like you, does he? You know why? It's because your birthday's before his, and he sees that as a slur. That's what it is. He's insanely jealous. And his girlfriend's over at the moment, so he's a bit on edge, obviously. You know. She's still in the air? I bet she is. Oh, sorry, I see what you mean, yes. Joke number one. There'll be another joke a little bit. How long does it take to fly her up? She was in the air yesterday. Where's she coming from? The moon? She was in the air last night as well. Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, where is she flying from? Took off at 1:50 our time. And she's still... She lands at 8 this morning? Are you going up to the airport to meet her? The hell he is. Yeah. You're going to You're not going to Gatwick to meet her, are you? Are you? Oh, right. Are you one of those ones standing there going, holding up a big placard saying, welcome home? No. You sneak up behind her and scare her. You're a horrible person, aren't you? You really are horrid. Honestly, what a horrid person. You get people like that, don't you? Why do I get them? Why do I get horrid? He came up behind me this morning as I was going to come down and have a little chat to Connor. And I was holding him a cup of tea and he couldn't see it. And he'd been to get some paper for the photocopy or something. And he went, like that. You know, as if I was frightened, you know. It didn't bother me in the slightest. I really couldn't care less. It's so childish. So unnecessary as well. Oh, look, 4:30. No, 5:30. Where are we? Is it 5:30? I can't even tell Happy Tuesday. Yes, if you're off your socks at the moment, happy Thursday. The BAFTAs have gone green. Apparently, they've decided to change the carpet. The food's gone vegan, which is interesting, isn't it? Harvey Procter raging at the Met's rejection of the probe into the VIP ring. No police officers are going to be investigated over this. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? You just listen to the ramblings of some deluded paedophile and just take it on the, as if it's gospel, which it isn't, of course. The best of Britain, go east. Go east. All the places east are the best places to live. Julia Bradbury. No, I can't work this one out. I mean, she says, don't call me the walking man's crumpet. That's because she does walking. And she probably sees it as an insult. I would think it was a compliment, but I can imagine that she wouldn't see it as a compliment. She'd only see it as an insult. So don't call her the walking man's crumpet. They've said it about other people, haven't they? Can't remember who they were, but definitely other people. We've actually had it said of. Cruise ships going nowhere near China. Russia has closed its borders as well. It's not looking promising, is it? It really isn't looking very promising. I mean, this thing could spread like wildfire. We don't want it here, thank you very much indeed. Although we have got people back. What we do with the other ones, I've got no idea. The sperm whale seen in the Thames estuary. I mean, it can't be a lot he's finding in there. He can't even swim. When you think he's come from an ocean and he's in sort of like 10 feet of water, that's not enough, is it? You must be wondering what the hell's going on. I don't know if sperm whales can actually go that deep and go to the bottom of the ocean. I'm not sure. I really don't know, actually. Drill Minister, he's a rapper, is running to become London's first masked mayor. He wears a balaclava. And he thinks he can wear that and be mayor of London. I mean, he's not as delusional as so-called, rappers, ladies and gentlemen. They've all got the most peculiar drill minister. And he wears a balaclava. I mean, he's either the biggest idiot under the sun or somebody's going to vote for him. But I think it's like the monster raving loony party, isn't it? People, so you always look at them and you think, oh, it's a bit sad, really, isn't it? There's nobody going to vote for you. And it turns out that, it isn't actually. How much tea do you drink a day, says Waj? I don't drink tea or coffee when I go home. I drink a cup of coffee in the morning when I wake up. And then I come into work and I have a cup of tea, then I have another cup of tea, and then I have a cup of tea in the studio. Probably about 5 cups of tea a day. Probably about 5, I would think 5 cups, which I think is okay, actually. Steve, tax rebate scam. Tell your listeners to search online. Fiscal activity that tells them all they need to know. Thank you, John in West Drayton. And somebody says, I think you're absolutely right about Harry and Meghan. I think Harry is blinded by his love for her while she just uses the status she now has. Well, I mean, the risk of sounding cynical, I think you might be right. I mean, but we don't know. We don't know. I just sort of think to myself that there he is. So he's lost this thing. I think, he's been so shielded. He's never been outside the royal family. It's like taking a child out of nappies for the first time and they're going, go on, you can run in the garden. And they go, oh, run in the garden. It's like sort of rescuing dogs, isn't it? And or bears the other day I saw being rescued. There was an advert on the television for trying to save rescued bears. And they'd never been outside before. They'd been put in cages, taken away from their mothers, put in cages for people's benefit. What benefit, I can't imagine. And I was sort of looking at it, and then they actually let them out into this big area, and all of a sudden they started behaving like bears, dogs who'd never been on grass before. Little kittens who'd never been sort of away, dogs and cats who'd been so abused by us that you almost began to wonder if they were ever going to sort of see the light of day, and they do. They do, I think. Steve, in Vietnam, they eat deep-fried tarantula. God, they eat everything, don't they? I mean, you go anywhere, they'll eat everything. I don't... I've never eaten deep-fried tarantula. I bought some penguin biscuits the other day, first time in years, still made by United Biscuits. Joke on the wrapper was, why was the penguin's head so cold? Because he was wearing an ice cap. There you go. Probably still made in Manchester. That's where penguins used to be made. It's a bourbon biscuit, just covered in chocolate. It's quite a clever idea, actually. We still like them, don't we? Steve. A lot of people suggesting about, which is an old one, actually, looking at what Victoria Derbyshire could do when she leaves the BBC, because unless they're going to find another show for her, and I don't think that they can find anything for her. They're not going to give her... Who was doing a game show the other day? Somebody was doing a game show. Oh, it's the bloke who's the voiceover for Love Island. The most ghastly piece of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. Obviously, somebody decided to invest some money. Stacey Solomon was one of the guests, and some drag queens. It was really lame. No, she wasn't on it either, actually. Also, a lot of people talking. It says, if you receive a refund email or text from HMRC, there's no need to check. It will be fake. They don't contact you that way. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that they were, but you always sort of err on the side of caution. They all say that most people don't sort of get contacted by HMRC. They will write to you. They don't send a sort of text. Steve, I bought 2 similar cars. One has road tax priced at £550 a year. The other's only £20 a year. Why the difference? The difference is the age of the cars and what the cars are. That's what it is. If one's an electric car or part electric, you get it cheaper. Because I think my car tax, I think, is £550 a year. It used to be 200 and something, and then magically jumped up. The newer the cars you buy, the more you actually have to spend. So just be careful. Steve, just picking up on many film reviews from... Oh, I've lost it now. It's gone. Sorry, it'll be here somewhere. There's so many of these things coming in, which is lovely, actually. So thank you very much indeed. But Steve, if you receive... we've done that one. Picking up on many film reviews from yesterday... from yesterday's topic, much better when Barry Norman hosted film reviews once a week. Well, that we were saying, do you remember yesterday, the BBC are top-heavy with film reviewers. They've got no end of them. Why can't you just have one person and then you all take clips for that person? It's a full-time job for somebody going to the cinema. They've got loads. Loads. Every time you see somebody different, you'll always see the classic programme to watch is Points of View. That's basically the BBC listening to you, but doing absolutely diddly squat about it. So now they have to bring themselves in line because the audiences are falling. And that's not what they want. They want, obviously, big audiences. That's how business works. And so you have all these different programmes on the television and they try them out and we all go, that's a pile of rubbish. Like the One Show should have been closed down ages ago, but they don't have a show like that on the BBC. So I suppose Victoria Derbyshire's show was put on there for the reason, I don't know, can't remember what the reason was. They obviously thought she was good on the radio and that works on telly. Well, it doesn't work like that. And then somebody said, oh, you had 2 people reading the news on LBC the other day, somebody doing the travel and somebody reading the news. And I said, yes. And of course, the one thing that person failed to understand, and his name was Peter, was that you're not paying for this. This is free. The BBC, you're paying for it. All that waste of money you see up on the screen, you know, you see the Victoria Derbyshire show, minimum 3 guests. Minimum 3 guests. And you start thinking about, you know, that's your money that's going to fund that pile of rubbish. Because that's why it's not getting an audience. The public do not engage with it. And I don't know why, and I don't know what you can put in its place. Do they have to then compete with ITV? Because they're never going to compete with ITV. You just, you know, you just can't do it. There's nothing that you could put on the BBC in the morning that would ever compete with anything that ITV have got to offer. Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby have sewn it up. Together with Martin Frizzell, who sees things or hears things on the radio and thinks that'll be good. And they put people on. So he will take people from Love Island and people who've done something particularly stupid. There's one of those Chawner girls who's turning up with Anthea Turner, I think, on a sort of trying to find a date. I mean, to be honest with you, these were the 2 vile specimens. The Chawner sisters, a ghastly family of basically old reprobates. And they started arguing through something, and they would say, oh, they were just dreadful. Then they put them on television because they think they've got something to say to people. Sadly, they haven't. They've got nothing at all. What time do you go to bed every night to get up so early, says Joe? Mind your own business, I'm telling you things like that. Steve, the BBC says Noah should make budget cuts from Radio 1, Radio 2 and 6 Music. Well, I'd like to see the actual sort of audience figures. I'd like to see the one thing I would like to see, and we should be told it, is I want to see the breakdown. The breakdown of how much a programme costs to put out. Because I know what a radio programme costs to put out on here. It depends on the presenter. It depends on how many people you have on the show. So we have 3. Me, the producer, and an assistant producer. That's who we have. And, but the newsreader is here because he's got to do it for other people as well, hasn't he? So we don't have we do have a designated, thank you, newsreader.
Designated tea maker as well?
We do. Well, you fit into tea making duties as well. I mean, don't think I'm not grateful. Very grateful. I mean, I did do it once. A producer said to me, I said, "Can I have a cup of tea?" He said, "Well, I'll get you one later." I said, "I'm doing speech. I need to be lubricated." And he said, "Well, I'll get it for you later." So I stood up. It was at that moment he realised I was deadly serious. Can't tell you who it was. Well, you don't know them. We ended up getting rid of them because they weren't very good. That was the trouble. Steve, I saw you coming out of Ronnie Scott's yesterday, but I was too embarrassed to say hi. It's the same stupid one who writes all these, I saw your car in the middle of a road there. They're really stupid, aren't they? Where do they get these people from? Steve, I've checked out the 4 most portrayed characters in movies. 4th Dracula, 3rd God, 2nd Santa Claus, and number 1 Sherlock Holmes. Oh, not sure about that, actually. Another one here, which says, a lot of people talking about Prince Andrew. They had a meeting the other day, so how they know these things, I don't know. I thought things that went on in Buckingham Palace was sort of fairly private, but apparently the Queen and the Prince of Wales had a meeting. What they talk about, I've got no idea. What you can do, thank you. What you can do with Prince Andrew? Okay. I don't really know. I mean, he doesn't have a job. He's not in the royal family. Harry is now not allowed to wear his uniforms because he's nothing to do with the royal family. Apparently he's really upset. Don't worry, dear. You'll put them back on again soon, I bet you. I've just got this feeling she's going to get a film offer because of who she is, because she's now got this huge status, and that's where I think it's going to go wrong. He thinks that they're going to go out there and do things together. I think she's got a completely different agenda. Completely different. And, because Harry doesn't really know what's going on in the real world because he's never been in it. He's only dipped a toe in the water. He's been helping out and doing his little duties, and then all of a sudden decides he can't do that anymore. So where we go from here, I've got no idea. I'm not even sure where Prince Andrew goes from here. That one is another peculiar one, isn't it? Let's have a check on the state of the roads at 6:45. Nice Daily Star this morning. Tonight, of course, truly historic moment for our great nation. Dry January comes to an end. Ozzy Osbourne, I don't have long to live. I don't know how he knows this. And Save Our Stuart, the public want the news legend back on TV. Even the person who made the official complaint, he said he didn't expect this at all. But do we think that there's a hidden agenda at ITN? Do we think so? I don't know, actually. A police officer has received 15,000 epaulets in a tribute to a tragic colleague. Newly married Andrew, 28, died after he was dragged under a car last August on a burglary call-out near Berkshire, a place called Sulhamstead. PC Stuart Roberts got epaulets from New Zealand, Russia, Sudan and the Falklands after asking cops to pay respects by sending them to him. Isn't that amazing? 15,000 turn up. Isn't that just amazing? Page 3 favourite, Keely Hazel, says she can't find a job or a boyfriend to cheer her up. She did sexy glamour shots. Always kills somebody's career, doesn't it? They say here she has had bits in films, but her post suggests she may be currently struggling for work. Somebody wrote to her, how you are single is beyond me. Well, you never understand things like that, do you? Sometimes, people's career goes in one particular way, and the public go, God, you're really, really successful. And then all of a sudden it turns out they haven't had any work in ages. It's ridiculous. Martin Shapland was the target of the Alistair Stewart so-called jibe in a Twitter spat. He said, my personal view is that a private apology would have been more than sufficient to draw a line under this. It's regrettable he's decided to stand down. I suspect it might not just be his decision. But 10,000 people have called for him to get his job back already. In fact, even Marianne Nightingale, I think, was Mary Nightingale, was very upset by the whole thing. A reporter, Ranveer Singh, also defended him. I think they all like him. They all like him. Do you think people could actually persuade ITV to take him back? Do you think that is ever possible? Or do you think they go, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. On your backs, get set, go. The Islanders, you don't know any of them. Listen, you could put these people's photo up on a television programme and go, who are they? And nobody would have the faintest idea. Not a clue. Not a clue. Also, what's the world coming to, say the Daily Star, with bosses at KFC installing yob-proof glass to protect staff from gun-toting and knife-wielding crooks. I mean, you have to protect the staff. That's the whole thing, isn't it, really? Supermarket bosses have changed the shapes of eggs. Asda have dropped Humpty Dumpty outline of its store brand eggs for a thinner oval one to save packaging. Oh, I don't think that's going to help, is it, really? Is that going to make any difference? I mean, who's going to be going for that kind of thing? Ozzy Osbourne, this story says he doesn't think he'll be alive much longer, but says working on a new album has helped him survive. Oh, you'll be fine, dear. You'll be fine. I mean, it's just for the very fact you're able to say that means to me that you're going to be fine. Vandals. These are the ones who've killed up to 10,000 rare bees by kicking their hives and then attacking the insides of the insect's home with sticks. Police says CCTV footage showed two people breaking into the grounds of Wisbeach Castle in Cambridgeshire where they lifted the lids off the hives. They say it was a cruel, unprovoked and unnecessary act of violence and castle staff are devastated by the incident. I hope you get found. I hope you've been stung loads of times. I really do. Because, start doing that. Generally speaking, if there are 10,000 bees in a hive, you're going to get stung by quite a few of them, unless they were wearing protective clothing, in which case I would still want them to be stung by super-duper bees and make sure that they suffer quite badly. People who call their evening... What do you call your evening meal? You call it dinner? What do you call it? Dinner. That's the Batman thing, isn't it? Dinner, 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 dinner. Batman. No. So if you call it supper, you're posh. The majority of adults believe it should be referred to as dinner, but 5% think it's supper. Tea. Yeah, but tea is different. And that's something that kids have when they come home from school, isn't it? You have tea, so you'll have sort of fish fingers and chips and a yoghurt, then you can go outside and play on your bicycle. Tea. Back in apparently, 25% claim you must be posh to label it supper, whilst the same number believe if you name it tea, you're a northerner. Oh dear. I don't mind tea. What are you having for... I just say... People say, what are you having for tea? Yeah, people say to me, what are you having for tea? I've always told them. I don't see it as any particular problem. Louis Tomlinson, he told Rolling Stone magazine, because he can finally listen to Catfish and the Bottle Men, years after they called One Direction pantomime. Mind you, old Louis not done anything since, has he really? I don't think he's done anything since. That's what they need to do. Also, what do we got here? What have we got? Anything interesting? No. Fancy giggling at 4 decades of Brit Awards chaos. That is funny, actually. The worst one was Samantha Fox and Mick Fleetwood. Did you ever see that one? It was just car crash. car crashed. She was down here and he was up there. He was absolutely enormous, and they couldn't present for love nor money. It was absolutely, they didn't know what was going on. I think the auto cue broke. It was awful. The next day, the papers annihilated them. Never take on something like that if you can't push it through. Love a good cup of tea, eh? Love a good cup of tea. Comedian Stephen Fry is going to release his first album. Didn't know he had an album, but this one is his storytelling talents with music from Debbie Wiseman. Debbie's music was inspired by Stephen's best-selling book Mythos, a collection of works retelling ancient Greek myths, which he came in and talked to us about. He's such a good interview, because if you don't know anything about what he's talking about, he just talks. He's so good. Performed by the National Symphony Orchestra at Abbey Road, Stephen's voice is on the narration of each of the 5 compositions. I just bought the Pet Shop Boys' new album as well. I like the Pet Shop Boys. The album's out on February the 21st. This is Stephen's. It's called Mythos Suite. He said, I've known and loved Debbie Wiseman's music for all of my life. Amazing. Amazing. We love Stephen. We really do, actually. This is a girl of 8. She managed to beat security on the internet. She was playing games. She set her security to accept her own fingerprint. She's 8. Her mum, Katie Phillips, felt sick when she realised her daughter had gone on a spree in just over 3 days. The girl, 8, made 255 purchases, totaling 1,450 quid on game-playing Roblox alone, ranging from 99p to 20 quid. Kate and husband Matty password-protected in-app purchases, but their daughter managed to bypass the security system. Oh, that's nice. A spokesman for Barclaycard said customers are liable for any transactions authorised by using their Apple ID. He said the bank wouldn't charge interest on the transactions, but you're coughing up the rest of it. That's your fault. You can't use that as an excuse. Terribly sorry, you should have checked that. You really should have checked. And here's Jackdaw Jake. Bless his heart, he enjoys all the home comforts. He was dumped as a chick in a garden by a seagull, which presumably thought he was dinner. Jamie Lee of Axminster in Devon nursed him back to health with a diet of Weetabix and cat food. She said, Jake's the talk of the town. He'll fly for a while, but he keeps coming back. Oh, see, I, of course, had a disaster with Weetabix. But that was feeding little ducklings. Not a good idea. A supermarket has banned youngsters from buying bottled water after police claimed they were adapting them to smoke cannabis. So children are not allowed to purchase water. Does seem extreme. One of the people here says, I can't buy water for my 3-hour classes. Well, just go... I don't know what you do about that, actually. I was just going to say, just go and get a bottle. Go and buy in another supermarket. There are other places you can get water. And then empty it out and then use that. Fill it up from the tap, I suppose. Another one here. Steve, I got an email from HMRC, thought it was fake, so phoned the tax office. They said it was genuine, got 259 quid. I didn't think they sent emails, or perhaps it's only the texts that they do. Anastasia says, hello, I say dinner. Is that what you boys said? Did you say dinner? Yeah, they actually said, yeah, dinner. Okay. And Michael says, I think the dinner tea supper debate is an age thing. I call it dinner, my mum calls it tea. Okay, so that's where it is. Aussie Shane says, I call it tea. And he's Australian. So he's on the same side as me. Steve, if the BBC got rid of the overpaid Gary Lineker, we could have a few quid shaved off the licence fee, and Victoria Derbyshire could present Match of the Day for a bargain fee. No, there's no warmth. I'm looking for something a bit warm, not sort of as if she's wandered off the BBC mould, like a little conveyor belt. They open the door, here comes another one. They all look the same. Hair doesn't move, and but it just didn't work for them. Didn't work. Steve, you're always talking about the Euro Millions. And do you know of the changes from tomorrow, which means bigger prizes and higher jackpots? Very exciting, says Amir. Well, I know that you can only buy for today. That's all you can. And normally you can do it for sort of 6 to 8 weeks or something like that. I'm sure there'll be changes coming in. I did very well yesterday. I won £20. Very excited. All £20. Steve, you're right. I think Meghan will get a film offer from Hollywood soon, and Harry will be left holding the baby. I know he's going to turn up, because at the moment, Harry's the star. And we've seen it before. We saw it with Charles and Diana. He'd been out with loads of people before, a bit like Harry. And then the moment Diana came on the scene, the public only wanted Diana. They were disappointed if, when they did Walkabout, they got Charles. They didn't want Charles, they wanted Diana. the world's most beautiful woman. Yet he swaps her for an Audrey Roberts lookalike. And so you end up, it's an old gag from somebody from years and years ago, but it's a case of Diana was so beautiful and the public just couldn't get enough of her. She pushed sales of newspapers and magazines through the roof. If you put Diana on the front cover, you were guaranteed tremendous sales. And that's exactly the same. I think you're going to find Harry is left trailing behind. Nobody will want to see him. They'll be interested in Meghan. And I think Meghan will get a film offer and she'll go, I've got to go filming for 6 months. And he'll go, OK. I think he's just going to have to accept it. Hey, Brexit night tonight at 11 o'clock. That's it. You'll hear it first on LBC. And you'll also be hearing Nigel Farage later on. Nick Farage is here for breakfast. Then he's back again this evening. So that means that as we run into tomorrow morning, there is no best of Steve Allen tomorrow because Matt Staddon will be going through till 7. And the In Conversation will just be the repeat on Sunday evening, but it won't be a repeat. It'll be the first time that you hear it. And that'll be on Sunday evening at 9 o'clock. And this week, Robert Bathurst will be with us. And we'll also be talking to Jamie from Calabro as well, which we recorded actually only just a little while ago. And he comes up with some really interesting stuff. And as I'm a big fan of Calabro, who've toured with Cliff Richard and everything else, and they won Britain's Got Talent, they're just very, very good. He wasn't expecting it. Not he. Simon Cowell, he thought it was going to be a boy band coming on singing, some dreadful boy band song, and they turn out to completely blow him away with singing a song from Les Miserables. So good for that. Steve, what's high tea? I don't know what high tea is. I've heard of... This is a joke, isn't there? High tea. High tea I thought that was posh tea. That's what I thought. I mean, I might be... For some reason, I don't know why, I feel like people sit on stools to have high tea. But I don't know what it is. Mealtime is an age thing, Steve. Even every meal is tea, and I'm 60, says Steve in Potter's Bar. Steve, it depends on the meal. It depends on the meal and time. If I have a meal consisting of a couple or more courses, it's dinner. If it's a couple of sandwiches or a light meal, it's supper. Oh, right. Tea, apparently, is an altogether different thing. That's between lunch and dinner, supper. But I eat my dinner supper around 8 p.m, so I guess I'll be labelled posh, says Monica. You see, the trouble is by 8 o'clock I've gone to sleep. So I have to have my lunch at about... Well, yesterday it was way too late. And then I thought I better eat something. So I just had some rice. Wasn't probably the best thing I could have had. But I couldn't be bothered to go out and sort of buy anything else, so it just wasn't really sort of worth it. You're right, it depends on when you have it and what you're actually having to eat. So it's when you're having it and what you're having to eat. If it's just a sandwich, I class that as a snack. That could actually be considered tea. If you can have a sandwich and I had some toast yesterday, and I don't really have toast because I try not to have bread. I tried to cut bread out, but I just fancied, because we had that Marmite and peanut butter. Do you remember? Which we did yesterday on the programme, which nearly made the poor assistant producer very ill because Thomas was sticking his finger into the jar and eating it like that. You as well, huh? We didn't realise that Corey gets quite ill about things like he had to leave the studio, had to go and get some water to drink. And also, I think Thomas licked the lid, and Corey would never lick the lid of anything like that, not even a yoghurt. Suddenly, I spent most of my formative years licking yoghurt lids. Always licking lids. He said, no, he uses a spoon to sort of... Seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? I mean, have you heard of that before? A spoon? Yeah, you always lick the lid. You take the lid off, you lick the lid, and then you stir the yoghurt round to make sure that the fruity bits sink to the bottom. That's how it works. Mind you, after Brexit, it could be somewhat different. There might not be any lids on the yoghurts. You might just sort of go into a place and you sort of take your own bowl in and pull a handle and you get a slurp and a dollop of yoghurt. Haiti's an island, Steve. Yeah, I'm well aware of this. I did do an education, surprisingly. Steve, my farmer friend next door says dinner is midday. That's why we had dinner ladies at school. It's tea time on the evening. I say lunch, then dinner. Well, dinner definitely isn't midday. That's lunch. It's lunch midday. I know you're right, actually. I know they're called dinner ladies. And you're right, you just raised an interesting thing. And they had the Victoria Wood show, Dinner Ladies, on the television. So I think it's an age thing. Up north, it's breakfast, dinner, lunch and tea. If you had a bedtime snack, that was supper. Steve says, Jill, I don't know why kids can't go 40 minutes without drinking water. Presumably the schools have drinking fountains. Do you remember when you walked into a park years ago? How often? You don't find these anymore. You'd go into a park, by the entrance, there would be a water fountain, and you'd pull the little handle, and it would just be a little tiny thing. I mean, did you ever... But you remember? No, you're probably too young to remember water fountains. You'd go into a park and there'd be one there, and not pulling the handle. That was for the well. You push the button and that little thing, and you like that, and that was but also we have in Twickenham, it's filled up with flowers, a cattle trough. Obviously, when they used to bring the cattle through the town, I'm assuming that's what it was, or horses, they would drink from the cattle trough. It was stone cattle, round Hampstead Heath. Wonder why you'd know that. Why would you know that? Why would they have that up at Hampstead Heath? Oh, I suppose because of the cows grazing up there. Yeah, because they have to have a drink of water, don't they? Cows. That's why when you have them in the middle of winter, they have to go into and break the ice. We used to have to do it in the village that we were in. They'd be in a terrible mood. That was my joke. It's very funny. And thank you very much indeed. I'm here all week. And I just invented that just now. Terrible mood. Very funny. Very funny. Yeah, you're right, actually. We used to have to go onto the farm when we lived in Yorkshire, and you'd break the ice. Well, I mean, we just did it for fun, because you would break it and then pick up a big piece of the ice. It looked like a piece of glass or something, and then you just drop it on the ground. We were very childish, I'm afraid. We weren't sort of adult at all about it. I'm finally up with a lark, says Zoe, and listening live rather than downloaded. Keep your tea hot by warming the mug first with boiling water. You don't need to tell me. That's what I do. That's exactly what I do. If I'm getting... I've just got a cup of tea a minute ago, and what I do is I empty out the last little dregs in the tea bag, always a fresh tea bag, and then I fill the cup up with hot water. Then I pick up the tea bag, the new tea bag, get the milk from the fridge, empty out the hot water, put the thing in, put the new hot water in. Oh, it's a ritual. It's a ritual. Steve. I love the video and the presenter on RTE asked Stephen Fry if he believes in God. Yes, I can well imagine what the answer would that be for that. Somebody said, Jeff in Maidstone says, when are you going to run for PM? Oh, why would you want a job like that? I couldn't take the cut in salary. Nick Ferrari, if you remember, some years ago was going to stand for Mayor of London, and it came down to salary. He decided he couldn't do it. Steve, the Beeb could just employ women. They'd save a fortune. Yes, then they wouldn't have to keep paying. If you just have one... Yes, I suppose you could have that, but then that would be sexist, wouldn't it? You can't just have people employing just women. But you're right, actually. It would save an awful lot of time and trouble. And, Steve, I was watching TV with my youngest daughter, who's explaining why they called a penny farthing a penny farthing. And it was because of the front wheel was big, the size of a penny. Well, it wasn't obviously bigger than that. And the back wheel was the farthing. So there you go. Mina says, I'm not too worried about Brexit. I think everything will be fine. However, I am upset it's taking you and Nick Abbott away from the schedule. Oh, in fact, it's only a repeat that you would get from me tomorrow morning. That's the only thing. Unfortunately, the rest of me is complete. So Sunday morning, I'm back with you. You don't need to worry about it. Steve, one of our drivers at work calls his wife before leaving and says, what time's grub up? Says Dallas. I've heard of that. Grub up. What is grub up? Well, it means when your grub is ready. Still don't know what high tea is, if somebody can help me with high tea. Matthew says, you're wrong about Louis Tomlinson, launches his new album today. It'll sink without trace. It's like Louise, in the group Eternal, sinks without trace. It just doesn't, all these things, it's very difficult to make a comeback in the music industry. You're right. A lot of people are saying that you're right about Meghan. She's going to go for a job. Oh, she's absolutely going to go for a job. There's no two ways about that. Somebody says, I'd love to see you present the Points of View show on the BBC. You'll be telling all these moaning minis to shut up. It's the ones who now want to see themselves on screen at the same time, which is always hilarious. Steve, I am right. You're enlightening yet another team, as you're always correct. I'm diabetic. Is green tea better for us? It depends. I mean, I was told to take green tea, but that was only after my heart operation. So it's a case of I never went with it, actually. I never went with green tea. I did actually try it, and I didn't like it. It just for some reason, I don't know why, it just didn't appeal to me at all. High tea is nursery food of the nature of a light supper, called high tea to differentiate it from the afternoon tea. Aha. Thank you, Dallas, very much indeed. Steve, we used to have a water fountain in the playground at work. In the summertime, there'd be a huge queue. It was the idea that you could actually get free running water. But the fountain was never that high. Sometimes the fountains were high, but most of the time they weren't, and they got a bit manky and stuff like that. Steve, if we change PG Tips to Love Island, yes, thank you. Would they be possibly not? Possibly not. And, Steve, while Meghan has her female friends and women's charity work, Harry will soon find himself missing male company. He doesn't seem to have any friends. He really doesn't seem to have any friends. You don't find... the only ones he went out with are a couple of... One's got a nightclub, and they seem to have joint friends, him and William, and they came from school. It's very difficult. They weren't encouraged to have friends. I think he's going to find it very lonely. Stuck in Canada, the only people he'll be with will be his security. And we're still waiting to find out who's paying for that little debacle. Where are you going? I'm going to go and live in Canada with Harry. We've got to look after him. You remember the last time he had security with him? It was in a hotel in Vegas where Harry ended up stripped naked. I mean, really. And, Steve, no best of tomorrow. Is this the start of Brexit madness? Hampstead Heath was part of the mail train coach route out of London. Thus horse troughs, says Anna from Walton-on-Thames. Ha-ha. There you go. Now you know. Mood swing. No, very funny. Very funny. Steve, afternoon tea is sitting lower on comfortable seating. High tea is a higher class term is because of sitting at a table. Oh, I hated sitting at tables for tea. We should say, Mum, can we take it in the sitting room? No. It's because we wanted to watch television. Friday, the 31st. Do you know, I'm not going to say that again, am I? Tomorrow, I think I might have to do it differently for Brexit. I think when we come in on Sunday, I'll have to think of some new introduction to the programme. Being the 31st of January, and at 11 o'clock this evening, you'll hear it all on LBC, you will hear the bongs of Big Ben. I mean, Nick Ferrari has basically told you're definitely going to get the bongs of Big Ben, and you will get Nigel Farage, and you will have access to the phone lines. And again, people will not agree on anything. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? High tea is a posh afternoon tea, usually for special occasions, consisting of scones or scones, cream, jam with a selection of finger sandwiches and a pot of tea. You can also go one further, and I'm assuming you could have a glass of wine. Oh, no, definitely, Michelle, not a glass of wine. A glass of champagne. Or a little bottle of Prosecco, but definitely not wine. Not with afternoon tea. I can't think of any wines that go with afternoon tea. Steve, Meghan should try Love Island. Don't even mention it. I don't think that would be absolutely dreadful, wouldn't it, if she did try Love Island? But I've just got a feeling. It's all going to go, a little bit pear-shaped, this one, because he's not allowed to wear his uniforms because he's not a member of the royal family. I mean, they've acted in a way that, to be honest with you, I didn't think they would. I thought they would go a bit easier on him, but they've obviously decided that, all these years he's been enjoying the luxury of being a member of the royal family, and now he basically sticks two fingers up to him and says, I don't want to continue with this trend. I mean, is it the end of the royal family? I shouldn't think so. Steve, everybody in this part of the world, Southern Africa, refers to it as supper, but I don't think we're posh. Yeah, it's the way, isn't it, that you don't think about that. Never mind few spiders in Florida, says Dallas. When I visited the Kennedy Space Center, I was somewhat concerned to see that there were alligators in the drainage ditches around the property. Yeah, it's Florida. You see pictures of alligators in people's swimming pools at the back of the houses. That happens quite a lot. In fact, at night time, these things are all over the blooming place. Really, I mean, it is quite amazing that we just sort of take it, like that bloke the other day. You remember going through the, was it Hebden Bridge? And he thought he saw a leopard in the road, so he got out to help it, and it turned out to be some woman's coat. I mean, really, he didn't even question a leopard at Hebden Bridge. That never crossed his mind, because, of course, the place is just teeming with wild animals, herds of wildebeest striding majestically over Hebden Bridge. Not very likely. Paul Hollywood has admitted he took the biscuit when it came to jokes about filming Bake Off. Richard Dreyfuss was on there. Now, I don't know if you're aware of Richard Dreyfuss. He doesn't have great track record for things. I like him, but he can be a little bit tricky. Anyway, he begged everybody on this show not to talk about the movie Jaws. So people, it must be a bit galling, I should imagine. Somebody comes in And you're going to talk about something that happened a long, long time ago. A lot of water flowed under his bridge. But Paul couldn't resist. He said, Richard said to everybody, please don't mention Jaws too much. But we mentioned it all the time. We made a lot of gags about the film, and so it went on. Noel Fielding was doing it too. He's very good at that sort of thing. So we mentioned Jaws a lot. Noel Fielding, the unfunniest man on television, next to Keith Lemon. I mean, your ultimate nightmare show, Keith Lemon and Noel Fielding. Anyway, the celeb version of this show is due to air this spring on Channel 4. Paul says it's must-see TV. Other people taking part. This is the indicator of how good a show can be or bad. Carol Vorderman, James Blunt, Kelly Brook, Caroline Quentin, and then Alison Hammond. Bit of an odd one, isn't it, there? Bake Off is set for a change as Sandy Toksvig has quit as host. But Paul says, I have no plans to leave. I still get a buzz when I walk into the tent. Yeah, that's how people like the show. People like the show. Oh, Grantchester. We like Grantchester. And because we know all about Grantchester now, don't we? So Vicar Will is looking a bit cross in this particular episode of Grantchester. Front page of the Mirror, they've decided to little tiny bit on Brexit Day. Now time to bring the country back together. Killer flu, 150 Brits in quarantine. I mean, it could go completely pear-shaped, that thing, couldn't it? It really could. Everybody's being as careful as they actually can be. And then Paul says, do we all get new driving licences tomorrow? I don't know, actually. I don't think so. Do we get new passports? I don't think so. We don't get anything, actually, for a year. So tomorrow will be no different. Well, I'm hoping no different. Adrian Chiles is doing a programme on television monitoring units to cut down if you drink booze. Because he said, I suddenly realised how much I'd drunk and all the rest of it. That's why he's in the papers, only because he's got a TV programme coming up. Also, Baby in a Million. A nurse scoops £1 million on lottery, suffers cancer agony, then spends her cash on IVF treatment. So there you go. Worth every penny, she says, of £12,000. The Duchess of Cambridge topped a poll of the most stylishly dressed royal. Are we now getting this every single day? Is it because nobody's bothering with Meghan and Harry? Nobody's really interested. So what are they doing? Nothing. So we'd rather see William out there visiting Everton charity to quiz players about mental health. Also, a Jehovah's Witness, or Jehovah's Witnesses leaders, have been told by the High Court to pay a rape victim £62,000 damages. The woman was raped by Jehovah's Witness elder Mark Sewell after door-to-door evangelising with him near Cardiff 30 years ago. A committee of the group's elders in 91 found the women's allegations not proven. Police later investigated Sewell, and in 2014 he was jailed for 14 years. The rape victim sued for compensation, arguing the Watchtop Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania was vicariously liable for the rape, which left her with depression. So they've been told to pay her £62,000 damages. Love a good cover-up that then gets uncovered. And bungling police told a mum her son was dead, only for her to discover he was still alive when she desperately phoned his number. I mean, how wrong can you be? How wrong can you be? No, he's dead. No, he's not. He's at the end of this telephone. PG Tips manufacturers may sell off the brand amid falling demands for a traditional cuppa. Well, I'm sorry, I'm a cuppa fan. I think, we should have cuppas all the time, actually. People should... I mean, that's what we do, isn't it? I mean, we didn't invent the blooming stuff, but I still think that it's a nice idea to actually drink cups of tea. James Corden has insisted carpool karaoke is not faked, and he's driving 95% of the time. They had a video of him being towed behind a trailer. So 95% of the time he's driving, and then occasionally they have to do these other things, which seems to work. Somebody took a picture of it going, oh, look, and imagine this is how they do it. And somebody else wrote in and went, oh, seriously, come on, get a life. That's how they make these things. And a chief bridesmaid ruined her friend's wedding with a string of lies that left the bride-to-be around 50 grand out of pocket. Helen Dove convinced bride Kimberly Baker to apply for a job with Children's Services after being told it was her dream role. I mean, really dreadful. Anyway, Helen Dove, has just been... she admitted fraud by false representation. She was jailed for 2 years and 8 months. And Detective Sergeant Paul Kay said it was really unusual. I've never seen anything like it. Dove made no monetary gain, but the victim suffered unnecessary disruption and loss. Whole thing snowballed out of control. First Beatles record. Do you remember I mentioned this? We did this last week, didn't we? The first Beatles record was coming up. Love Me Do debuted on Radio Luxembourg on October the 5th, 1962. It was one of 250 demo records by Parlophone, and Paul McCartney's name was misspelt on the label. DJ Tony Prince, he's 75 now, a former radio employee, sold the record at Omega Auctions. How much did he get for it? £22,000. The auctioneer, who was Dan Hampson, said the lot was truly unique. 21,900, the first Beatles record ever played on air. God, that'd be useful for Tony Prince. Wasn't he called your royal ruler? I seem to remember. I think Dale went for a job interview at Radio Luxembourg, because they were based in, I think, Mayfair, down the side of the Hilton or something like that. And he went there and he came back. He said, "Can you believe it, Steve?" He said, "I went in," he said, "and they asked me if I was gay." I said, "What did you say?" He said, "I said yes." What else could you say? What else could you say? Okay, we'll take a short break. More of your horrendous stories at the moment of what we call high tea, low tea, supper, dinner, lunch, snack, mid-tea. There's no such thing as mid-tea. That's for people who live in the Midlands, isn't it? We have mid-tea here. And then afternoon tea, and then... So it's what do you call tea in a posh hotel, where they serve you champagne and tea and cakes and everything else? What do you call that? Unaffordable. It was quite a long day for Nick Ferrari, actually, and the team, I should point out, because this morning he's here for breakfast, then he's back again this evening, because he'll be doing our Brexit programme, and Nigel Farage will be here, and Theo will be very busy. So at 11 o'clock this evening, the UK, as you know, leaves the European Union more than 1,300 days after the country voted to do so. Nick will look ahead to the hour of our departure, whilst looking over the 3.5 years since the referendum, as he's joined by a number of the key players from across the Brexit process. And, of course, you can have your say on when you knew Brexit was really going to happen and what Britain will look like in the days and months to come. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC. Chris Lowry said, "Sad day for us today in Spain, as we feel from tomorrow our home country will feel a little further away." We're not, though. We're not. We're sort of, we are here. We are here. We're still looking after you. We've still got telephones. Well, as far as we know, we've still got telephones, and it's all getting there. It's all getting there. Somebody said as long as Steve Allen's on the radio, we should be okay, because Steve Allen's always right, and I get the endorsement on that one. I get that from James O'Brien, who actually announced on air yesterday that I'm always right, because I knew about the tennis balls. I knew that the year that they actually changed. He thought it wasn't that year at all, and then he came up with this groundbreaking statement.
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
See? Don't need to say anything else, do you? It goes down, that's going on my CV. Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
Then he likened me to his wife. That was the bit we decided to cut out of the little monologue on the radio, because I'm nothing like his wife. I don't want to hear it again, no.
Should have known, never question Steve Allen, he's always right. He's like my wife.
See, like my wife. What a thing to say. How can you say that? Nothing like his wife. I'm much taller. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Tony Prince says, "Those were the days, Steve. Nice to hear my name on the airwaves again." You're up £22,000, aren't you? That's good enough. Good Lord. I mean, that is something. That is something. Nice to hear from you, Tony. Thank you very much indeed. That was a good price, actually. I reckon you've got more stuff. The funny thing is, I kept loads of stuff, but I systematically gave stuff away over the years. And I don't know why I did, actually. I mean, if I'd kept every single LBC T-shirt and jacket, we had jackets with our names sewn on them. We had other jackets where, I don't know what was in them, but they got so hot. The idea was they were for winter, but you sweated buckets in these things. The merchandise was always the best bits, as I'm sure Tony Prince would agree. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one here, very quickly. Sorry, but the Helen Dove story made no sense when you read it out. Try not to self-edit, but to speak. Well, I'm sorry you didn't understand it. You're the only one. Everybody else understood it. You're the only one who didn't. Never mind. Perhaps you'll keep up eventually. Steve, do you think the Brits coming over from China should be called the Wuhan clan? Well, I mean, it seems to be taking ages to get people in. Everybody's closing borders, left, right and centre. That's not good, is it? Chief, do you remember when the chimps used to advertise PG tips? Yes, they were from Twycross Zoo, but they didn't make them do anything that they didn't do normally. And in fact, I remember going to the zoo once. I don't think it was Twycross, and they did do the chimpanzees tea party, which was basically a free-for-all, throwing cups and eating. It was just a way of eating cakes and buns. They used the same chimpanzees on a Paul Daniels show, and Paul Daniels had them on there, and one of them, he had a mirror at the back of the box, and the chimpanzee, and they didn't plan it or anything else, it was just the natural curiosity. The chimpanzee looked into the box, saw the mirror, and didn't realise it was its own reflection, so put a hand round the back of the box to see if it could see its hand there, and of course it couldn't. And it was the funniest thing ever. And in the end, Paul Daniels laughed so much, and then the chimpanzee started laughing. Which we thought was absolutely fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. You don't need to change your driver's licence. You go to the post office and ask for an international driving permit. Ha-ha. Donnie says, is an afternoon tea, Steve, still an afternoon tea if the crusts are not cut off the cucumber sandwiches? But actually, the afternoon tea that you get in hotels, they don't do cucumber sandwiches. They'll do chicken. They'll do smoked salmon with cream cheese, which are my particular favourites, and they automatically cut the crusts off. I wonder why that is. Were crusts seen as being a bit sort of chavvy? In the Royal Navy, food in general, Steve, was referred to as scran, says Jeremy. There's something I've never heard before. Shout out to the original Spikers group member Darren, who's in a little bit poorly, and just back from a holiday, says Jace, to Washington, D.C. and Sydney, and your tea towel clocked up 28,000 miles. How lovely. He's going to post the final picture at 7 a.m. today on the original Spikers Facebook page. And I know you like a bit of a spend, Steve, says Regina. So come to the Alexandra Palace Antique and Collectors Fair. It's my world, and a chance to see beautiful antiques, wonderful food, and get away from viruses, Brexit, and anything else unpleasant. That's what people are doing. That's what people are doing, aren't they? They're getting away. I'm sure when you speak later on to Nick Ferrari, it's going to be really straight down the line. I'm pretty certain. Michelle says, I would have said Prosecco, but I didn't think my spelling was correct. And somebody says, I'm having a hair transplant. Ahmed says, in Turkey, do you think I should postpone it because of the coronavirus spreading globally? I don't know. I think you have to check what the Foreign Office say on that one. If they say don't travel to Turkey, of course it's going to completely screw up anything that Jordan has done. Jordan, I'm still not working. Richard says a dessert wine such as, I don't know that one, would go very well with afternoon tea. I like dessert wines. I had a session in Joe Allen's once, and they gave me a bottle of dessert wine, and Turbis finished it. It was seriously one of those dreadful afternoons where you've got no idea what's going on. No idea at all. Front page of the... Come here, paper. Come here. Oh, sorry. The Daily Express. They've got, yes, we did it. That's their front page headline. You got Britain out of the EU. They've got a special pull-out. And this is the nation's moment of real renewal and change, says Boris. Junior reporters quizzing the PM, and they've got lots of young people there. A picture of Farage waving goodbye in Brussels. He says leaving the EU has been worth the sacrifice. And Widdicombe says at last we have some sort of freedom and must build on it. And this one here by Frederick Forsyth, how the lovies got it so wrong. We just wanted our country back. And so you can read and absorb, and everybody will be of mixed opinions on it. Every single person. Bobby's on the rise as child knife crime falls. Oh, I thought it was all going up, but apparently not. Former Countryfile presenter Julia Bradby, she's in all the papers today, hitting out those who branded her walking man's crumpet. She's ever so sweet. I like the way she does things on television. She comes over as very sort of as very natural. Very natural. Axed Alistair drinking in the Last Chance Saloon when he sent the ape tweet, which he sent loads of times before to loads of different people. People say that ITV bosses had warned him about his inappropriate Twitter activity. They don't seem to like that kind of thing. And I suppose if you're known as an imparter of news, you can't actually be the news. It's not possible to be the news and sort of do it any other way. Prunella Scales and Timothy West, I told you yesterday, are calling time on their great canal journeys as Prue continues to battle with dementia. They filmed more than 30 episodes, and taking over the reins, Sheila Hancock, 86, and Giles Brandreth, 71. Timothy will briefly join the new host for their first episode later this year. In a statement, he and Prue, who's 87, said, "Good luck, Giles and Sheila. Enjoy the countryside and the pubs." Well, Giles Brandreth is an absolute treasure, and we love Sheila as well, so that'll be very interesting. Good choice. I saw them together on Googlebox, and they seem to work really well. Gogglebox. They seem to work really well together. I find it difficult to believe that Sheila Hancock is actually 86. People are just getting younger and younger nowadays, aren't they? People just don't look their age, they don't behave their age. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Ross Clark, political commentator, and the Express is talking about forever we'll be indebted to those so valiant, the few, and Paul Farnes, who served in the RAF, has died. There's only 2 left. High tea, Steve. Nosebag. And why not, actually? And why not? Steve, is it Sunday lunch or Sunday dinner? And why are dinner ladies called dinner ladies, says Malcolm in Suffolk? Well, if I could answer that one, I'd be a very clever person. I don't know. It only just raised itself this morning. Returning from the Netherlands, Steve, to London tomorrow after an overnight in Calais. Here there's a thing called high wine, where you have a typical afternoon tea with a different glass of wine to complement each course, says Mike. To 9 minutes to 7. Thank you to Chris in Brentwood. He's a policeman. He said it can be difficult in London at times, as I can well imagine. But he sent me the CD, the Carry On album, music from the films. And he said that it's no secret, because I've known this story for ages, that Peter Rogers was notoriously tight when it came to paying the talent, as Barbara and many others will vouch for. But when it came to paying for top-notch music, that's why they had full orchestra. And this is the City of Prague Philharmonic Orchestra. And this is with Gavin Sutherland, and that he spent the money on that. So the film sounded bigger. If it just had a cheap little soundtrack, it wouldn't have worked, actually. But it's very interesting, and they've got the music from the first 6 films until Carry On Cruising. My favourite, Esme Cannon. Presbyterianism is originally Scottish. Yes, I knew that. Did you not know that? Yes, absolutely. One of our big bosses was Presbyterian. Yeah, you not know? Oh, sorry. We were just discovering, actually, Robert Harling, who's the man who wrote the stage play. He wrote the script for Steel Magnolias and quite a number of other things. And it was based on the death of his younger sister, Susan, in 1985 due to diabetes. They changed names in the stage play and in the film. And as you know, it was one of my favourite films. I went to the royal premiere. Diana was there. Daryl Hannah was there. Oh, there was everybody. And we had a full orchestra, and we were like 3 rows from the front, and the orchestra was playing the music from the film. It was sensational, it really was. And so Robert Harling, who's in town only for but a short time, and it's sort of talking about new musical theatre writing, and this runs from the 3rd to the 15th of February. I'll tell you all about it, because he's going to be featured, not today, I'm going to record him today, and we'll put it out next week for In Conversation, which would be lovely. So he's in town at the moment, staying literally around the corner. Bless his heart. But just going back to the Carry On things, it's really lovely. He says, your show perks us all up. Before a shift, or when we're coming in for an early turn, or after via the podcast. I had exactly the same at the Magic Shop, Prop Dog, the other day in Hounslow, where I went to... I'm just a customer. But somebody said, is that Steve Allen? For some reason, my voice is quite distinctive. I can't imagine why. Can't imagine why at all. But anyway, so we've got only 7 minutes. Now, as I explained to you before, I'm not here tomorrow morning. There's no Best of Steve Allen, and there is no In Conversation. The In Conversation will be 9 o'clock on Sunday evening. 9 o'clock on Sunday evening, and it's a very nice one. Very nice one. Jamie from Calabro. And Robert Bathurst as well. Front pages of the papers, you don't need me to tell you what they are, because you know, as we've been doing them throughout the programme. The Express have said theirs is a historic souvenir edition, and free inside your special pull-out. Yes, we did it. The Mirror are doing Brexit Day. Now they say it's time to bring country back together. Should it? Now it's time to bring the country back together. Oh, well, there you go. But they're mainly concentrating on killer flu. 150 Brits in, quarantine. airlifted from China to the RAF base. Now they face 2 weeks in isolation. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not much to give up. Although it must be extremely difficult as they ban flights going out to Wuhan. And I'm thinking, what about all the people who do business, who've got jobs out there, and all of a sudden they go, well, they're not putting anything on till the end of February. What are you supposed to do? I mean, the streets are deserted. Front page of the Daily Star, theirs is a souvenir edition. They say tonight's a truly historic moment for our great nation. Millions of people will be celebrating, they say, a landmark occasion today as dry January finally comes to an end and they can all go down the pub. Were people doing dry January? Save Our Stuart, that's the SOS. Public want news legend back on TV. They've found a load of people of colour who've said they didn't think that it was racist. They didn't think it was racist. But quite clearly, ITV had a hidden agenda and they decided that he had to go. This was, I suppose, the straw that broke the camel's back. Ozzy says, I don't have long to live. He's not been told this, it's just the way he's feeling. So he's in the studio recording something, which of course is the best thing to do. Keep yourself very, very busy. See, because dinner woman sounds too unposh, child women get called lady. Yeah, but why dinner ladies when they're not doing dinner? They were doing lunch. Nobody ever sat at school doing dinner, did they? Did they? I don't think so. Another one here says, I'm trying to find something actually, because I've done most of these. If you took your own sandwich to school, you had a packed lunch. If you had a hot meal, it was a school dinner. Yes, you're right, actually. It was called school dinners, wasn't it? Hence dinner ladies, I suppose. So it obviously doesn't work in time slots. I tried a vegan sausage roll from Greg. Surprisingly nice, says Dean. Yes, I'm sure they are, actually. They just don't look very interesting to me. And I'm not vegan, so why would I want to try? But apparently it tastes really quite nice. Somebody's questioning, here's a good one. You've never thought of this one before. Why does a round pizza come in a square box and then eaten in triangles? Is that one of those really stupid things that you think, oh yeah, why is that? I've got no idea. Why does it come in a square box? Why doesn't it come in a round box? You know, why don't you just why does it, have you cut it into triangles? Is it for stacking? Well, you can stack round things up, can't you? I would have thought so. I'm sure it's a very good excuse and kind of you to make a contribution, Thomas, but frankly, it meant absolutely nothing to people listening. The Eye this morning. The UK's leap into the unknown after 47 years of membership of the European Union. And then, of course, there are all the questions on future relations with Europe and America, which are unresolved at the moment. But we got a bit of time. Also, Boeing, on front of City AM, hit by their first loss in 22 years. Wow. The Times this morning, they've got a picture of Big Ben, covered in scaffolding, and 11 o'clock... Brexit, it's time, they say. PM, what's MP? PM wants Canada-style trade deal with Brussels. The Guardian this morning, they've got a little flag on a beach down by the White Cliffs of Dover, by the look of it, and it's sitting in a sandcastle. There used to be a programme on the television, and that used to start with a little flag. I think it was called Family at War. I loved the programme. It was a series that ran some years ago, Family at War, and the music was sensational, but it always had a little flag on the beach in a sandcastle. The Union flag was flying. The Daily Telegraph today, this is not the end but a beginning, says Boris Johnson. And he's on the front page, Brexit Day, 8-page supplement to mark a campaign that changed history. And the Daily Mail at 11 p.m, the proud nation, which is us, finally leaves the EU. Still a friend of Europe, but free and independent once more after 47 years. And now on this momentous day, the Mail say we salute a new dawn for Brexit. Let's wait and see, shall we? But on LBC today, you will be following everything. So Nick's here, Nigel Farage is here. Today on I do have a free little bit extra podcast. Gwyneth Paltrow gets slammed for pushing her dodgy health fad, Goop. Sounds so gross. Of course, it is gross. Charlotte Crosby talks about being a bit itchy. That's all I'm saying. We definitely didn't need to know that. More videos surface of Chris Hughes' vicious tussle with a cameraman, he of little class, and Stacey Solomon quits social media, but only for 24 hours. Could have been longer.